Okay. I don't know what the fuck that was, but we'll hope it was temporary. Okay, fuck me. God, many Fs in that chat. Wait, did it finish my stream? What the fuck? Hang on. Hmm. Um, I don't know what happened. Am I still here? I don't even know if I'm still here. Where the fuck is this stream? Because it's gone off on my YouTube dashboard. Am I just talking to myself now? One sec. Oh, God. No, it's here. I'm back. Yeah, I see it. God, that's fucking depressing, isn't it? Jesus. All right. It disconnected for long enough for the YouTube stream to turn itself off, which means everyone's fucked off probably. Oh, no. Nigel was hungry. True. He was. Click here to retry. Let's see. Oh, okay. 1 second. Bro was over 2K. That's fine. Don't worry. I'll tell the Discord and then we'll just come back. Okay. The fuck thing is that I don't think that was my hub again. That was just Sunak switched it off. I seem so, yeah. I just got my thumbnail in and then we'll go back. Okay. I thought I fixed my internet and then it does that again. Isn't that cute? Save. This is the Tory power cuts they were talking about. This is broken Britain. Oh no. I need to double check that this automatically unlists, obviously. 1 second. Oh. Where is this stream? Is it still here? Wait. Live. Okay, this 8-hour one. Okay, unlist. Right. And then we got the new one. This new one is still public though, right? Because it's opened a second stream. Right. Let's go. We got another seat.
Just
oh, 19.
Benches.
All.
25.
Over the last 4 years, under this Conservative government,
look at those reform numbers.
Have got worse.
Northern England.
The Labour Party has listened, learned from past mistakes, and developed policies that speak directly to our towns. The people of this constituency deserve a government that has their back, supports their aspirations, and enables grassroots regeneration.
Grassroots.
Labour is ready to be that government. building on the pride and potential of our towns. We are committed to working with you, hand in hand, to bring about the change that is so desperately needed.
Right.
But I want to thank my family, my mum, my dad, my sisters, and especially my long-suffering partner, Ian, who can't be with us here today. But Ian, this is for you. Also a heartfelt thank to my 3 children and Cian, who's here with us today. Another thanks goes to the Labour Party team, Claire, my agent, for keeping me organised, to Paul and Sam for managing the campaign, and to the Lee and Atherton constituency Labour Party.
I live in my dad's place because my benefits are not enough to cover rent and food, etc. If I lived on my own in a shitty one-room apartment in LeMayo.
Should Election Day be a national holiday?
Yeah, probably, because people shouldn't be having to work on the same day that they vote, especially if transport is an issue, or if they have to just work an obscenely long shift. Because some people can go in at 6 a.m. and have to be there until 10 at night. That happens, right? That used to happen to the manager of the place that I used to work in sometimes. You think Mooncat might call in? I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, of course, whenever she wants. I think she's in my Discord now. She could just jump in on the thing. I think she's got the role, I think. Yeah, she has the role, so she can just jump in the voice chat. Yeah, so like you can be working from the beginning till the close of the polls in the UK if you're not lucky, if you're unlucky. So you would have to fucking postal vote, but then you might not even know. You might think you're off at, because sometimes like with managers in the place I used to work, it would be the case where they would expect to be off at 2, but because of some problem or because of some catching up to do or because of some fucking basically just bullying from the top or because people called in sick, they might just have to stay there all the way until 10 anyway, right? So, or 11. So yeah, I think it should be a national holiday. She said she would, but she doesn't know how to call. Okay, hang on. I need to get my drink, but I'm in the... Okay, hang on. I'll find it. Don't worry. I'll find it. 1 second. I'll just get my... I need to replenish. Okay, I need to get... 1 second. 1 second.
Then Labour government didn't trust Ken Livingstone to run that. But are you now thinking that with a new Labour government, that the next step is for you to take over other sectors, including, for example, some aspects of health?
Yeah, I think Trevor, one of the things that I think Andy, Steve Rotherham, Tracy Brabin, other mayors across the country...
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Hartlepool Declaration. I'm so sorry, Mr Mayor.
Oh, they're all coming in now. Red car.
OK, so this is the Hartlepool Declaration coming out. Oh, great news there for Anna Turley. She's regained red car. The Prime Minister Boris Johnson saying that red car became blue car. I think you'll find it's gone back to red car. Here we go.
The number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Jonathan James Frederick Brash, Labour Party, 16,414, duly elected. Thomas William Dudley, commonly known as Tommy Dudley, Workers' Party of Britain, 248. Samantha Jane Lee, commonly known as Sam Lee, Independent, 895. Peter James Morn, Liberal Democrats, 572.
Oh, there you go.
Gillian Wendy Mortimer,
Reform. So that is Lee Anderson. Lee Anderson's one. Lee Anderson has gained Ashfield from the Conservatives. You're both looking at me in stunned silence.
Yeah.
No, I thought we were listening to the count. So
Yeah,
I thought we weren't supposed to be talking.
Yeah,
Sorry.
No. Reform have gained Ashfield. In other words,
That's
Lee
their first gain,
Anderson.
isn't it?
Yeah, there's been a couple that have come in because there's a glut of seats that are all coming in now as people are watching the ticker will see.
Yes.
Two of the ones I wanted to pick out were the two Barnsley
And
seats,
he's about
Barnsley
to
North
speak. Let's
and
listen.
South.
Let's listen.
First of all, massive thank you to all the staff that's been here tonight helping. I know they worked incredibly hard, and all the people that's worked throughout this election campaign. Special thanks to Ashfield District Council. But the biggest thanks of the night goes to my wonderful team over there who have stood by my side and watched me being grumpy over the past 6 weeks. They've been fantastic, and I could not have done it without them. I stood in this town, my hometown, 4.5 years ago as a Conservative candidate and won. And I won comfortably, and the people of Ashfield backed me, and they've now backed me again as the Reform candidate for Ashfield. I said a few weeks back that there was going to be a reckoning on election night, and Ashfield, which is the capital of common sense, they are part of that reckoning. Now, this wonderful place, which I call my home, is going to have a massive say in how this country is shaped in the future. I want my country back, and Ashfield can play their part in that. Thank you.
She says she DM'd you.
First time Reform
I'm in my DMs
have
right now.
ever been able to say that they will have an MP.
Hello. Hello? I can hear room noise. Is this like a hot mic? Does she know I'm here? Hang on. What the fuck is happening? Am I getting trolled?
And perhaps the first one that they to tonight, irrespective of the exit poll.
Wait, she was typing
a few hours ago to see if their first MP, courtesy of a defection, could win on his own ticket, on a Reform UK ticket, and there he has, and done so, with a reasonable margin of victory.
I'm on Discord with Lonabox. Haha, you couldn't hear me? I don't know what's going on. What? No, I couldn't hear you. So your Discord volume will be fucked. I don't know. What? Audio settings or some shit.
This is definitely the right time for her to be trying this.
All right, let me have a look. Brooklyn.
Perfection. He's now shown significantly that he can win a seat in and of his own right. We'll remind people that our exit poll projected 13 seats.
Talk over stream and have a delay. That is the worst fucking idea you could possibly have. No. Disgusting. I might just start memeing. Hang on. Wait, I'm definitely working on Discord. Okay, yeah. Whoops.
What they wanted, which was the Conservatives. So I think it's going to be a challenge for them to persuade Labour to do something other than stop the Rwanda flights and allow greater...
Wait, she has her fucking camera on in the Discord now. What's happening?
I'd just like to point out
what is this?
To a Labour government, and the precise complexion of that will be fascinating once we get
with a majority of 3,500. the exit
See if
poll
I can.
had- the
Let's see
exit
if I
poll
can
had
get
Labour taking
connected.
Broxbourne when it came out at 10 o'clock. So I'm really interested in the work you're doing on the exit polls. It doesn't seem to be as
Okay, she's
accurate as it
deafened
has
now.
been in the previous general elections.
Well, let me just say, if I may please, Charles Walker, that the Conservative vote was down 27 points in Roxburgh.
Hello?
The Reform vote was up 20 points. And
Wait, that sounds like it's working on her end.
Yeah, but the point I'm making is that the exit poll that you've been focusing on and saying the Tories are doing a bit better
that
than
wait?
the exit
Is
poll
that-
suggested, had Broxbourne going Labour.
Is that
and Broxbourne's
working?
been held by about 3,500 votes.
What's going on?
I think on the exit poll,
I'm
just the way the
watching you
seats
struggle
fall,
on
we are
stream.
seeing
Lol.
some individual results that aren't reflected in that. So we've, in the time that we've been talking, in the last half an hour,
Just
we've
tell
had
me
both
when
the
and I'll
Barnsley
drag
seats
you
come
back in.
that were down to be
What the fuck?
reform in that poll. They were supposed to be part of the
I don't know.
One
I
of
don't
them's been held
know
by Labour by
what I need to
8,000
do,
votes, and one of them's been held by
guys.
Labour by
What do I need
5,000 votes.
to
Now,
do?
that would indicate what Beth was saying earlier about the campaign.
Take two.
What?
Take two. Can you hear me? You hear me?
What?
Take
Oh
two.
my god, I can
Take
hear you now.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. I had a feeling if I just rolled the dice, it would work. Okay.
I don't know what you did, but I can hear you now.
Yeah. How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, fine. I'm just enjoying the beginning of Shakira Law. That's what I'm calling it.
Shakira Law.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, my hips never lie, and neither do Kier's. Kier's hips don't lie, ever.
Yeah. Glorious toolmaker. Supreme leader, by the looks of it. He's got a pretty strong mandate now, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
wait, sorry, what? Are you using a different microphone for your Discord than from your stream? Do you have two
Absolutely
microphones?
not. No, I don't know. Why? What's going on?
Oh no, it's just because there's no gate on it, so I just hear like your entire room. It's fine though. We
Can
don't
you
want to
hear-
complicate things.
Why? Can you hear my cat? What else can you hear?
I can hear white noise. I can hear your cat. I can hear occasional clicking. Yeah.
Oh dear, this is not good. Maybe I don't know. Maybe my gain's up too high then. I don't know.
It doesn't matter. It's fine. I don't want to put too much pressure on you right now. Okay.
This is a lot of pressure. I don't know what I'm doing.
Wait, does your
This is-
camera have a microphone on it?
It does, but it shouldn't be on.
Okay.
Why?
Watch.
Does it sound like very tinny at the same time as like a
Yeah.
normal?
So yes, it doesn't sound like a SM whatever the fuck that is, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Go to. Do you know? Can you see the user settings? The little cog on the bottom of your Discord.
Of Discord. Yes.
All right. If you click that, can you see if you scroll down on the left, it says voice and video.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see input device top left?
Yeah.
What's it set to?
Default USB digital audio. So if I set that to Scarlett, my audio interface.
That sounds different.
Sound-
Wait. Okay.
What-
Now I hear
what-
your output as well as your input.
What?
Put it back. Oh fuck. Put it back.
Okay, how about that one? Does
That's
that
good.
sound
That's
better?
good.
That's
your
perfect.
mic.
That's your
No,
mic.
no, but I can hear
but I can hear myself.
Is that not good? Is that not good?
It's not good if I can.
It's not good if I can hear myself now.
With really low.
With
delay,
really low
which is weird.
delay, which is weird.
Okay, how about I don't know. How about that one? How does that one sound?
This one's fine. Yeah, it sounds like it's a different mic. It sounds like it's your camera, or it's like maybe a computer mic or something. I don't know, or a monitor mic. But yeah, it sounds fine.
Does that sound okay?
Yeah, I can hear what you're saying. So yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
what are the What are the takes? What's the patter?
What are the takes on tonight's results?
Yeah.
It's a bit worrying that Reform are getting so many votes
Mm-hmm.
in general. Is the general takeaway so far? I mean, yeah, I guess it was expected that Labour were going to get some seats, but I'm like,
yeah, I'm a little shocked that like Reform are coming so close behind in every sort of, well, in everything that we've seen so far. But I guess we haven't seen a lot yet, have we? So.
Are you? Oh, I know that the first seats they've been calling are all like northern England ones, especially northeast, where you expect Reform to do better than usual. But yeah, it's like they're gonna get like what, at least 15% of the vote, I think, maybe 20. But it's like, does it not make you kind of grateful for first past the post for once that it actually is like, they're not gonna have any fucking power with it in terms of seats?
Yeah, I guess I have a lot of sort of people say to me like that I should campaign more for proportional representation. And I don't know, I guess I kind of have mixed feelings about proportional representation, because I don't know, because I feel like I don't know, first past the post is like definitely very not perfect, but I don't know, I don't know, it's I think people generally feel like their votes don't have a say in this system, whereas I think they do have a say more than people think that they do.
Yeah, it's difficult because I think most times you would say that it's like really, it's kind of weird that you can get like 60% of the nation votes against you and you get like all the power, which is mental. But it also means that a bunch of like basically fascist psychos can't just waltz in out of nowhere and bag like 20% of the seats, which is probably, yeah, this for that. Also, one more tech thing. Apparently people are saying I'm too loud on your end. So you can either turn Discord down or just right click my name on Discord and then drag my volume down like that. Till it matches on your fucking
I was thinking you sound a little bit loud to me too. Right, so how would I do that? What?
If you right click my name on Discord, it'll have a volume fader.
Does it?
If you go to into my Discord server, go to my server, the little purple picture on the left.
Oh yeah. And then.
Yep. Then scroll down to where we are in the voice room. Not there, in the where all the white like hashtags are. Yeah. See us there? Right click. So if you click Loner's box.
Oh yeah.
Okay. If you just right click my picture, it looks different from yours on mine.
Oh, there.
Yeah,
there.
right click my picture and the big.
Oh, I can
square.
turn you right down.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Right, talk now. Talk.
Hello.
Is that right? Okay. That sounds more normal, I think.
Cool. Okay, that's the last thing we need to learn for that. That's fine. Fuck. Like, I don't know. The thing that with Reform, the thing that I'm worried about is like, Keir Starmer's he's the kind of guy who is going to try to defeat that by appeasing. And the problem with Reform, especially with immigration, right? Because if Reform actually becomes the big voice in the UK of immigration and they set the agenda, and Keir tries to appease them, he's going to lose, because you can't appease people who don't have a tangible goal other than like basically just complain until all the foreigners are out, right? Because again, like, it doesn't solve any of the problems they say it'll solve. So there's never an end to that. There's never like an acceptable number of migrants to these people, which is really fucked. Yeah. That's why like even in Poland they're anti-immigration, or like Hungary, where they've got like fuck all migrants, but they still complain about migration. So yeah, I don't know. I think what he has to do is just like, he's going to have to address it head on and just actually challenge the entire narrative on this idea that like, does immigration actually harm the economy? It doesn't seem to. It seems quite neutral. Same with crime rates. So same with like cultural stuff. It seems to be that with the UK, like immigrants actually integrate better here than they do just about anywhere else in Europe, especially like France. So, but I don't know. I just don't think he's going to do that. I think he's going to try to beat them at their own game and get absolutely fucking rammed for it.
Yeah, you make a very good point. I think it's yeah, it's never going to be acceptable for the people who are voting Reform, or even for the people who are voting Tories who are expecting them to stop the boats or whatever. Like, even the people who are voting for Reform in like Ashfield and wherever, it's like those people are like nowhere near like the coast, you know, where people are actually arriving in boats, but they're still really, really supposedly concerned about migrant boats, and it's like it's like they're talking as if they're just sort of like coming off the boats at the coast, and then they're immediately like, where is Ashfield? Like, send me straight to Ashfield, please. It's, yeah, they're just, I don't know.
Because that was on Sky, wasn't it? Was it when one of the Conservative ladies was saying about this is a response to immigration, the rise of reform, and all these these seats that we're declaring at the beginning. And I think one of the hosts just said, like, these are places that have like no immigrants. What are you talking? Like, yeah, it's all the places where people just learn about immigration through the media, which is obviously like a false representation. Yeah. So, yeah, it's pretty fucked. Like, I think the one bright side is that it seems like I've noticed a lot of populist things in the UK that work really well in places like America actually fall flat here. Like, I don't know if you noticed, but like whenever Trump has a party member or a colleague say some crazy shit on camera, he tends to more or less brush it off, like he gets away with it. But with Farage, it's like a really big problem when someone gets caught on camera saying slurs and shit like that, because I guess in the UK, it's like, we do have bigotry, but it's a lot more subtle and a lot more polite than it is in America. So he actually has to do shitloads of damage control whenever someone is caught saying slurs and shit. Which isn't even to mention, like, or even the Putin stuff. Like, Trump can say nice things about Putin all day, but if you say it in the UK, like Farage did, you sound like Neville Chamberlain, and you can't sound like Neville Chamberlain in the UK. You have to be Churchill, you know? Yeah. So I feel like there's maybe some bright side in there, is that like he might actually just be like, I don't think culture war is as effective in the UK as it has been in places like the US, and maybe that will continue, but who knows.
Yeah, I feel like, yeah, the sort of culture war stuff is, it worries me a little bit. Like, I don't know, I feel a little bit comforted in the fact that it's doesn't feel as bad as it is in America, but at the same time I kind of worry that it's just sort of going that way
more than it used to be. Well,
yeah.
Where do you let people know where you are in England? Like, what constituency or who you voted for? Is this like public information from you?
What, do people know who I voted for? Like,
yeah.
Well, what do you mean, like online or just like?
Yeah. I mean
people?
online. Yeah.
I've not said what constituency I'm in, just because like of doxing. I don't know. I'm a little bit worried about being a bit too particular about where I live, but I've said that I voted for like in my constituency. I voted Green.
Yeah.
But only because my Labour seat is very. It's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere.
It's a good thing about safe seats, isn't it? You can just kind of go for. You can actually kind of vote with what your preferences are. Galloway's out. Galloway just got booted out of Rochdale, I think. Confirmed.
Oh, just now?
Apparently, yeah. Or if my chat's just lying to me, because it's not on Sky, but.
Are you on Sky? I've been
Sky.
on Sky, but I've also been on iPlayer. Hang on, let's see.
Sky is the higher information one, isn't it? It's like there's so much going on with all the graphics and the dystopian and the music and shit.
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, George Galloway, 11,000. Labour's got a couple thousand more. Yeah.
That's good. Fuck him. Great. Yeah, I felt like the green stuff was like. I felt like a lot of the green stuff was actually quite like there was a lot of good things in it, and I think there were also some things that I thought were like a little bit kooky, like just like I feel like the more like the parties that aren't going to win tend to like, I feel like they just raise the bar much higher than would probably be possible, but it doesn't really matter because their role is to sway governments that are already there. So it would make sense to do that. Like in Scotland, the Greens had a manifesto that was obviously a lot more far left than what we have, but when they were in the coalition, that translated into them actually pushing through like loads of cool things. Like we ended up getting freaking free bus travel for under 22s and free dental care if you're under 26, and we kept our free prescriptions, and we got all these really, really cool things just through having them as a little minority in the government. And they've done pretty well, haven't they? They've went from like 2% to 8 or something since 2019.
Yeah. Aren't they gonna lose some to Labour tonight though?
What, their seats?
Yeah.
Well, they used to only have one seat, right? With Caroline Lucas, but I think they're expected to have 2 now. But they might be different seats. I don't know. But I don't know if that's them losing in one place and then gaining somewhere else.
Oh, I don't know. What's being announced right now?
Kingston upon Thames. I don't know any of these stupid English fucking town names. I don't know why they need to tell you where things are. Like Clacton on Sea. I'm like, okay, just to avoid any confusion. Like, not to be confused with Clacton on land.
I feel like there's a monster raving loony party guy here,
Yeah.
but only just because he looks like he might be.
I love the size of his badge. What? But this returning officer, she's like, that's not a meme, right? She's supposed to be dressed like that.
Yeah.
What the fuck is she wearing? That's not normal, is it? They don't always do that. They normally just dress normally. She chose to come in dressed as a dead animal. What the fuck? Oh, it's Ed Davey. Oh. I forgot that he was like a leader. Shit.
Yeah. Have you not seen him doing all of his stunts?
I've only heard of the stunts. I've never actually seen them, no. What does he do? Does he like... Yeah, what does he do?
He's been skydiving. He's been paddleboarding. He's been slip and sliding. Have you not seen any of it?
No, I don't know any of this because I was away from British politics for ages, and I only came back to it like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I've been sort of catching up with everything over the last couple of weeks, really. Oh, he's won 25,000.
Yeah, they've done well, haven't they?
Yeah.
See, this is a bit more like it. Like, I think you normally expect Reform to be polling like this, right? If it's not in the huge Brexit strongholds. This is a bit more acceptable, but hopefully that's more frequent than what we saw earlier.
I don't know. I'm losing hope. I feel like Reform are really doing far better than I was hoping.
What do you think? Trying to wonder what Boris is going to do about it, because I feel like Boris wants to come back, and he probably could, but I wonder what he would do, like what he would make of this whole like, because the right wing are going to have to figure something out.
I don't know. They're going to have to figure something out, and they definitely will, because obviously the emotions are still there. The sort of anti-immigration stuff is still there.
Hmm. I really don't get that, because as far as like, what has immigration even done like in the UK in the last 10 years? There was 1 year when it was really high, and it was because it was after COVID, because it stalled and then it went back up again. But I don't even know. I've been trying to figure this out. Because I noticed I did one video about Reform, and had a bunch of them appeared in my comments. I'm like, I'm trying to figure out what exactly their problem is with immigration. But like, I feel like it's honestly just, I always think there's a bit of truth in something, so I'm willing to accept that. But I just can't find anything. There's not like crime issues that relate massively to immigration. There's not like economic. There's just nothing. I don't know. Like, people are just fucking mental.
Yeah, it's like when you have a population of people move to the UK, then like obviously you can say a subsection of that population are committing crimes as much as you can say a subsection of any population are committing crimes. It like doesn't really mean anything. Like what you need is like a certain percentage of people moving to the UK who are giving us like skills basically, and that's what we're getting. Well, that's what we have been getting in the NHS. But like I don't know, people like I don't know, just people just like to think that people coming to the UK are just, I don't know, a different breed or something, and they're not, for some reason they don't think that they're bringing any skills, and all they're bringing is crime. And yeah,
it's funny that even in Reform's manifesto they had to admit that they had an exception made for fucking healthcare workers. Even they had to admit that their health service needs migrants. Like that was the only one that they admitted to. But the fact that it was that was just kind of funny to me. Did you see what their plan was for taxes for migrants? For what would you call it? National insurance. They wanted migrant workers to pay higher rates of national insurance on their taxes if they weren't citizens. Like if you're a resident, like a legal resident, but not a citizen, you'd have to pay like an extra 7% in your fucking national insurance. Like the fucking Ottoman Empire and shit. That's what it reminded me of. Like special taxes for minorities and shit. Yeah. Not good. Not good at all.
Who was saying that? Reform?
Reform wanted to do that, yeah. Because standard national insurance contributions is what, like 13%? But Reform for migrants who are residents but not citizens, so with visas, they wanted it to be 20. Like they pay extra national insurance contributions just for being like a non-citizen in the UK. Working the same jobs, you know, contributing the same amount, you know, for whatever job they're in, but yeah.
Just for the pure privilege of being in our wonderful country.
Yeah. It's the fucking English jizya tax, yeah.
I think like a lot of it comes from this sort of weird idea that, like, I don't know, people who come to this country are just like dying to be here because the UK is just so great and wonderful and the best country in the entire world. And that's why we should stop them coming here, because this is the best country. And if we didn't stop them coming here, then they'd all want to come here. Mm-hmm. It's like, no, it's not like, we actually aren't that good. I'm sorry.
There was a really funny moment in Question Time when Farage was asked about like, because Farage will do this thing where he says, we used to be really good on immigration, you know, back in the good old days, because it's that whole nostalgia thing. And someone asked, like, what's an example of when we were good with immigration? And he brings up the example of the way we were with Jewish people who were fleeing Germany and Eastern Europe in the 20th century. And I'm like, what? We rejected them. We rejected most of them. I think in World War II, like, the amount of Jews we took in was the same as the annual cap that we had on fucking Palestine, right? Like, we had a cap on Palestine to appease the fucking like leaders over there, and that was the same number we took in here in like 1 year. So like, we had like laws banning refugees from coming here when it was mostly Jews coming, and he just said that. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, God. No fucking way he said that. He did. Someone in your chat said, yeah, it was on his Question Time appearance. He went full on, yeah. So I guess that's the plan. Yeah. Send them to Israel, yeah. It's been a while since I've spoken to you. What's been happening with you lately? Are you still doing your video essays, or?
What's happening with me? I put a video out last month. Or month. When was it I put the video out? I don't know, about a month ago, a little bit over a month. And I'm working on another one about the clitoris.
What about it?
What about the clitoris?
Yeah, what have you learned?
There are so there is so much to say about the clitoris. Just the history of the clitoris, and I mean it crosses over a lot with like, just like, I guess, like sexuality, female sexuality, and also like healthcare and how like historically, healthcare has been quite dismissive of like the female body, and like throughout history over the past few hundred years, it's like been like the clitoris has been sort of like even denied that it even exists, and then like only recently we've even like admitted that the clitoris exists and therefore female sexuality exists. And yeah.
You mean there used to be no clitoris according to science?
Exactly, yeah.
When did we discover the clitoris?
When did we discover it?
Yeah, how long have we known?
Well, that's contested officially. We don't know officially, because it's been written about in like official medical textbooks from like different dates officially. But if you look back through sort of like records historically, it's been like men throughout history that have like been arguing about what the clitoris is and what its function is. And the earliest records are like, well, the clitoris is clearly just like a male penis. Like if a woman has a clitoris, it's clearly just a male penis, and therefore it shouldn't be there, and it's a defective woman, and therefore if a woman has a clitoris, then it should be cut off because it's a defective woman who has been born with a penis, kind of thing, and it should be cut off. And obviously that's where FGM comes from. Yeah.
From like, so it was scientifically justified by people. It wasn't like a religious. I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Yeah, and it still sort of permeates through to today, like it culturally, basically. It's like, through to today, we're still sort of very dismissive of like women's sexuality and women's, anatomy generally, when it comes to female body parts. So, yeah, there's a whole sort of history going on there. So yeah, I want to do a whole thing about that.
I've got so many questions. Which country did this happen in? These investigations and discoveries. Was this like a UK thing, or it's like a European thing, or what?
Well, yeah, like European, but because I'm like talking about over the past few hundred years, like I'm talking about ancient Rome and ancient Greece and stuff like that, like going back that far. And like if you know about like Galen and people like that, like the sort of really early like physicians, they used to make their own theories about the female body according to like how they thought it worked, obviously without ever even asking women.
Yeah, I've noticed that's a thing when you look at like Greeks or Romans or even like ancient Egyptians. It's always these like people who actually did make great discoveries and contributed a lot, but they always had opinions about other things as well. Like was it Pythagoras, who obviously contributed a lot to maths, but then his beliefs about like the planets actually being the same distance away that it would be for like forming notes in a musical scale, and that the planets were like singing and shit. Yeah, and then he had a bunch of people murdered for disagreeing with some of his theories. Yeah.
For sure. Like back in like ancient Greek and ancient Roman times, like if someone was like good at one thing, they were good at everything. So like Galen, like he was kind of good at some of the anatomy stuff, so therefore he was like, everybody thought he was good at everything else as well. So like that's why when you look at like these famous people from like hundreds of years ago, they're always listed on Wikipedia as like a physician and a philosopher and like an astronomer and and a mathematician, and like they were everything, because like if you became good at one thing a few hundred years ago, it's like everybody thought you were like this amazing genius who was like good at everything. And I feel like that permeates through to today in a lot of ways, like in people like Jordan Peterson. Like
I was thinking that, yeah.
Exactly, like people look at Jordan Peterson like, oh, he's good at he's not even good at that one thing that he says he's good at, in my opinion. But like, he technically has a PhD in one thing, and then everybody thinks that therefore he's like good at, you know, everything. And yeah, that kind of sort of thinking used to be way worse like a few hundred years ago. But yeah.
Shit. I didn't know it extended to the clitoris, though. That's really interesting.
Oh, for sure it did, yeah. Yeah. People used to think that, like, lesbians couldn't be a thing. Like, a few hundred, like, years ago, people were like, oh, no, lesbians couldn't exist because you need a phallus to be able to have, like, sexual gratification. So they used to think that lesbians must have some kind of phallus. So they were like, well, lesbians must have clitorises that's so large that they are penetrating other women, because a phallus is needed to have sexual gratification. So that's what they used to think. Like, they didn't just think about asking the women. They were like, no, like, surely they must be having intercourse in some way. So therefore we'll write in our little medical journals that lesbians have clitorises that have grown so large that they've become phalluses, and that's how they're getting sexual gratification. We won't actually ask them. We'll just like decide that, and that's how it is.
What the fuck? It's not too different to what some people say today, I guess.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. It's mad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you drinking?
What am I drinking? Not this. This is my next drink. What does that say?
That looks like the most craft of the crafts.
Yeah. I have Beer 52. And they just send me beers every month. This one's called Birmingham's River Street, 4.2%. But the one I'm drinking currently was something something else that Beer 52 sent me, which I've now chucked the can in the bin, so I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you drinking anything, or are you?
Yeah, I'm on pink gin and tonic.
Pink gin and tonic, nice.
Mm-hmm. Well,
nice.
The last time I had them, the person who was giving them to me went for like a half and half. I don't usually do that, but I decided to go half and half today, so it's going to get me through. I had planned to stay until, when Keir goes, His Majesty has instructed me to form a government, but I don't know. I'll try my best, you know.
I know, I'm like already feeling a bit tired, so I don't know how long I'll last.
Well.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's been good chatting. It's been a nice surprise.
Yeah. But I hope you have fun tonight.
I'm sure I will, yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's turning out to be, I don't know, more depressing than I thought it would be. Just because of Reform, really.
It makes it a bit more bittersweet, doesn't it? Like, it's nice to see that. I always thought, like, since 2010, I remember thinking, I'm going to be so happy to see the back of the Tories. And now that it's happening, I'm like, yeah, next challenge up ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Well, I'll speak to you soon, all right? You take care.
Okay. All right. Bye.
Bye. Guarantee you she doesn't know how to leave the Discord. All right. Oh, there she goes. Okay. Fuck. Huh.
David Robert Stansel, Green Party, 4,030. Starmer, Labour Party, 18,884.
Hey!
Confirmation
Keith,
for you.
the body Starmer.
That the
Let's go.
new MP for Holborn and St Pancras is also likely to be the next Prime Minister, Keir Starmer. We'll be listening to what he has to say in just a moment or two. I can tell you that Harlow has been a Labour gain. A key Labour target in Essex and a bellwether since 1983 was Robert Halfon's, the Education Select Committee, was his old seat. He was standing down.
Where are the real UK communists?
And you can see 3 pages
Bro, good luck with
of
that.
people standing,
They,
waiting for their moment in the
they
sun
ended up
by
splitting off and fading into irrelevancy ever since they supported Stalin using tanks to suppress protesters in Hungary. I think that's more or less how it went. That's where the term tanky came from.
And the way our democracy works, you can have an elbow character standing on stage with the potentially future next Prime Minister and get 19 votes and has exactly the same rights as everybody else to do so. And some of the vignettes that we had throughout through the campaign itself, there was a lovely ring doorbell that captured Theresa May, up in Perth and Kinross, just chapping on the door saying, "You're not in."
The next Prime Minister.
It is a huge privilege to be re-elected to serve this
Oh, Khrushchev, not Stalin. I'm stupid, sorry.
community
I always do that.
of Holborn and St Pancras. My home, where my kids have grown up, where my wife was born. And I have to thank Vic and my family more than anyone for their love and support and for keeping me totally grounded. Thank you, Vic. And thank you so much to the police and the returning officer for making sure every voice is heard and every vote is counted. And thank you to Andy White, fantastic agent.
I just thought I was just anti-white there. Lord of Bucks, I know Twitch chat is low energy, but we need screen representation. 51 Bard, the last 2 messages on Twitch chat are you saying the same thing in the space of 2 minutes. That's why we don't get Twitch chat, okay? No way.
Every conversation
You defeated
had,
Elmo. Well
it
done,
makes
Keith.
a massive difference. And lastly, I'd like to pay tribute to my fellow candidates who put themselves forward for public service. Because in this room, right here, beats the heart of our democracy. Not in Westminster or Whitehall, but in town halls and community centres up and down the country, in polling stations and voting booths, and most of all, in the hands of the people who hold the power of the vote. It all starts here. And it starts with you. Change begins in this community, with the people who came together to make life better, like the fantastic councillors who work so hard for our area. Service starts in this neighbourhood. The groups, the faith communities, the local organisations who serve week in, week out. And hope starts with that one kid from Somerstown who dares to believe that the future belongs to her. And with Labour, it will. Because I promise this, whether you voted for me or not, I will serve every person in this constituency. The mothers I sat with who've lost children to knife crime. The pensioners who can't get the doctor's appointments they desperately need. The local businesses.
What would a Labour victory bring? I think from these guys, the most realistic thing is going to be there's going to be a national fund for directing economic activity in the direction of green. That's one thing. There's going to be breakfast clubs in every school for kids, free breakfast. Yeah. And probably the National Wealth Fund, which is admittedly not going to get that much money, but it will exist, and we haven't had one before. And the railways. Rail companies are going to be nationalised, which, if they follow Scotland, will possibly mean, would hopefully mean no more peak times and no more fucking, you have to pay triple if you book a day in advance as opposed to a week or some bullshit. Excuse me. Something like that. Honestly, free breakfast for kids, that makes me happy. It's not that expensive. It's good. It's like probably the best policy that a government can do to produce better results in school kids. So, and it just sounds nice, you know? Just cute. Simple as.
In shadow cabinet, knighted for services to law and criminal justice. He has 2 children, and his daughter has said if he wins, she just wants him to know she isn't moving into Downing Street.
She is,
I think she might be.
She is.
Some of the close seats that were signed as reform
He
were
was
picked
named
up by
after
Labour.
Keir Hardie,
Hey.
first leader of the Labour Party. Presently 216,000 followers on Instagram. I'm just going to say that's probably going to go up a little bit as a result.
I think
Although
so.
it is worth bearing in mind, polls suggested that half of people don't think that he will be a good Prime Minister.
I think, though, what you got there is a hint of what he's going to say on the steps of Downing Street.
Lib Dems are more pro-Palestine. I don't know what the Lib Dems have said different from Labour. I know Keir said stop. He was asked, what should Netanyahu do about Rafah? And Keir was like, stop. Don't do it. Yeah, I don't know. At the end of the day, Britain doesn't have any fucking power in Palestine. Like, you know, they could literally recognize the state. I mean, I guess that like the UK is expected to be more aligned with America than other European countries. So, you know.
So about uniting the country, because to come quickly back to what I was talking to Andy about with Scotland, apparently when he became Labour leader, he said to his
What's the plan
team,
for the EU?
I cannot tolerate having one MP in Scotland. Like, I have to be a...
Oh, they're down 17 points, Labour, in a very safe seat. It's not that unusual. What's the plan for the EU? Nothing. Well, they're not gonna do anything in terms of rejoining anything that already exists. Carl Benjamin update. He's cheering every reform vote that has a few thousand dudes as a win. He's so stupid, man. Oh, God. Well, he's wrong about no Tory seats. I don't know why the fuck he said that. Waiting room? Hang on.
The whole strategy, and this was Morgan McSweeney, who is his campaign board.
Yeah. Jamie?
You all right, mate?
Yeah, I'm all right.
What is it? I just wanted to say about Labour's recognition of Palestine. It's complete bullshit. There was the first time Keir Starmer was asked about it, he said the same thing that lots of, I guess, right wingers say, is that it would have to be subject to the end of negotiations. So
yeah, they're not going to negotiate. They're not going to recognize Palestine unilaterally. Yeah, of course not.
Well,
Keir wouldn't do that.
What do you mean? Tons of countries have done it already.
Yeah, but Keir's not going to.
No, I know, but they say they would. Basically, the whole thing is. Wait, I'm sorry, you're playing. What do you mean? Tons of countries have done it. Oh, echo. Give me a sec, sorry. He said that he would recognise it only after David Cameron said he might recognise it. But the day before then, Keir Starmer said that it would have to be subject to negotiation. So he's a flip-flopper.
Maybe he's a flip-flopper, yeah. I'd imagine, yeah. He'll probably say whatever is popular. That's why he took the same position on Rafah that Biden did.
Yeah.
But no, for the UK, I wouldn't expect any UK Prime Minister outside of a very far left person to recognize Palestine without there being a negotiation. Yeah, I wouldn't expect that.
I am pretty annoyed that the Greens are projected to only get 2 seats, because I want 4 seats in Parliament just so they can pressure Labour on particular issues, foreign and domestic. I do think it's quite good that they've come second place in a lot of good places, but it's very worrying that reform, again, because the fact is that Labour are going to do what Macron did. They're not going to challenge the far-right orthodoxy on immigration or on trans issues. What they're going to do is try appeal to it, and that is just going to legitimize their views. It's essentially what Ed Miliband did with austerity. He promised austerity light, and everyone said in 2015, well, if austerity is the only option, why will we not go for the real deal, the one who's certain? Like, and that was David Cameron. And so, like, if a far right Tory party becomes the opposition, or Reform become the new opposition, if like they're running on an immigration election against Labour, why would people not just pick the actual hardcore anti-immigrant sentiment? Why would they pick Labour?
Yeah, people. I think people on the left, or even like, on the left of like mainstream politics, they should stop trying to cede ground on it, because they're not ceding ground to anything logical. If the right wing can produce a logical argument about limiting immigration or it being too high in certain places, they can try, but they haven't done it yet. So, yeah, no, I think people need to win the argument on it, because it's ridiculous. Like
because
they just say their problems with immigration is nebulous. Like they don't say it's about the economy. Then you realize, well, it's not really. Oh well, it's actually more about crime. Well, it's not really about crime. Oh well, but it's actually more about culture. Yeah, because it's really because they don't like immigrants coming here. It just makes them uncomfortable. You have to push back against that. You can't like try to appease it, because you'll just go nowhere. You don't really appease it. You just feed it. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually don't know much about the crime statistics of. I swear there's no actual correlation at all.
Correlation.
Asylum
might
seekers
be.
Don't want to get
It
deported.
might be, asylum seekers commit less crime because they don't want to get deported. Yeah. Apparently, there's just no evidence that it has any effect broadly on crime rates. Like, yeah.
Oh,
No.
I'm going to leave you because I want you to watch Pfizer Shaheen. I really want her to win. Okay.
Oh, okay.
See you in a bit. Bye.
Ian Duncan shit.
17,281.
This guy is such an unbelievable piece of shit. Fuck.
Josh Hadley, Liberal Democrats, 1,275. Paul Lugery, Reform UK, 3,653. Pfizer Shaheen, Independent, 12,445. Sharma Tatler, Labour Party candidate, 12,520.
So IDS has held on.
He held on.
Looks like IDS has held on.
It has.
Yeah.
But
Oh, she's shaking her
I think
head.
this goes back to something John McDonnell was saying earlier.
Oh, fuck, he held on.
I think
God damn it.
This is where Labour could have played things differently. Pfizer, I don't know her well, but I know enough
She's not
to know that
happy.
she'd really worked hard in that community.
Oh,
and
wait,
was
what? Wait.
Kind of well known there. And I just don't think this works to sort of try and take someone out like that. You know, if
Did
Labour
Pfizer try to? Oh,
is to be the government we all want it to be,
She
it has
split
to
the
have
left-wing
breadth
vote.
and depth, and it has to.
Wait, did she actually? Bro. I did. Pfizer. Oh, no. Shit. Okay. Well, she doesn't like Labour enough, so that's what you accept, right? You accept the risk. Ian Duncan shit hangs on once again.
Worried that they've got this massive majority heading, but at the time they were worried about, in the run-up to the election, certainly, they were worried about having a very narrow majority and Keir Starmer being bounced by the kind of...
This is Labour's fault for suspending her.
Left.
Why did they... I wonder why they suspend her. Let's find out. Let me go with a blank slate. They probably suspended her for trivial reasons to fight anti-Semitism allegations. That's my bet. Liked a series of Twitter posts that downplayed anti-Semitism allegations. This could mean anything. This is a nebulous concept. Oh no, the anti-Semitism shit. Like when people accuse each other of anti-Semitism, especially in the left, it just, to me, it's like a no-go zone. To me, it's like or it's not even a no-go zone. It's like entering the void, because you just end in this fucking ridiculous territory where people might be making statements or holding positions that have a disproportionate effect on Jewish people, but it's the intent that matters, which is why it's just such a non-starter if you're trying to call someone out on anything. What did she say? Where's the Is there any fucking story here? What the? Oh, God. Hang on. Guardian. She quit Labour, or was she? So she was suspended, but she was blocked from running. Okay. Shaheen claims the party has a problem with black and brown people after the panel stops her standing in London's seat. Faiza, the candidate blocked by Labour from standing in Chingford and Woodford Green, has announced that she will challenge the decision in the courts, claiming she has faced a systemic campaign of racism, Islamophobia, and bullying. Series of recent issues, removed from her team, blocked from blaming. She produced videos blaming inflation on corporate greed. It's typical lefty, whatever. Claimed Starmer's party had a problem with black and brown people. Okay. Campaign of prejudice. This is after, right? Inescapable conclusion that Labour, far from being a broad church encompassing different views and ingrained culture of bullying, probable problem with black and brown people, thinks nothing of dragging a person's good name through the mud in pursuit of a factional agenda, with no thought of the impact on committed members' mental health and well-being. Instructed a lawyer and was seeking to challenge her exclusion. Said she was given 5.5 hours notice of an NEC panel to discuss her social media activity. My husband was at work and I undertook the interview with 3 members of Labour, national executive with a crying baby on my lap. No time to prepare, feeling poorly with mastitis. Okay. She was presented with a dossier of posts that she had liked on X, some dating back to 2014. The most recent was by a US academic who used the trope of the Israel lobby in relation to a sketch on the Daily Show. In the US, Shaheen's like prompted a complaint from the Jewish labor movement. Middle of the night, if you look at the time, busy with the baby. Asked whether she could see why the tweet was offensive, she said, "It plays into a trope, and I absolutely don't agree with that, and I'm sorry about that." Centrist members installed as candidates. It's funny because Keir Starmer said Labour was a broad church. He said that a lot at the beginning. Yeah, this is a stupid reason to let go of someone. It's a really dumb reason to let go of someone. Now, does it mean that Faiza should have stood against Labour in that seat? I don't think so, unless she has answers to 2 questions. One is, are you prepared to risk Ian Duncan Smith winning again? And 2, if you win, what are you going to do as an independent in a British parliament on your own? Or maybe you and Jeremy Corbyn? I don't think she had to have I don't think there's a good answer to either of those questions. But she shouldn't have been that. This is Keir Starmer doing his fucking because Keir Starmer's #1 goal was don't be like Jeremy Corbyn. Don't let anyone associate with Jeremy Corbyn. That's all he did that for. This is not because this is like a standard or anything. All right. This is to get rid of someone who he thought was not worth the baggage. Unfortunately, Labour should have stood down. Okay. Why? Why should Labour... What, stood down in the seat?
That very large multi-billion-pound additional funding...
Wait, what happened to Grant? Did he win as well? Oh, he lost.
Armed forces spending.
Yeah.
It's clear tonight that Britain will have a new government in the morning, and I am extremely concerned that unless it quickly commits...
Labour should have stood down so that they didn't split the vote. That works both ways. It absolutely fucking doesn't. Are you fucking joking? What a stupid counter to that point. What do you... Labour can form a government. Labour are a party that can win an election and form a government and pass legislation. An independent can't. I'm sorry, and I'm saying this as someone who thinks that this shouldn't have happened. It obviously shouldn't have happened. If you think someone should get deselected for this, after even being like apparently quite candid about the mistake that happened like what 10 years ago, yeah, that's fucking ridiculous. I'm sorry, but at the end of the day, it's fucking politics, okay? This isn't fucking EastEnders, all right? Is it? This isn't fucking Twitch poll, okay? This is like, at the end of the day, what matters is like getting into a position where you can help people. No one's got fucking clean hands. I don't know. I think she could have, like, she has a right to fight that decision. She has a right to let people know and to stand up for and to defend her name and all that shit. Standing an election clearly wasn't the way to do it. And I think she should have known.
Power when you've got breadth and depth in terms of the voices. But having said that, Beth, to pick up something you were saying before, I can't knock those who've put together this strategy, this general election strategy for Labour. I'm making some points at the margins, if you like. But on the whole, I think it's right for me to recognise Morgan and all the others who've put together. And it has been quite a ruthless strategy in the way that you were describing, not piling up votes where they're not needed.
Okay.
So, but I am just making that point. I think the Blair and Brown governments benefited from allowing those other voices to be part of the mix.
Okay. Eighth time of asking, can he finally be an MP? Moments away from finding out. Ed, have you got a chart?
I've got a chart.
Great.
I've got the swingometer.
I thought we weren't doing that.
Let's just rejoice at that news.
He's got a swingometer.
But I've got bad news because it's not really
working. Swinging.
It's working, but it's not working. Let me show you. Basically, so this is the swingometer, and what's the idea here? It's all about. So these are the seats that at the start of the night were already Labour. These were the seats that at the start of the night were Conservative. And the whole idea is basically if across the country there is a uniform swing, so in all of the seats you're seeing the same movement from the Conservative to Labour or the other way, then this needle goes like that, and then gradually all of these seats are turned red, and then by the time the needle gets there, it's eaten up enough seats that you get into this majority territory.
Easy to say that after results, but not unreasonable to think the candidate who flew in wouldn't be as successful as someone who's built up relationships with constituents. Fair mistake. I don't think it's a fit. Like if she was if she was Jeremy Corbyn and she'd built up that relation and actually won seats consistently with massive majorities for the last fucking 40 years, that would be a good argument. But I don't think, has she ever won a seat? Did she ever win that seat? Hang on. Maybe she has. Faiza Shaheen. She lost to Ian Duncan Smith in 2019. Didn't she? Well, obviously she did because he was holding. No, I don't think that was a good decision. I don't think she should have done that. What did they say about it, actually? I'm interested. Who the fuck is this? Fucking Captain Hook. Go away.
And also, as I say, you need voices from different parts of the party. I think the current government has failed because it went too narrow, because it took away some of those other voices, and it was only talking to the Brexiteer
It's happened in
group.
Leicester East as well. Have a look at these figures.
And I don't make this a major criticism.
Yeah.
I
Look at this.
just think they need to rethink this approach to things.
Happened again.
I think the problem...
There you go. Same thing again.
Place thing that area known there. Pfizer, I think this goes back to
12,520.
So IDS has held on. Looks like IDS has held
shaking her head
on.
at the Labour lady.
Yeah.
Well, I think this goes back to something John McDonnell was saying earlier. I think this is where Labour could have played things differently. Pfizer, I don't know her well, but I know enough to know that she'd really worked hard in that community and was kind of well known there. And I just don't think this works to sort of try and take someone out like that. If Labour is to be the government we all want it to be, it has to have breadth and depth, and it has to have voices from all sides coming towards it. And there's been a little too much, taking out people who they may consider awkward and putting in others. And that didn't happen in the Blair era. It didn't happen in the Brown era. There was a little bit more kind of live and let live.
But they were doing that.
We would have won that seat, though. If we would have won that seat, Beth,
I know.
If they had not taken it out, we would have won that seat.
But you know why they were doing it. They were worried that they've got this massive majority ahead of them, but at the time they were worried about, in the run-up to the election, certainly, they were worried about having a very narrow majority and Keir Starmer being bounced by the kind of 30 to 40 hardcore of left Labour MPs. But I think that's what they're doing.
It's a misplaced thing, though, Becky, is what I'm saying. They didn't need to worry like that. And also, as I say, you need voices from different parts of the party. I think the current government has failed because it went too narrow, because it took away some of those other voices, and it was only talking to the Brexiteer.
It's happened in Leicester East as well. Have a look at these figures.
And I don't make this.
All right, this is the only. I'm going to give you a final position on this because apparently when I say things and then respond to things, then respond and then get responded to, people kind of lose what my actual opinion is, and maybe that's my fault. So my position is that Labour should not have gotten rid of her. That's a really fucking retarded, trivial bullshit reason to get rid of someone from standing, especially since they've actually put in the work for years ahead, let alone this possible carpetbagger over here. They shouldn't have done it. They absolutely shouldn't have gotten rid of her. Like, it's really stupid. And she would have won because there would have been 24,000 votes, right? Done. Now, the only reason Faiza would have, though, to run, for her recourse to be to run as an independent against Labour, is to spite the party because they're going to win anyway. Which she can do, it's fine. But that's why that's the only thing she gains from doing it. And that's the only thing, or just to draw more attention to the fact that they did this. Anyway, Corbyn.
1,000.
Jeremy Corbyn winning these seats over here, but we know it is already. And why is that happening? It's because you're not seeing a uniform swing across the country. If you were seeing a uniform swing across the country, basically with all seats seeing exactly the same change, then you'd expect that seats, for instance, where the Conservatives didn't have much of a majority before, through to seats where the Conservatives had a big share of the listing. So it's going obviously discrimination in these, and in fact, this Liberal 1990 based on
Corbyn. Here we go.
Held on Thursday, the 4th of July, 2024, to hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate
Fucking
at the said election is as follows.
Jack Sparrow.
Vikas Agarwal, Liberal Democrats, 1,661. That's 1,661.
Okay.
Jeremy Bernard Corbyn, commonly known as Jeremy Corbyn, Independent, 24,000.
Looks like a shoe-in, but we'll just wait for the Labour vote.
What's the Labour vote?
$24,120. Karen Ann Harries, the Conservative Party candidate, 1,950. 1950. Paul Dominic Josling, 32. Sheridan Virginia Cates, commonly known as Sheridan Cates, Green Party, 2,660.
And Labour? I think Corbyn's won it, though.
2660. Prathil Nargan, Labour Party. Unlucky, mate. 16,800.
Yeah, Labour's got it. Corbyn won it,
About an hour or so ago, Jeremy Corbyn has gained the seat as an independent in Islington North. Back to you in just a second, Beth. Thoughts?
Well, I think this is a slightly different case than the one I was just talking about before, because obviously that whole issue that was there that needed to be dealt with around anti-Semitism, and Keir Starmer was right to take an uncompromising approach on that, and obviously Jeremy and Keir, ended up in different positions on that, and you can say that this had to be handled in a different way to draw that clear line, but that reflects, I think, if I'm honest, the person that Jeremy Corbyn is in terms of how he's regarded by his community. You can't get a vote like that without putting in the work, being well liked in your area, somebody that people want to support.
It wasn't even close, man. People said it was too close to call.
First independent win since 2001.
Jonathan Ashworth has lost his seat at Leicester South.
Whoa.
Just coming
my
in.
Goodness
to
me. Now that is
an independent candidate, and I believe that was one of our Gaza seats. It was one of our Gaza seats.
Let's pause, listen to Jeremy Corbyn, come back to that.
Gaza seats? What? Ashworth is Labour?
And can I first of all thank you and the returning officer and all the staff that have arranged this election for the very hard work and very efficient way in which it's been run. It is a credit to Islington. Thank you very much for the great work you've done in those respects. I also want to place on record my enormous thanks to the people of Islington North for electing me for the 11th time.
Clacton's declaring.
Bensilem Matthew, Liberal Democrats, 2016. Farage Nigel Paul, Reform UK, 21,225.
Yeah.
She's so
I
happy.
think they were reading those. They were weighing them, I think.
Jameson Craig, Climate Party, 48. Mac Tony, Independent, 317. Osborne Natasha, Green Party, 1,935. Owusa Nepal Jovan, Labour Party, 7,448.
So if you're thinking of a couple of agitators to have in the House of Commons,
Heritage Party, 33.
listen to the Conservative vote.
Andrew, UKIP, No to Illegal Immigration, 116. Watling Giles Francis, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,820.
There we go. So I was saying, if you want a couple of agitators, you'd go for Corbyn and Farage, wouldn't you, Beth?
Yeah, I mean, so Corbyn has held on in Islington North as an independent. That was a hard-fought battle, but he
Do you think they'll stand next to each other
many people out
in the
campaigning.
House?
I live near there,
Corbyn
and it was
Farage.
a very active campaign. And Farage wins Clacton on the 8th attempt. He finally becomes a member of Parliament, and this matters because he now has a democratic mandate.
Here we go.
At tendering. And I have to say, fellow candidates, it's been a well-run, well-fought and remarkably clean election battle. I think we'd all agree on that, and thank you for your services. I promise that I will do my absolute best as a Member of Parliament. I had 20 years as an MEP, but it's not quite the same link or same responsibility with constituents. I will do my absolute best to put Clacton on the map. I'll do my best to bring more tourists. I'll do my best to try and bring some private
Farage is
investment.
bad, right? No, Farage
It's
is
over
European.
30 years ago
That's why he's got a
that
French
I fought
name.
my first parliamentary by-election. I've fought lots of them over the years, and I've had big successes in European elections and perhaps less so under first past the post, which is a very demanding, very, very demanding problem for smaller parties. I will say this, it's 4 weeks and 3 days since I decided to come out of retirement and throw my hat in the ring. I think what Reform UK has achieved in those just few short weeks is truly extraordinary. Given that we had no money, no branch structure, virtually nothing across the country, we are going to come second in hundreds of constituencies. How many seats we're going to win, I don't know. But to have done this in such a short space of time says something very fundamental is happening. It's not just disappointment with the Conservative Party. There is a massive gap on the centre-right of British politics, and my job is to fill it. And that's exactly what I'm going to do. But it's not just what we do in Parliament as a national party that matters. It's what we do out round the country.
More
Getting
far right
5,000
than someone
people in
who's
that
just
room
had
in
their fucking
Birmingham last
right leg
week,
blown
the
off.
energy, the optimism, the enthusiasm, the belief that Westminster is just completely out of touch with ordinary people says to me that my plan is to build a mass national movement over the
You're
course
going
of
to
the
pull
next few
people
years.
so far right.
And hopefully,
you're going to pull
be
people
big
as
enough
far
to
right
challenge
as someone who's just
the
been
general election
punched
properly
in the
in
fucking left side
2029.
of their face.
What is interesting is there's no enthusiasm for
truck.
Labour. There's no enthusiasm for Starmer whatsoever. In fact, about half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly. We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that. I want to thank the team that have helped me do this over the last few weeks.
Sky News is sponsored by Qatar Airways. Wow. Thank you so much for that information. Little did I know that I was being fucking influenced by the Qatari media jihad movement right now. I'm going to wake up tomorrow with fucking subliminal messages swaying me to support fucking Hezbollah even more than I do now. God, thank you so much, though. They almost got me.
Point, I think we're seeing tonight that Britain is a five-party political system now. You know, we've got Greens polling in large parts of the country, Lib Dems doing well, Reform now. You know, that kind of second force on the right is established. The Tories, obviously, Labour. You know, how can you reflect that in a first past the post system? You can't. So I think the voices for reform will get louder from not just the left anymore, from the left and the right, it would seem.
Declaration, I think this is Hertsmere, is it? Which would be Oliver Dowden.
You know, it's funny. There's something about this camera angle, the way it looks upward, that makes me feel like I'm getting the visual representation of a Palestinian under the boot of the white supremacists of Israel. Huh, it's funny that, isn't it? It's just doing things to my brain. Can't explain it.
Candidate. Gloucester, Raymond, Independent. number of votes 536. Dowden Oliver James, the Conservative Party candidate, 21,451.
Good result. Let's see what else.
Green Party, 2,267. Matinel Emma Lillian, Liberal Democrat, 3,710. Selkirk Darren Bruce, Reform UK, 6,584. Stafford Joshua Daniel, Labour Party, 13,459.
Looks as though
the number of ballot papers rejected.
he's safe. There you go. So there was some concern for Oliver Dowden's seat, but he has been returned quite easily. Promoted after Dominic Raab left the party, long-standing ally of the Prime Minister, played the role as Miliband for Cameron every Wednesday before Prime Minister's questions. Kemi Badenoch has continued to move towards potentially being the next leader of the Conservative Party. She has remained, but she really took a thumping. Kemi Badenoch.
Yeah, I haven't seen her number yet.
No, OK, well...
Wait, was Ashworth mentioned in this?
There was some online
Did they
some
mention
questions
him?
about whether enough postal votes were issued in that seat and
was.
whether there would be
Yeah.
some form of
Ooh.
later
2,500.
challenge, depending on how tight the race was. So that's something we might have to look out for further down the track. But that was one of the ones that's a bit indicative of some of those Essex seats that are around there. And it was one where, you're right, she had a big majority going into it, but not an impregnable one. And it was a bit of an indicator of whether it was going to be a bad night for the Conservatives or a pretty catastrophic
We're not
night.
going to have
She's
some
held on.
inquiry into postal votes after this
Yes.
election, because
I think it will be that
a friend of
question.
mine had to go all the way back from London today to vote in in Tatton, because his vote
But the big problem with Scotland, there's
thousands in Scotland.
some trends emerging.
But all over the
Very
country,
low
actually.
turnout, by the way.
Yeah.
Average turnout
Yep.
at the moment, 58.2.
Yeah.
Low.
Just to tell people what they're looking at, that's the Home Secretary in Braintree looking at his
clever.
count.
We're beginning to see the emergence of this thing that I think people in Labour were worried about, which was the impact of Gaza.
Toyota Corolla, thanks for the $4.99. You guys arguing about benefits while I sit here in the US with my $10 billion medical bill. Nice one. Skill issue. Charles, $1.99. Thank you very much. Thanks for the long stream today. Hey, thanks for the dono. Really appreciate keeping me going. The only reason I can keep going is to you guys. Miltifar. Thanks for the 5 Canadian. Honestly, so far, how many drinks have you had? No lying. I've had
It is having an impact.
3 of these
And I
of
think
gin and
Mr.
tonic.
Farage,
50-50.
Lee Anderson said, we want our country back, which anybody who follows politics on the right, we know what that means.
Pasta, thanks for the 20 Swedish. Well thought out text, go here.
This is the big thing.
Interesting. You've given me so much,
Debating whether or not
so much
this
to
is
think about.
the Portillo moment.
Well, it was the kind of gasp moment for me when I saw it come up, because that genuinely surprised me. I was shocked by that, in the sense that it is true that we had this seat on our watch list of 16 seats that could be vulnerable to the discontent
This guy
around Gaza
campaigned
and the
on
way
Gaza.
that
Okay.
many communities believe that Labour has handled the issue. And you can see the result there. John Ashworth, he will be absolutely
Devastated.
gutted,
He will.
losing to an independent. But look, there was 2 independent
got fucking
candidates, and
smacked.
between them they racked
Not
up
by much, but-
over 19,000 votes. So Jonathan Ashworth has gone, and there's
worth, if you don't mind me
another
just
number of seats,
saying
especially around
quickly.
Birmingham, which we're going to have to look at really closely now, right?
As you all know, this is somebody who's given huge
No, I know,
service
he's
to the
been
Labour Party.
devastated.
He lives and breathes it. And,
Yeah.
and actually, I don't know what you would say, Kay, but one of Labour's better performers in the
Yeah.
media. Comes on, he answers questions
yeah,
properly.
sensitive, fun,
He's a
smart.
very, very, very,
Did your stream
very
crash
capable,
earlier? Yep.
talented politician. And
We have 2
it's
streams.
a result that's going to be hard on him. Because I would imagine, wasn't in the room, but he would have been one of those arguing for a different position on Gaza within the shadow cabinet. And this is where politics sometimes is so
reforms gained in Great Yarmouth, so that's a
unfair.
third
Oh,
seat.
that's
third
a
seat.
Tory
Reform
seat.
gain in Great
That's
Great
Brandon
Yarmouth was Brandon Lewis's old seat.
That is an also whoa. Okay.
Another former chairman of the Conservative
Yeah,
Party.
Okay, so
exactly.
that's Great Yarmouth.
There's
is in-
also that's come in the first bit of good news.
Why do
for the
leftists
SNP.
even
They've been
complain
taking
about
a
right-wing
bit
political
of a
parties? They never even
bump
achieve
down,
anything.
I think it was down
You realise that
Wow.
Farage got
last
Brexit
time.
put through
Their
when his
leader
party
in
didn't even have
Westminster,
like
Stephen
2
Flynn,
seats.
has held
I don't. What the
the
fuck are you
House
talking
seat.
about?
That
You
was
realise that the
imbalanced
sway
there
towards
for
the
quite
right
some time.
from the
So that'll be a
Conservatives
big
on
win for the
immigration
SNP.
and on getting the Brexit referendum was because of a guy who had no fucking seats. Okay, shut
So when
up.
Angus Robertson went in
One there
2017.
from big voices, isn't
Yeah, he is one of their big voices and tipped as a future leader of the SNP.
it? Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know what
Will be
you
the
and I are
first
going to
big
do
move by
now,
Labour.
Kate,
We have.
Okay, I don't know why you guys keep. I don't know why the fuck you expect me to know that. Like I don't. Okay, unless they've said, and if they've said, you'd know because they would have said it. The first big move by Labour. Listen, I'll tell you what. Here's my educated guess. Okay, and this is a lot of experience. Okay? I've followed politics for a long time. They're gonna form a government. Is what they're gonna do. They're gonna do it by tomorrow. He's gonna say that he's gonna form a government. That's what's gonna happen. It's gonna be fucking mental.
59 and Conservatives 10,000. I've just got this from someone who sent it through to me. So, Reform.
Oh.
I am that. I mean, Brandon Lewis is a former party chair, held numerous cabinet positions. Yeah. Great Yarmouth on the Norfolk coast there, go into Reform.
So they've got their 3.
That is going to be a big blow to them, isn't it?
That's early as well.
Yeah.
Well, it's one of those ones that's a bit of a banker. I mean, you would not in any other election go into that thinking that was a
72% leave seat.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, so, perhaps...
It's a classic left-behind seat. Coastal,
yeah.
tourism's
it gets
gone,
worse.
has
Can
been
I just
Labour.
say,
Aging population, the demographic
Tories
is older.
came third.
Yeah.
In Great Yarmouth.
Yeah.
Third. Brandon Lewis is
After
coming in
Labour.
to see us in just a moment.
He's going to be...
I hope he's not going to turn on his heel.
No, he would never do
that.
No, but yeah, I mean, he was always known as a safe pair of hands, wasn't he? So let's see what he does.
He stood down anyway. I mean,
no, of course.
Yeah.
Of course, but into third place in Great Yarmouth. Ashfield is another Reform win, and of course, Clacton is another Reform.
Jonathan Gullis has lost his seat.
In Stoke?
Yes, Stoke-on-Trent, Labour gain. Jonathan Gullis, one of those very prominent red wall Tories, has gone.
Yeah. Michael Fabricant has also lost.
You look really
his seat.
pleased about that, Andy.
He and I had a bit of a...
Did you? Tell me more.
Oh, God, I'm trying to remember what the issue was now, but he was a bit combative.
He is a combative. He's a spiky character, I think it's fair to say.
Although he did give me some support over technical education, but I think most people in Labour areas kind of found him a bit, he became a bit of a sort of a...
Kemi Badenoch as well has kept his seat, as we were saying, thumping in the process. Only a couple of thousand, I think. But she has managed to hold on. Hey, it doesn't matter. If it's only one, it doesn't matter, because you've still got your seat.
Michael Fabricant is one of those guys.
So this is a really quick one, but I know you were talking about what was happening in the Leicester constituencies, and real surprise there,
Gaza,
actually. Jonathan Ashworth losing his seat, a safe Labour seat, or so people thought. Here are the numbers there.
Oh, no, it's the
Look
Muslims.
At that, 35.4 for the Labour Party, 35.2 for Adam Shocker. And it's just worth just saying, when you look at these numbers, you have to bear in mind, the demographics of different parts of the country we're talking about here and what's going on beneath the surface. And Leicester South, one of the highest proportions of Muslim voters, and Gaza was a big issue. It was a really big issue in this election for so many people, and we're really seeing that now. And one way of looking at this is not just looking at one constituency, but looking across different constituencies for the Labour vote. And here you can see, essentially, we're showing you different parts, different Labour constituencies, ranked in terms of the Muslim populations. So from more people who are Muslim through to lower Muslim populations. And just look, in lower Muslim population areas, the Labour vote's going up. So up 3.4%. But look, as you move into areas with higher Muslim populations, you're talking about big falls, really big falls.
People are disillusioned.
And it's pretty striking, isn't it, just to see that. And that is something that we're seeing, across the UK, different areas, different regions, depending, on what the Muslim population is, some of the urban populations. People are unhappy about the Gaza policy of the Labour Party, and you're seeing that kind of borne out in those numbers. So listen, that was just a quick one, Kay. I won't take up too much of your time.
It's not my time. It's this gentleman's time.
It's your own time, you're waiting.
And surprise. I don't think, when you sat down, Brandon Lewis, you didn't look surprised at the results in your former seat.
No, we had a good sense of how things were going much earlier today, actually. So, disappointed.
We're going thicker.
By lunchtime, my team up there, who are very experienced, have fought lots of campaigns successfully, including last year's locals, where we did manage to hold off Labour. But they know what they're doing, and they could sense it even at lunchtime today that it was going to be. Basically, we've got a huge amount of data. They work hard in Great Yarmouth. We've always campaigned. So we felt we knew where our potential voters were. And basically, the Conservative voters of 2019, 17, to an extent 15, those who voted today, big chunk of them voted Reform. And it was what they were picking up this morning was people we thought were Conservative and who have voted for us, even last year in the local elections.
The one that I think is
saying, I haven't voted yet, I'm voting later, but not saying who for. And that's a pretty good indication because these are people who have been consistently Conservative voters. If they're then not answering your question, that does answer the question.
If you'd fought it again, if you'd fought again, would you have held the seat?
Who knows? But with that kind of gap, we all like to think we've got this huge personal vote. I think we all slightly overestimate it, and that's a big gap between where we've come third, thousands of votes behind. I'm not sure any personal vote can make up that difference.
70-odd% leave, wasn't it?
72.5% leave, yeah. And I've gone from that 17,600 majority to a comfortable.
Simon Hart's lost his seat.
Simon, the Chief Whip.
Chief Whip.
The former Chief Whip. That's the third cabinet minister. Brandon, you must feel absolutely gutted, don't you, about that seat?
Not just that seat, but we're seeing people losing seats tonight who have been hard-working MPs and their teams and their staff, all of that. There's a human side to this as well. So, look, this is a really bad night for our party. There's no getting away from it. This is a dreadful result for our party.
Can't get away from it.
You're a former party chair. You're a big campaigner. You've sat in loads of cabinet seats. What are the mistakes? How did it get this bad and go so wrong?
I think that's going to be a PhD, let alone an A-level question for the future. I think there's a whole series of things you can go back over a period of time that have built up, not just the cycle of 14 years, but a whole range of things that have happened and done, and the public have taken a view. And what's interesting tonight, I think what will be interesting as the night develops on further, is in certain areas, clearly Reform have done huge damage to the Conservatives. What I would say to my party is we need to see where we end up in a few hours' time with more results, because there will be a temptation to go chasing a hard right-wing vote. I think that sometimes misunderstands why some people are voting Reform, but also is missing the fact we're losing seats to Liberal Democrats. That's not over right-wing politics, and that dynamic hasn't yet played through until we see the fuller result.
Rishi Sunak's fault?
Sorry?
Rishi Sunak's fault?
Well, ultimately, the Prime Minister chose when to call an election.
And you thought it was a bad idea?
There are going to be a lot of people who wonder why you call... I can't think of a leader anywhere in the Western world who has chosen to call an election when they didn't need to, and they're that far behind in the polls in modern history.
Chichester, Gillian Keegan.
Lorna Box, the girl didn't want you to leave. You cut it off early because you were nervous. Okay, Andrew Tate. What the fuck? Listen. When it's time to continue the stream, it's time to continue the stream.
As I did say,
should we listen to the declaration and then come back?
I am the only person I'm married to here, okay, is you guys, okay? The only person I riz up is you guys, okay? I don't need to be out here schmoozing with fucking other creators, okay? I got you guys. You guys are my muse and my flame. Okay?
She said she was going to fight to the end. Let's see if she fought hard enough.
Good morning, everybody. I, Philippa Gogarty, High Sheriff of West Sussex, being the returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Chichester constituency, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Brown, Fuller, Jessica, Sean, Louise, Liberal Democrats, 25,540.
25,000
Yeah.
This fucking stupid shepherd's
hoof. Gillian Keegan's face.
Labour Party, 3,175. DeSantis, Theresa, Reform UK, 7,859. Emerson, Andrew, Independent, 190. Keegan, Gillian, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,368.
13,000. It's all over for one of your colleagues. Gillian Keegan, 12,000 plus behind the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah, and that backs up the point I was just making. There's been a period of the evening where you see it on social media and that, where people talk about what reform is doing on the right of politics, but that doesn't recognise this challenge I think we're going to see from the Liberal Democrats as well. And our party's going to have to take some time to think through how it manages that.
It seems to me, Brandon, that
Suella Braverman's declaration.
Andrew Wannell, being the acting returning officer at the Fareham and Waterloo election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Suella Braverman, 17,561. Kevin Chippendall Higgin, Reform UK, 9,084.
Okay.
Edward Dean, Rejoin EU, 210. Gemma Furnival, Labour Party, 11,482. Bella Hewitt, Liberal Democrats, 9,533.
So Suella Braverman has held on to her seat. At this rate, she might be the next leader. Brandon Lewis.
Well, I think we're going to have to
warrior.
see who is still standing in a few hours' time. And this, as I say, this is one of the things the party's going to be looking at. Suella's made no secret of the fact that she wants to run for leader. She ran obviously in 2022 as well. So I suspect that, there'll be a few people, and over the next couple of weeks, parties first of all got to select a new chairman of the 22 committee. That's process-wise, because they do that first stage of the process, and then they'll move into the parliamentarians deciding who's going to be the final two.
Let's listen to her. Shall we see what she says?
Launch her leadership bid.
I want to start with a few thank yous.
I hate this woman. Fuck me.
Firstly, thank you to Fareham Borough Council, Chief Executive, Returning Officer team, the hundreds of local people who have manned polling stations all day, who have counted votes tonight, and of course to the police. I want to also thank each and every one of my parliamentary opponents for your dedication and for making this a really enjoyable campaign. With these very new and significant boundary changes, this has been challenging.
Answer in just a second. Great Grimsby and
no one gives a fuck.
Acting returning officer at the above election do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Fraser, Edward George Watson, known as Ed Fraser, Green Party, 1,115. Freeston, Oliver Daniel William, Reform UK, 10,533. G. Mark Patrick, Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 222. Lawson, John Craig, Liberal Democrats, 1,036. Nietzsche Townend, Leah, known as Leah Nietzsche, the Conservative Party candidate, 8,269. On, Melanie, Labour Party, 15,336.
It's a Labour victory.
Stevenson,
Conservatives in third place.
Party,
again.
108.
Thangam's just lost Bristol.
And Thangam Debonair's just lost Bristol to the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah, no, to the Greens.
To the Greens.
Yeah,
To
yeah,
the Greens.
yes. So she's a
joint
Green
leader.
gain from Labour in Bristol Central. So that's the shadow culture secretary or would-be culture secretary. So that's two cabinet ministers now that would have gone into a Labour government that have gone, John Ashworth and Thangam.
And for
Can I pick up a trend as well that's happening in Scotland that we haven't talked
cabinet
about?
secretaries
No
who
one
have
gives a
lost
fuck, Ruth.
from the
Apart from me,
Conservatives.
And I think one of the things we're seeing, and I think we will see more tonight, is we'll see, I think more than before, more and more outliers. We will see these odd results that where because of what the reform's doing, we've seen independent votes. That's going to give some dynamics that are unexpected. I think we're going to see a lot of that tonight.
I think we're in a five-party system.
Yeah. One of the things
what
that
exit polls will struggle with because they've not had it before.
Yeah, we're seeing a trickle of the sort of Scottish seats come in, and we're seeing Labour taking seats here and here. What we're not showing is just how big some of these results are, and they're bigger than expected. So we've seen that Falkirk has gone to the Labour Party. The Labour is coming from third there.
Right.
it was the safest seat. That's the SNP's safest seat in Scotland coming into this campaign. They had a 15,000 majority. They got over 52.5% of the vote last time, and that's fallen. In East Renfrewshire, again, Labour's coming from third. They've gone from under 7,000 votes to 22,000 votes. There, that's a 31.3% increase. It's enormous, 31 points that's gone up. So that exit poll that we saw where the SNP were down from 48 seats to 38. They're losing 38 down to 10. God, it's getting late, isn't it? They're losing 38 seats. That could be optimistic, and there are some of the people that are running the exit polls that have now revised down that figure, so it might be an even worse night. Now, I know that I always bang on about Scotland, but they were not just, the biggest party in Scotland. This was also the third biggest party in the United Kingdom. They had a national UK platform as well. This is a big change of the night.
Basildon and Billericay, let's just look at that. We'll come back to you in just a second. Basildon and Billericay. After a recount.
20 votes in it, I heard.
Yeah.
Did you say that?
I've got
20.
This is a declaration of result of poll for the election of a Member of Parliament for Basildon and Billericay constituency. I, Paula Deary, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Bateman Christopher David, British Democrats, 373. Connolly Stephen, Reform UK, 11,354. Goshawk Stewart, The Green Party, 2,123. Harrison Alexander James, Labour Party, 12,885.
Got it.
No.
Holden Richard John, the Conservative Party candidate, 12,905.
Oh, it looks as though he's just squeaked in. Just squeaked in by 20 votes. I saw you whistle through your teeth there, Brandon Lewis.
In a seat like that, that's far too close for comfort.
Golly.
But you
He's the
still have
chairman of the party, is.
Yeah.
Chairman of the party, just about.
Yeah.
So there haven't been that many big
every
Tories
seat is going to make a difference in terms of the party's ability to really be able to move forward. But when in a seat like that, it needs a recount, and it's that close, that's an indication of just how difficult a night this is for us. There's no getting away from that.
And also, can I just say...
20-odd votes there. We're hearing as well that it's going to be incredibly close in Godalming and Ash.
Yeah, I've just got a Lib Dem source has just told me that it's too close to call, and they think there are 100 votes.
Okay, here's Richard Tice.
Richard Tice.
Guys, bear with me. Richard Tice.
All illegal immigrants, 518. Forbert Alexandra, Labour Party, 7,629. Gilbert Michael William, Blue Revolution for People, Not Parties, 397. Lloyd Richard Gordon, Liberal Democrats, 1,375. Moore Christopher Michael, the Green Party, 1,506. Tice Richard, Reform UK, 15,520.
Here from Moon. Hey, welcome to the stream. How's it going? What did she finally give up? What a rookie.
Warman Matthew Roberts, the Conservative Party candidate, 13,510.
Richard Tice is the third Reform candidate that will be returned.
Mooncat, thanks for the Twitch raid. How's it going?
15,520.
Hope you had a good stream.
Into second place is
maybe we can usually get Twitch
Conservative.
chat going now.
Reform are going to have to be a party that whoever is the next leader of the Conservatives will need to take seriously.
Yes, well, one of the things we've seen in those early results this evening is even where they're not winning, in what was called the Red Wall, they're coming second and pushing us into third. And
hello?
Hello, Mr. Box.
How's it going?
Calling in. Curious as to your opinion on this. So I think it was a previous, I want to say it was John McDonnell who maybe said this, or maybe it was No, it wasn't John McDonnell. It was that bald guy who you said you liked. I forget his name.
Mick Lynch.
It could have been him. He was like
the
shitting
baldy
all over
beacon of hope.
Yeah, he was basically saying like, Labor has to, they have to do more than just what's on their platform. But and I said something similar in my stream earlier today. I was like, I can't imagine that you govern for 5 years and like this is all you do. Like there has to be more. I would have to imagine that there's more things that the Labor government plans to do than what is in their platform. But is there any indication that that's actually true, or like what they might do beyond their manifesto?
No idea.
Oh my goodness.
Because manifestos after 2019 became quite different, right? That this whole idea of your fully costed manifestos didn't really exist. Manifestos used to be like people said they were supposed to be on like vibes, right? Because you would just do things based more on circumstances of the time rather than make all these like very specific promises. So I don't know. I really don't know if they would do anything different because I don't know what the precedent is for that. I'd maybe have to look at the 97 manifesto and just compare it to what they actually did. Because I know for housing, they used to say they would do 200,000 houses a year, but then when they started actually achieving it, they immediately put it up to 300,000. So maybe things like that. I don't know.
Right. So like I don't know, like if what is it, Great British Energy, if that just really is a successful project, they might double down on the investment or something. I don't know. Yeah,
maybe.
It's just I don't know. It's a very curious circumstance from an American perspective, obviously, because we would expect like the feeling is almost always the exact opposite, where you've got guy proposes 100 things. Oh, maybe 20% of that'll actually get done, depending on the circumstances. But this is quite the opposite, where guy proposes 12 things and a lot of vague other things, and you'd almost have to assume that there will be more than just that that they'll do when they're in office. Right?
Yeah, the problem with Labour is that ever since 2008, because of the fucking despicable propaganda campaigning of the right wing and the right wing media, is that Labour are still to this day, anything they do in terms of spending is associated with 2008. They are still the party that caused the fallout of a global recession by spending money that the country didn't have and putting them into debt. That's like,
but
that's
I don't
still
know.
the
I mean,
consensus, or it's still like a very commonly enough held belief.
Well, I'm not. I guess it's not a question for me to. I don't necessarily know the answer to this, but I feel like broadly over the last decade, it's been much more likely that people will say that austerity was terrible versus, oh my goodness, we spent too much money, right, in 2008. Right.
Maybe, but then the problem is that you combine the 2008 plus the fallout with 2019, where again it was like magic money trees and fiscal irresponsibility and like socialists who don't know how to handle money. So I think maybe any kind of like a lot of the repair that had been done to the Labour reputation through austerity was maybe damaged by Corbyn as well. I don't know, but I feel like Keir is maybe overestimating it, because I feel like when it came to the pandemic, the government intervened quite a lot, and people were generally okay with that side of things, with that concept. So I really don't know. Yeah,
I guess so. Yeah, I mean, I know the Conservatives raised a various number of taxes, which I guess was pretty controversial at the time, but I don't know. I don't imagine those will get rolled back. I know that Keir Starmer and they hit the Conservatives on raising taxes a bunch, but it's like, I don't really envision the Labour government rolling back sort of national insurance contributions or anything like that. I mean, that'd be a little surprising. But anyway, no, I was just curious what you thought about that, because it's kind of a bizarre circumstance where you kind of you would expect an elected politician to actually do more than they promise. But that's a whole other can of unpredictable worms, I guess, that you have to sift through. In the UK, I know some parliamentary systems, when the election happens, it's literally the next day that the government takes office. Does the UK have any time in between, or is it just like right when the election happens?
I think I can't even remember at this point. I feel like it's supposed to be quite quick. But in terms of...
It's always really quick,
it's
quick, it's like sometimes it's a week, sometimes it's literally that night. Like they kick the guy out of the mansion.
I think in a case of a majority, I think it's usually quicker. In coalitions, there have been issues where the prime minister stays for a little while, but then even then, people got
Right.
really fucking angry about it. But yeah, basically, Keir tomorrow is going to go to the king and say, "Can I form a government?" And the king will say, "Yeah," and then he'll say, "The king has asked me to form a government." That's it. Yeah, like that's what's going to happen. So that'll happen tomorrow.
Right, right. Yeah, and all the ministers are already, like, they're already picked, I guess, barring if some of the Labour shadow ministers lose their seats tonight. I don't know if that's happened. I saw they were just looking at that one guy who lost to that independent.
Oh, the Ashworth guy. Yeah.
Yeah, the Gaza seat that they called it.
Yeah. I didn't actually know that
I
was a
guess
thing. That
so.
there was just like a big string of independent candidates running on Gaza. I didn't actually know that was a thing.
I mean, I guess
So-
it makes sense, right? I mean, even in American politics, obviously, a lot of Muslim voters are pretty upset with Democrats, and I guess it's the same over in the UK with regard to the Labour Party. But the election victory just seems so overwhelming that it doesn't actually make a big difference, right?
Yeah. No, I don't think they're going to struggle for finding people to form a government. No.
Probably not. I mean, well, do you think people like that independent or like Jeremy Corbyn, like, do you think they just get absorbed into the Labour Party, or is it like, nah, fuck you, you ran against us, so
Well, they get absorbed
we're
into the
just
Labour
gonna-
Party. I don't know. I feel like after everything Keir's done, he probably won't do that, right? He's very unlikely to do that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I assume that there's at least I assume there's at least probably a couple independents that win every election, right? But I don't know what ends up happening to them normally. So
Yeah, I feel like a lot of that's very uncharted right now. Yeah, I don't know.
I guess so. I guess so. I don't know how bad it would look to like add. Well, I don't know if it would even look bad to like just add back Jeremy Corbyn into the Labour Party, but
I mean, at this rate,
I don't know.
at this rate, I don't think it would matter. Because
Well,
the majority is
yeah.
so big, and I think Keir did clearly. I think Keir has overstated how much of a threat it was of having a couple of candidates that might be associated with like anti-Semitism through some really stupid, loose bullshit. But I don't know because we don't have
I
that
don't know,
counterfactual. We don't know what he would have been like without the purge or anything. Yeah.
Yeah, someone did send me a pretty interesting poll because I had tweeted something out like, because somebody said, oh, the Labour Party proves that, when you moderate your leftist politics, you end up with a much better election result. And it's like, well, it's not clear to me that a super duper progressive candidate couldn't have won with similar margins. But what was interesting was they sent me a poll which showed that basically like what the results are, like what people's voting intention would be if the parties were still led by Johnson and Corbyn.
Okay.
And actually the difference was very substantial. Like the difference was essentially going from the current Labour polling to certainly a worse result for Conservatives than 2019, but not clearly a Labour victory. And Jeremy
really?
Corbyn, his Labour Party was at 30% to Johnson's 36% in the Conservatives. So it was actually pretty shocking, the difference. And I don't know if that's emblematic of like just how much people really didn't like Jeremy Corbyn or if it's his policies. But
I think what I've heard from people like Mick Lynch, and I think I agree with, is that the UK compared to a lot of other countries, like especially Scandinavia, like we just haven't actually completely won the argument on social democracy. Like we just haven't. That's why Labour have only ever won general elections like 5 times in the last 120 years. Like actually won them in a, yeah, I think that's right, isn't it? In terms of in terms of getting a majority. Yeah, Blair
that can't be
3
right,
times.
right? Because Blair 3
Clement
times, Attlee twice.
Oh, maybe Harold Wilson 6.
Harold
Or-
Wilson
Did Harold Wilson win a
6
majority?
or 7.
Yeah, you would have. Yeah,
I'm not sure.
yeah
It
it's
was-
like
I
it's
mean,
not that
obviously-
many. They've been in power. I know they've been in power. What until now? They've been in power 30 out of the last 120 years, right? And a lot of that was minority government time with like Ramsay MacDonald. So, and even with Attlee, like Attlee was at the time considered to be like the right wing of the Labour Party, and he lasted.
Well, what's up with that though?
until
Like, I
51,
mean,
yeah.
because in America, which had a much worse, well, I say worse, but just like a historically less relevant labor movement and sort of a more crushing conservative political environment, probably throughout the whole of American history compared to British history, like contemporary sort of modern history. But obviously, there's a lot more parity between Democrats and Republicans, winning elections here and there. Whereas, what's that like inspirational speech from Gordon Brown where he's like, the Labor Party, what did we do? The minimum wage and, child allowance and the Good Friday Agreement. He lists like 100 like really fucking rock solid accomplishments. Not to mention Attlee's accomplishments. And whatever Wilson did, I'm not really sure exactly what he did that was so good or bad. But why hasn't the Labor Party built out more brand equity, essentially? Like, it's kind of surprising when you think about all the stuff Labor's done in a kind of a short span of governance.
Yeah, I suppose so. I know, yeah, I really don't know, because it always feels like they're trying to do the opposite. It feels like they're trying to always convince the public that they're actually not as left-wing as people say they are. At least since Blair. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that is a quite curious thing. I don't. Again, especially when you compare it to sort of American Democrats, because you could maybe compare like FDR to Attlee in terms of the time in which these movements became quite prominent, and that the difference in governance time and like sort of extended popularity of Democrats seems to be a lot better than the Labor Party, but the Labor Party has a similar, giant amount of accomplishments. So I'm not sure why they have struggled with popularity for so many years. I'm not sure, but it's a curious thing. I guess you British people are just more conservative than us Americans.
We are built for the Conservative Party. Yeah, well, we were. Like, this is
true.
It's like their fucking playground for the most part.
That's true. Here's going to add 20 years to that Labor government total.
Yeah.
All by himself.
And then we'll go back to fucking reform or some shit. Yeah. Oh, God.
Anyway,
Who knows? Yeah.
Yeah, just to check in. Well, anyway, I was just curious.
Cool, man.
See ya.
All right, take care. Bye-bye. Ooh. It's actually a really good question. Why is Labour's reputation so shit given the amount that they've done for this country, like in such a short space of time? Even New Labour, man, compared to Conservatives, fuck. What's your thoughts on Queers for Palestine? I don't care. Like, what? I mean, yeah, if they want to support fucking Palestinians as queers, yeah, go for it. Why not? The press? Well, yeah, that's true. Because when they won in 45, the best-selling paper in the country was The Daily Worker, right? Destiny said they were stupid. I mean, I'm sure some of them are. But I don't know. How do you know that? Maybe some of them are, maybe some of them aren't. Yeah, I don't know. Fucking God.
Felt strongly about that. It was very clear at the time. You could see it on the streets. People were open about that. They felt that the DUP wasn't moving forward with some progressive issues. I made sure we had access to abortion support for women in Northern Ireland. DUP fought against that. Young people in the unionist community couldn't understand it, and I think they're suffering from that. What will be interesting tonight as well is to see how the Alliance Party do, because the Alliance Party have been growing in strength in Northern Ireland, which is again a reflection of people from both Catholic and Republican and Protestant unionist backgrounds.
I think he meant they were stupid, as in they were queer, supporting the idea of a Palestinian state. He said that in an Elon Levy interview. I think that's a silly criticism. There's actually been a bit of a tradition, at least in the UK, I don't know if it's anywhere else, of queer people supporting people, even if those people they're supporting are quite homophobic themselves, because obviously like a Palestinian state would initially probably not be a great place for fucking queers to exist in. But I don't think that necessarily means you should oppose their rights to self-determination and all the other things, right? So, what was I? Oh, Corbyn on Channel 4, eh? Where? Right now? Oh, here he is. I was behind. But yeah, I don't think that's necessarily that appeal to hypocrisy is not a very good argument. I don't think.
Smith North.
It was like, remember, in the UK we had this whole thing where it was lesbians and gays support the miners. That was a movement where LGBT people held fundraising events for striking miners in rural England. And those miners were not fucking friendly to the gays at all. Actually, a few people were actually at risk of getting the shit beaten out of them for going to those events. And yeah, it was in Wales, yeah. It was like London queers going to support fucking striking miners in Wales. And then they fucking and then actually by the end of that, the miners lost the battle against Thatcher, obviously. They didn't get the pay rises that they wanted and all that. And a lot of them had to go back to work and accept bad treatment and all that shit. Or accept less than they wanted. But they also, on a gay pride march, I think it was on June 29th, 1985? It was June 29th something, because I remember it was the same day as my birthday. There was a big gay pride march, and like out of fucking nowhere, like a bunch of miners came in on buses to lead, and there were so many of them that they were put to the front of the march. And they actually pushed the Union of Mine Workers, or the Association of British Mine Workers, actually were the ones that pushed the Labour Party to put queer rights into their party program. Yeah, that's a really cute little story. There's a film about it called Pride.
Her count.
Given to each candidate.
Amanda Martin.
I therefore give public notice.
It is a rematch, actually, of the 2019
Jeremy
election.
Corbyn.
I fear.
Where is he?
To see you. He was
the subject for a moment, because joining us now is the former leader of the Labour Party, now the independent Islington MP, Jeremy Corbyn.
Fine,
good
thanks,
evening.
yeah.
And congratulations on your win. Do you want to congratulate Keir Starmer?
Thank you. We had a great result here tonight in Islington North.
What a fucking.
Sorry, go on. There's a delay on the line, Mr. Corbyn. So just tell us how you feel about your win and what you think about Keir Starmer
at the same time. It's a fantastic win we've achieved here tonight in Islington North. It's a popular win where people have come forward to support an inclusive democratic campaign. It's a people-powered campaign, and I'm very, very proud of our result. Obviously, as a Labour government elected, congratulations on that. I will be an independent MP, that's what I've been elected as, and I will be there holding that government to account on issues of child poverty, of mental health, and of global peace and environmental demands. And that is what the people of Islington North have asked me to do. But it's also a very strong message that if you tread on democracy within your own party, it has consequences. And so tonight, the people of Islington North have spoken and elected me with 24,000 votes.
But isn't the message, in fact, that when you take the Labour Party to the centre, it wins a landslide?
Yeah, no.
And if that means...
What consequences? They lost like 2 seats that they could have won.
Sometimes supporting it, sometimes criticising it, well, so be it.
It's a landslide, yes, in seats, but it is a lower vote than has been achieved in many previous elections. It's only 37% of the national poll.
True, not that much.
Our political system exaggerates parliamentary majorities because of first-past-the-post system. Now, maybe that's a debate for another day, but it comes with it a huge responsibility. We live in a country which is dominated by the power of billionaires and the poverty of millions. I think we need to change that. And I'm not convinced that the Labour manifesto's economic offer will be able to deliver the fundamental changes our society needs. So I'll be a voice to try and bring about greater equality and opportunity for everyone.
You know what? I just wonder, why doesn't is there any, what would stop Corbyn from and Faiza from going to the Greens? Do they have massive differences? Oh, Harriet's asking
party
questions.
in government, not by having somebody.
What's she saying to him? I want to see what she says to him.
Greater equality and opportunity for everyone in our society, particularly young people.
Let us just bring in a couple of the people around our table. We have Harriet Harman and Alistair Campbell, and I'm sure they're both keen to talk to you. Harriet.
Well, I think you make the changes that Jeremy says that he espouses. by having Labour as the party in government, not by having somebody standing against the party as a maverick on the backbenches. And I think, we've always stood for in the party collective endeavour. Sometimes things go our way, sometimes they don't, but collective endeavour on behalf of the people of the country as a whole. And what Jeremy Corbyn has done is stood out just as an individual and put himself as an individual above social progress for the country as a whole. And I just don't agree with that. I would never do that. Put my own interests
She's stirring
above
the pot.
the party and the good the party can do the country. So I'm disappointed in you, Jeremy, but I expect that's nothing new.
Fucking hell. These British people are so fucking
what you've just
harsh
said
with each
there.
other.
The people of Islington North simply voted for me because we put forward a positive, inclusive campaign, because we offered hope of real change, and also we stood up for democracy within our society when the Labour Party's machinery was destroying democracy in Islington North.
Jeremy, it's Alistair here. Would you hope that one day, like me, having been expelled from the Labour Party, that you'd get back into it?
Listen, Alistair, we've just had an election. I've been elected as an independent MP. I am very much part of the wider Labour movement. I've been a trade unionist all my life, and I'll be a trade unionist to the day I die. And I will obviously be campaigning and working with people both inside and outside the Labour Party. But I've been elected as an independent, and that's the mandate I've been given.
Jeremy, it's Rory coming in here. Are you worried that Labour's going to come in with a kind of mini austerity? They're signing up to £18 billion worth of spending cuts. They're ruling out any additional borrowing. They're ruling out tax rises. How are they going to be able to invest in public services and get the country going again if they're running on an austerity package?
Thank you, posh Gollum, you fucking diamond in the rough. Unbelievable. The one person with a fucking decent question to ask someone who positions themselves as the left of the Labour Party, actually coming from Rory Stewart. That's actually a good... Thank you, God. Rory. The fuck? Out of absolutely nowhere, from the top rope, this little fucking goblin... This delightful fucking Tory goblin coming in with the reasonable question. Yeah, that's actually, it's funny that Labour's manifesto, aside from being quite underwhelming, even compared to someone like Biden, also still manages to have enough gaps in it that some people are going to argue might mean that, especially if they don't get the economic growth that they're so highly anticipating, that they might have to borrow or raise taxes or cut. And they've said they don't want to do any of that to any great degree, so what's going to happen? Come on. Thank you, posh Gollum. Let's see what Mr. Corbyn says.
I think you've taken us straight to the kernel of the problem. If the Labour manifesto
Corbyn agrees.
doesn't offer any...
He's just like me, Mr. Corbyn.
Substantial changes either in taxation or in redistribution of wealth within our society, then how on earth can you bring about the social changes that are needed? Or are you going to go down the road of further wage freezes on top of the 20% cut in the living standards of the poorest people over the past 15 years? People voted for change and they expect to get it. So I would imagine there's going to have to be some serious heart searching about the economic direction in which this government is going to go, because if it doesn't deliver fundamental change, there's going to be a lot of very angry people out there.
Like me.
Jeremy, can I ask you one other question?
I'm going to be a very angry
If you were still the leader of the Labour Party, what would you do to handle what seems to be one of the developing stories this evening, which is that there is something of the rise of the radical right in this country? What, in your view, is the best way for the Labour Party to tackle that?
Good question, too. Okay.
Good question, Alistair, if I may say so.
Oh, you think so?
The rise of the far right across Europe and the titanic struggle that's now going on.
So you can take the Lorna box out of the Corbyn, but you can't take the... whatever.
Going on in France with the second round voting this Sunday is very, very serious. The far right has risen because centre parties have moved to the right to try and mop up the support of the far right. Social democratic and centrist parties have moved a bit to the right with them. And we've had some appalling examples of blaming refugees, blaming migrants.
Do you like Corbyn? I agree with him very strongly on some issues, disagree with him massively on other ones. I think his foreign policy is generally horrendous. I think on domestic issues, he's got like some blind spots, but as a general principle, like the ideas of taxing some of the higher earners and just like adjusting tax brackets so that they're a bit more progressive in ways that don't hurt like investments and all that shit. Like, yeah, I think they're very important. I think it's really because Labour's greatest achievements came from being very ambitious. Even New Labour. The last time a political party in the UK ever achieved its goals, say, on building houses, that came from New Labour. Child tax credits improvements came from New Labour. Actually, child tax credits that were so impactful that they more or less changed my entire fucking life. I was about to go to a school in one of the poorest fucking regions of the country, let alone the city, I think. And I didn't. I managed to go to like a pretty nice place just because of like a combination of like the very like the graft of my mother, but also because of the like breathing space that she got from child tax credits. Like even just something like that, like the social mobility idea and shit like that. So yeah, it's like is New Labour the Blair years? Yeah, even them. But with Keir, that's not really there. That's not really there for Keir Starmer. Yeah. You mean Kid Starver? I don't know why they call him Kid Starver. What domestic policy do you disagree with? I mean, in the 2019 manifesto, it just seemed like they were going balls to the wall. I'd have to read their manifesto, but I imagine because this idea of it being fully costed, I don't know if I buy that anymore because now that I've seen today what a fully costed manifesto looks like, I really think that's actually just bullshit. I think there were probably a lot of things in there that probably couldn't have been paid for with the amounts that they said that they would raise. I like the idea of right of first refusal for companies and pushing them towards being co-ops, but oh, I was supposed to tell you something I disagreed with. Let me think of it. I remember I had a few, but I can't remember now. It still would have been incredible. Let me see. What were the main? Because there was a couple. Hang on.
Blaming boat people that have made perilous journeys to try and get to a place of safety, as if they're the cause of the social problems of our society. Let's stop blaming minorities and start looking at the fundamental inequalities of our society. The message I put out throughout this campaign in my own constituency of Islington North is I am not getting into that of blaming people who've come, for example, from Bangladesh or somewhere else. I'm instead saying bring people together so we solve our problems together. And I think the rise of the far right...
You know what? Here's what I think about the Corbyn thing, because I know that he said a lot of what he wanted to do was going to be paid for by taxing the top 5%. But when he's talking about like he wanted to increase the health budget by like what almost by like over 4% above inflation, as well as introducing like the National Care Service, as well as nationalizing a bunch of key industries, as well as fucking like free bus travel for under 25s, like rapidly accelerating council houses. I feel like his tax rises wouldn't have actually done that. And I think they also spoke about funding a lot of things with windfall taxes, but again, windfall taxes are temporary. They're not long term. And I think that actually hurt the campaign because there were just so many things thrown to the wall that it was very difficult to reduce them to any kind of soundbite, that didn't make any sense. They would have, like, in order to get what they actually wanted, they would have had to borrow a absolute fuck ton. Like they would have had to borrow a lot, and there's no guarantee that, given the state of the world economy, that it would have produced the growth that would have paid for it. I don't know. And they actually said that, wasn't there? Because like their whole like transformation fund was supposed to be paid for through borrowings, which is quite risky. He dodged a bullet there considering COVID came after. Can you imagine? Yeah. But this is the problem with the Green Manifesto as well, is like their taxes to pay for goods and services or investments are just not, like, the numbers don't always add up. Thanks for the sub, Messy Table. For example, why don't just print more money? I have no idea, OE. I have no idea why they don't print more money. I think someone told me something about pounds chasing goods when I was a kid in Weimar, Germany, but then I now that I try to remember it, I'm like, actually, how can pounds chase anything? Because pounds don't have legs, so it doesn't actually make any sense. I don't know. Okay, hang on. It's like this. I'll explain this because there might be some new viewers. Who knows? Let's say this is the problem with the Green Manifesto, okay, that I picked out, because this is a big part of it. Is Green Manifesto are saying, let's pay for this policy. Okay, it's called the Good Green Policy, the green stuff policy, and it's going to cost 50 billion. Okay, and that's going to pay for all your fucking windmills or your wind turbines and your solar and all this kind of shit, and they're going to pay for it through carbon tax. Okay, and we don't want carbon because carbon's bad, okay? We want more green. Now, the problem with this idea, though, is that there are two goals of this carbon tax, right? One of it is to raise an obscene amount of money, like a lot of money. And the other goal of it is to encourage people to stop emitting so much, to stop causing so much emission. Well, you've got a conflict of interest there, though, because if the tax actually works and does what you want it to do, less people are going to produce emissions. And if less people are producing emissions, there's less tax being paid. So there's a kind of like there's a contradiction there. Yeah, that's like one of the problems with, like, when people but this counts as a fully costed manifesto, even though this will not necessarily, is not guaranteed, or is actually quite unlikely to lead to this. And also there's gaps, like you can't really, like, this is not a wealth tax. If you're going to raise this much from carbon tax, you're going to have to implement it in a way that affects everyone. People who drive cars and shit. Yeah. So that's why I'm a bit skeptical sometimes of like people very far left who are saying things like, we're going to get this much from this kind of tax, and then it's going to pay for all this. Yeah, it's like, it's not necessarily that simple.
Is dangerous. You won't beat the far right by conceding the ground to the far right. You have to make a stand.
He's just like me.
Their horrible message of hate and division.
And Jeremy, just finally, before we lose you, I just want to fill in the viewers on the fact that Johnny Mercer has lost his seat, and Therese Coffey, former cabinet minister, has also lost her seat. But I just want to
just do a green tax. Oh yeah, that's the counter, isn't it? Yeah, you do a carbon tax and then you do a green tax at the other end to make up for the carbon tax for less carbon being used, right? And then people will be like, oh wait, this green tax is a pain in the ass. Let's go back to carbon. You know, maybe the grass was greener on the other side. No pun intended. Yeah.
I'll ask you also about Labour's position on Israel-Gaza, which has been costly to the party tonight. Jonathan Ashworth has lost his seat. Other people are in trouble over it. What's the lesson?
Well, the lesson is that people are appalled when they see the pictures of the destruction of Gaza. 30,000 and more people have already died in Gaza, and we are complicit because we're supplying weapons to Israel which are used to bomb Gaza. There has to be a ceasefire. There has to be recognition of the state of Palestine. There has to be justice for the Palestinian people. And that is a message that resonates with millions in this country, be they Muslim, Jewish, Christian, or of no particular faith. And I think the incoming government needs to reflect that the people that have spoken out about Gaza are not going to go away, are not going to shut up. They're going to carry on speaking out until the killing ends and we see justice for the people of Palestine.
Should Keir Starmer recognise the Palestinian state?
He should recognise the Palestinian state, but the last...
Did you talk about Israel making the biggest land seizure last week? We spoke about that like months ago. There was a whole article and 10-minute or 9-minute video that we watched about the land grab in the West Bank, no? Because it started with outposters moving unilaterally to extend their roads to connect themselves to bigger settlements so that they could cement their presence and then get eventually taken into the actual settlement. And then, yeah. So, yeah, we've spoken about that before, yeah. They formally annexed it. Yeah, it's not surprising. I think I saw that. I don't think I covered it, though. Not yet. Because that came up when I was doing all this stuff. Not good. Not good at all. Big obstacle to peace, one might say. Thomas Evans, thanks for the $5. Mr. Box, have you considered becoming an illustrator? Yeah. Pasta, thanks for the 20 Swedish. Nah, you should become a YouTube streamer, to be honest. Well, okay, I'm torn.
Statement I heard from him appeared to be having so many caveats in it. It's not clear where, when or how that recognition will come about.
Jeremy Corbyn, thank you very much.
We've just had some more results coming in. We are hearing that the Cabinet Minister, Lucy...
A Palestinian state controlled by who, Jazza? Hey, it's just... It's funny because every party, I think in their manifesto, every party wants a ceasefire. Pretty sure. I don't know if Reform UK said anything about it, but pretty sure Labour wants a ceasefire, Lib Dems want a ceasefire, the Greens want a ceasefire, Corbyn wants a ceasefire. The problem is Hamas wants a ceasefire. Israel wants a ceasefire. They just don't agree on what kind of ceasefire. So that's like, it's a bit of a cop-out to just say there should be a ceasefire. Obviously, unilateral declaration, recognition of Palestine is a more contentious one. Some people think it should be done because because I guess they assume that the overwhelming majority and the discretion lies with Israel and they're the ones who should be pushed into doing it. Other people would argue that you need two sides to a negotiation and unilateral recognition of Palestine doesn't actually achieve anything, really. Like, apart from that, it maybe emboldens and popularizes further Hamas, because if Palestine gets recognized by a whole bunch of countries after October 7th, Palestinians are going to put the dots together. They understand that Hamas achieved that, right? And that's what Hamas says in their press statements. So that's kind of like where the contention is there. Netanyahu doesn't want a ceasefire. Yeah, he does. He just wants Hamas to surrender. That's the ceasefire that he wants. If Hamas surrenders and disarms, then you've got your ceasefire, right? Like that's the problem, though. Is like people have these stupid fucking arguments about what a ceasefire is. Anyway,
Fraser, Culture, Media and Sport, has lost her seat. We will bring you an update on that when we get it. Suffolk Coastal, as you were hearing, is Therese Coffey, who we understand has been made a peer, but she has lost her seat to... Are you sure it's the Lib Dems? I think it's to Labour.
It's Labour. It's Labour. There's been some confusion.
Yeah, if you're hearing that it's the Greens, I think that was one word too far, actually, for that particular seat.
To quote Corbyn, a ceasefire means you cease fire. Yeah, okay.
Labour has taken that seat of Therese Coffey, and as I say, Lucy Fraser in southeast Cambridgeshire has lost her seat. So we are seeing. Not sure
Netanyahu wants to share his cell with Sinwar. Is that a joke? Okay.
Well,
I don't think that's motivating his decisions right now.
I mean, as Nikki says, it's much more complicated. But again, Lucy was a Remainer. Lucy was...
He will most likely go to jail once he's out of office, though, because of the internal issues. Because of his internal criminal issues. Yeah, I think the consensus is that he's more likely to go to jail.
One of the stars of the cabinet. She was a progressive, smart woman who... I thought, along with people like Alex Chalk and Gillian Keegan, were part of the real future of the party.
Is up.
And they're
charismatic politician.
Where?
As we see in Anastasia.
How are you so far ahead? What the fuck? We need to keep up. Sorry. We're getting distracted.
In seats. And at the moment, it could be a record low vote share as well. I mean, it is... I mean, this will go down as the biggest electoral miscalculation ever in terms of the timing of when he called this. He took the gamble and he has failed in an astonishing fashion.
And they could also have lost the largest number of seats the way things are going at the moment. There's only been 12 cabinet ministers who have lost their seats
is this them
since
for the... he's not going to get unseated,
1974. 10
I don't think so.
in one election here. And we're about to hear from the Prime Minister's seat and also from the Chancellor. Jeremy Hunt's declaration.
Being the acting returning officer,
Jeremy Hunt.
hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate for the Godalming and Ash constituency is as follows.
Oh, we're almost at the number.
Drage.
It's really quick.
Graham Richard.
Okay.
Reform UK.
Who's that for you?
4,815.
Good morning,
Follows
everybody.
Paul David,
get your attention.
Liberal Democrats,
I, Barry Carter,
22,402.
for the election of the member.
Where's this coming from? Okay, I thought the audio was coming from 2 places.
Hunt. Jeremy Richard Strensham, commonly known as Jeremy Hunt. The Conservative Party.
Jeremy Richard
23,293.
What the fuck?
Held on to his seat. Jeremy Hunt has held on to his seat. 23, but he's held on to his seat. Hold that thought.
I was hoping for a Portillo moment.
Hold that thought. Rishi Sunak.
Workers' Party of Britain, 90. Kevin Foster, the Green Party, 2,058.
Hold your breaths.
Rio Sebastian Justin Goldhammer, commonly known as Rio Goldhammer, Yorkshire Party, 132. Jonathan David Harvey, commonly known as Count Binface Party, 308. Graham Nichols, commonly known as Sir Archibald Stanton, the official Monster Raving Loony Party, 99. Nicholas Omilana, commonly known as Nico Omilana, 160. Brian Neil Richmond, Independent, 222. Rishi Sunak, Conservative Party, 23,059. Lee Martin Taylor, Reform UK, 7,142. Thomas James Wilson, commonly known as Tom Wilson, Labour Party, 10,874.
He held on comfortably.
I hereby declare that Rishi Sunak is duly elected. Congratulations, and he may address the stand.
So the Prime Minister and the Chancellor both keeping their seats.
That was an underwhelming fucking... Not even close.
Good morning. Can I start by thanking the returning officer and all the team who've been working here at the...
Wait, what pollster gave like these guys Ian Duncan Smith like a less than 1% chance of holding? What the fuck?
We can conduct this ballot here in North Yorkshire.
Wait, is this person holding
but also
up an
across
L?
the country in safety. On this difficult night, I'd like to express my gratitude.
Which party is that?
Keeping
him.
their seats.
It's him.
Good morning. Could I start by thanking the returning officer and all the team who've been working here at the count and at the polling stations today?
Oh, it's
you
Nico.
make our democracy possible. I'd also like to thank the police who have ensured that we can conduct this ballot here in North Yorkshire, but also across the country in safety. On this difficult night, I'd like to express my gratitude to the people of the Richmond and Northallerton constituency for your continued support. Since I moved here a decade ago, you have made me and my family feel so at home, and I look forward to continuing to serve as your Member of Parliament. It is an enormous privilege. I'm grateful to my agent and constituency team, and I congratulate my opponents here on the energetic and very good-natured campaigns that they have run. The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides. That is something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability.
Damn, what a
and
fucking...
future.
Oh, we live in a normal
the British
country.
people have
How
delivered a
fucking
sobering
awesome is
verdict
that?
tonight. There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss. To the many good, hard-working Conservative candidates who lost tonight, despite their tireless efforts, their local records
You
of
see
delivery,
that? American
and
copers
their
in chat.
dedication to their communities,
Take note.
I am sorry.
Look at this.
I will now head down to London, where I will say more about tonight's result before I leave the job of Prime Minister,
Oh, I'm so
to
grateful.
which I have given my all.
You know what?
I
Fuck
will
the
then return here
Conservatives, but
to my family's
they
home.
could be so much worse.
And I look
Bro,
forward to spending more
look
time
at
with
him.
you all in the weeks, months, and years ahead.
Look at that statesman's, at the least you expect, right? Even if they're a right-wing fuckhead, a statesman's exit,
Going
okay?
to go down,
He concedes,
see the king,
he holds
come
his
back
head
up
high,
to
he,
Richmond
he can
while
cry
he's been
later
chatting
or
to Boris
complain about it to his
has,
wife. Like, I don't know.
lost his seat as well.
that's-
but
I mean,
there was nothing
Chancellor-
else
Music to the ears,
No,
isn't
there
it?
I mean,
wasn't.
it's 304 to 64. Look
The
at the
peaceful
ticker at the
transfer
bottom
of
the
power.
screen.
One of the
It has
better
been-
speeches he's
It's a
made,
drubbing.
to be fair.
I think
The
I mean,
British
he looks
Constitution,
shaken.
loyal
I
to the
have to say.
crown.
He looks as if he's been shaken to his core, actually, by the scale of the losses tonight, because they have been.
I don't know why,
huge.
because the writing was on the wall.
Well, I think you always want to believe it's never going to quite happen and that there might be something wrong with the polls, but every single poll has been there. But, you know, he took responsibility, and I'm glad he took responsibility because
Are
there
you
were a number
surprised
of
that he
decisions.
stepped down then? Which is basically what he said. I mean, he didn't say, I am resigning, but he,
I mean, if there's going to be a new Labour government, you don't get to be the Prime Minister if you're a Conservative. I mean, I think that
But you don't
was
think he
something
would
he
have
had to
waited
be.
until tomorrow morning, as had been
Well,
suggested by Brandon Lewis?
I think we'll see the way in which the party decides that they want to choreograph what happens next. But he had nothing else that he could do tonight, but at least he did it well. Yeah, he did it.
What I was told a couple of days ago by someone in his camp was that he wouldn't just walk away. He's not just going to resign and leave the party, probably with posts to fill, etc. So he might just stay on as they organise
Well, I think
a leadership.
He was scotching rumours there,
contest.
wasn't he, that he was going to head abroad and go to the US.
The
I think
expression
he
was, I look forward to serving you for months and years
Yeah,
ahead.
but to be fair, guys,
Spending
they-
more time with you.
Yeah, they always say that.
Or spending more time.
They always say
But look, you know,
that. Craig
Thomas,
Williams has lost. Betting Man has lost in
You know,
Thomas Evans, thanks for the $5. Somewhat serious question coming from the US. Rishi strikes me as a fairly nice guy, but clueless and misguided. Is that accurate, or is he shitty? I don't actually. He seems clueless to me. But I don't know.
Similarly to nearly having a majority of seats.
Stop
across
the
the
Boats was
country.
pretty
We haven't talked
despicable.
about Wales. With Craig going,
Like maybe.
that's
I don't think a
every seat
clueless
that's been declared that
person
was Tory held
pursues a
has
policy
gone.
like that.
We don't know whether
Like
this
trying
is
to
going to
mimic
be
the
a
fucking
97 style
Australians,
wipeout of
the
Wales. If you
Australians
remember in
who spent
1997, and I remember
millions,
it well,
hundreds of
the
millions
first
of
election I
dollars
was able
to
to
keep
vote in, and as a
a
Conservative
fucking
in
few hundred
Scotland,
people
it was a hugely
in detention
huge
centres in
We lost
fucking
every single MP in Scotland
Nauru and
and
Papua
every
New
single
Guinea.
MP.
By the way, I don't like to use strong language. You guys know this. I try to be accurate. Those detention centres were functionally like concentration camps. Those people were in there fucking so isolated and so fucking bored out of their minds and so neglected that the kids were going fucking catatonic. People were trying to set themselves on fire. Kids were getting fucking sepsis and losing all their teeth and shit. Like, yeah, it was disgusting. And they were paying millions of dollars for this per person. They could have been putting those people in 5-star hotels as asylum seekers whilst they processed them, and it would have been cheaper than what they did to basically just abuse them for a decade in a fucking camp. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah. And Sunak wanted to mimic that idea with like, because again, that's the premise of what they were doing was stopping the boats.
Sir Graham Brady's seat has gone to Labour, so you know there's
just to
large parts of the
appease
country
some
now where you did have
right-wing
lots of MPs
fuckheads. Yeah.
Exactly, and if when you lose
You know
that
what?
infrastructure, it
You know the people in those detention centres in Nauru and Manus Island. Do you know where they are now? They're in Australia because they were evacuated under premises of medical emergency because of how they all got so fucked up by living in those islands. They had to get evacuated, and the only country that would take them was Australia.
Our share of the vote, and I want to say thank you to people right across Scotland for putting their faith and trust in the Scottish Labour Party, for voting for change, and that hard work to deliver the change starts tomorrow with the UK Labour government, and we are of course going to ramp up.
Pasta, thanks for the 20 Swedish. You missed some poor person's dono, I think. Which one? Oh, it's Anna Sarwar, Scottish Labour leader. Okay.
It's often said it's better to be lucky than good. How many opportunities were you given
Where?
to
Which
be
one?
fighting against two governments that
Which
have
one did I
been
miss? Was it from the
in
previous stream?
position
Because
for so long as they have.
I've done everything I see here.
Well, I think you know, Ruth,
Which
we've
one,
not had
Pastor?
very much luck in the last 17 years.
Do you
so
like
it's good
Anas?
to get
Not
some,
really. Don't care.
Eventually, if you think about the last general
Don't have any
election, we
opinion on
actually
him.
came fourth,
He's like a bowl
here in
of
Scotland in
fucking
terms of number of
cornflakes to me.
seats.
Just
We
very
had our
neutral.
worst result since 1910.
Did Sargon have a
Of
cad
course,
run?
we were
No.
lucky going to this election. Well, unlucky if you're the people of Scotland, that we had two failing governments, a failing Tory government after 14 years and an incompetent SNP government after 17 years. But as previous elections have shown,
Above mine
as
where I
bad
said
as
you should
current
become a
incumbent
streamer.
governments might be, unless you're giving people incredible...
No, I read that one. Thomas Evans at the $5. Have you considered becoming an illustrator? And I said, yeah. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it.
Scottish Labour Party and the UK Labour Party, so we could, with credibility and humility, look at people in the eyes and say, put your faith and trust in us so we can change our country.
Anas, you've served as an MP in Westminster, and you know the
They're almost
difficulties
over the line, guys.
that Labour's had
Hold
in
your
the
breath.
past
They might get
between
stuck.
its
They might hit a
Holyrood
wall.
grouping, where the Scottish
Damn,
leader sits, where you
311
now
to
sit,
69 so
and
far.
its group of Westminster MPs that take the Westminster Labour whip, because sometimes you have that clash that devolution throws up in all parts of the United Kingdom. How are you as leader going to...
When are you finishing your stream? Oh, I think I need to have...
when they're reporting
I think I need to have one more drink,
him for their seats,
and then I'm going to switch over to coffee, I guess.
One is people can see that there's a
How long have I done so far? 11 and a half hours. It's not that much.
have both worked together to change the Labour Party, and that's the
11 and a half hours isn't that much, is it? We can go
We'll
longer.
have disagreements for the sake of disagreements. We will have, of course, at times robust conversations, but always in the right spirit.
I want
Always
to
with
stay
the right
until
intention to deliver for the people of Scotland.
Keir Starmer is like, I have asked Her Majesty, His Majesty. His Majesty's asked me to make government. Yeah, that's what I want to hear. I want to know what happens. What if I go to sleep and Labour gets stuck and every other seat is Reform and we all die? It's still possible, and there are miscounts in half of these ones.
There is now a stronger relationship. A new group of MPs going in that understand devolution, have been brought up, if you like, in the devolution era, as well as a new cohort of the MSPs that came in
Does
the
that
last
happen tonight?
Scottish Parliament
It'll
election.
happen in
And this is one team
like
that's
noon
collectively
tomorrow
going to
or
work
1
together
PM or some
to
shit.
deliver from a UK Labour government, but also deliver, I hope, a Scottish Labour government in 2026 that's delivering change for people here in Scotland.
I don't know what's wrong with you guys. No Justice is doing a... No Justice is doing a 24-hour stream, isn't she? What's your fucking lack of stamina? Look at this.
Be able to increase their overall vote percentage in the
Look,
country.
she's chugging away.
But they
How long has
might
she been
lose
going on
their
for? 11
incumbent
hours?
MPs off the back of just fear rather than...
My one doesn't say 11 hours ago because the one stream got cut and then the other one came back. But my Streamlabs here has obviously the 11-hour mark. So, you know, that's me there. So I'm chugging away.
You've struck the right balance, constructive with the party and with Keir, but also standing your ground where you felt it's right to do so for Scotland. So you've shown great skill, absolutely brilliant judgment. And I just want to say, from here anyway, and I'm sure a lot of people feel the same, huge congratulations to you on the results you've achieved tonight.
Thank you, Andy. I really appreciate you saying that, and thank you for the very kind comments. You're embarrassing me now on live television. But look, what I wanted to say is, look, and if you look at what you're doing in Greater Manchester, Andy, and what we're trying to do here in Scotland, is, you know, as a party that founded devolution, there are of course always going to be Scottish solutions to Scottish problems, just like there are Greater Manchester solutions to Greater Manchester's problems. But we'll always be done in the right spirit, doing the best case of what devolution is meant to be about, which is all about two governments working together when it's in the national interest, rather than what we've seen in the last 14 years, where two governments have deliberately picked fights and ultimately failed the people of Scotland. That changes from tomorrow.
We must leave it there. You've just had another 2 seats while we've been waiting. 31 seats now in Scotland. I'm not going to let you talk anymore, because who knows, you might run the whole country by the time that this programme's finished. It's good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed. Less than 10 seats to go now before Labour.
Yeah, another 2 independents have taken seats off of Labour since we've been speaking to Anas Sarwar.
Let's go to Mark Austin. Who is at a Labour watch party on the South Bank. He's taking his tie off, relaxing, and Labour can finally relax for the next 5 years.
Well, they can, yes. It's a stunning result for Keir Starmer. We were at his count when the result came through there. 18,000 votes from there. That was never in doubt. Now we are told it was a party at the Tate Modern, but in fact it's now being described as a watch event, and Keir Starmer is about to speak to a large number of the Labour Party faithful that has gathered here. What's he going to say? I think we got an idea of what he's going to say from what he said at Holborn and St Pancras during his count, where he said that, well, he started off by thanking Victoria, his wife, and the family for their support and keeping me grounded, he said. But then he went on to say that he promised the voters, whether they voted for him or not, that he would represent every voter in his constituency. And then I think the passage that really mattered, he said, the people have spoken, they're ready for change. It is time for us to deliver. And I think there is a tone here about Labour having to earn the trust of the people. Keir Starmer has pretty low popularity ratings, really, for an opposition leader coming into government. And we're expecting him, as I say, to speak any minute now. Back to Kay.
Okay, let's just pause. Let's just pause. One more seat to go.
Can I celebrate again?
Yeah, not yet. Wait for it. One more seat to go, and then Labour have won this election. And what a roller coaster it has been. It's been breaking records left, right, and centre. Beth is nodding at the side of me. We'll be telling you some of that in more detail, but we're just going to pause for a second.
There it is.
There they are.
I just came back for it.
On it goes.
I just saw it. Oh shit. They did it. They're fucking 3, 2, 6. What the fuck is this animation? Oh, God.
Everything's gone red. Andy's doing a little Snoopy dance at the side of me. He's very happy indeed. Labour has won the 2024 election. Not only have they won, they have absolutely smashed it
Can't fucking
out
believe
of
it,
the
guys.
park. It is what they call
Incredible.
a Labour landslide, maybe a super majority. Certainly, Keir Starmer, a very happy man.
Keith
This
Reich.
morning, Rishi Sunak said he is on his way back to London. One can only imagine that he will be speaking to the King. He's already rung, he says, the leader of the Labour Party to concede and to congratulate him. He'll be heading back up to his constituency thank you very much, in North Yorkshire a little bit later on today, whereas this man will be heading to Downing Street to be the next leader of this country. I should say. The Prime Minister is that man there, Keir Starmer.
Wow. And when you see it on the screen, it comes home now. It's real. We waited so long for this moment as a party. It's been a...
Thomas Evans, thanks for the
struggles people
$5. This is for Pasta looking out for us.
And then Brexit and all that brought, and the pandemic.
Jem, thanks for the $4.99. Is this the most you've ever gotten super chats in a night? Thanks for the coverage. No, there was one night when I got like over $1,000 in super chats. So you guys are actually kind of fucking pathetic. That's what you guys are. I'm joking, obviously.
Massive moment in their lives, and the fact that we've got a big majority means Keir will get things through Parliament. Change can happen. The country needed this moment.
Larry's got a red collar on. He did tweet. Larry the cat has his own Twitter feed. He did tweet to say, "Dear Keir Starmer, do you like cats?" I'm guessing he does. Beth Rigby.
Well, look,
he's bringing a dog in, I think.
Yes.
It's a historic achievement. Keir Starmer's heading as it looks to be the second biggest majority ever, and with it, he could become one of the most consequential prime ministers that come about every few decades, from Attlee in 45 to Thatcher 79 to Blair 97, depending on what he does with this majority. But he could be heading for a decade of national renewal, as he puts it. For the Conservatives, the worst performance in vote shares and seats, looking like 2 centuries, an absolute record breaker for all the wrong reasons, and they have been roundly rejected by the British people. But really, the big story of this election, I think, will be the rise of the others. Look at what's happened with the Lib Dems, Reform, even the Greens, other parties taking around 40% of the vote at the moment. Labour,
40.
it looks like, are going on a landslide majority. At the moment, they've got 38% of the vote, and that is going to be the other massive story of this election.
OK, let Trevor come in as well. Trevor, your thoughts?
The fact of the matter is, whatever the reason, this is momentous. You have to be at least 45 years old to have voted in an election when this happens. And the median age in this country is about 41. So pretty much half the country has never experienced this. And I think that's the big fact. All the rest of it we'll think about tomorrow.
Okay.
That's a big thing.
Can we, everything thick and fast hit now, guys. While we're waiting to hear from Keir Starmer, we're going to risk it for a biscuit. Jacob Rees-Mogg.
Oh, here we go. This is the Portillo moment.
Here we go.
Election of the Member of Parliament for the North East Somerset and Ham constituency.
Oh, come on.
I hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate in this constituency is as follows. Barmy Brunch, the official monster raving loony party, 211.
Where is he? Where is he on the fucking list? Why is he not on the list?
Edmund Stewart Cannon, Green Party, 3,222.
Why is Mogg not on the list? What's happening? What's the joke? What's happening?
Nicholas Hales, Independent, 231. Paul MacDonald, Reform UK, 7,424.
Why is he not on the fucking...
Dan Norris, Labour Party, 20,739.
20,000.
Okay, what's Mogger's got?
Jacob William Rees-Mogg, Conservative Party candidate, 15,400.
Goodbye, Mr. Rees-Mogg. You're happy, aren't you?
That's Mogg's it. That is gone. He's gone.
That was your Portillo moment, wasn't
That's
it?
the Portillo moment, definitely. Mogg's it.
Yeah, not only has he gone, I mean, he's been absolutely...
He's been battered,
Yeah.
and he deserves to be, because he just has no
Look
clue
at him flapping
of what
around
he's
for dear
inflicted
life.
on
Just
people.
going to wait for the Lib Dem vote,
Like a
just to be
fucking-
on the safe side.
That miserable
But
Victorian tadpole.
I think it's probably going to be... OK, there you go, so Jacob Rees-Mogg. Dan Norris was the Western Mayor, wasn't he?
He's the Mayor of the West of England, and I was with him last week.
Listen,
it
that's
was
worth
clear.
it. That's worth.
He was on a.
That's worth Ian Duncan Smith staying, whatever. Fucking Mogg.
A government that's been out of
God.
touch with people.
Okay.
And I think loads of people will be so glad to see the back of him. I certainly am.
Spend more time with his 6 children. There's Ed Miliband.
6 children.
David Miliband, forgive me. And here is the new, soon-to-be new Prime Minister.
Brilliant. Gets better this night.
Fucking Mogg.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Fucking flag shaggers, though. Look at
Thank you so much for that reception. What an amazing reception. We did it. You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived.
Why is it so sunny? It's 5 in the morning. It's sunny in the UK at this time in the summer. We have long days right now.
And it feels good, I have to be honest. 4.5 years of work changing the party. This is what it is for.
Canning the leftoids, eh? Have I right,
ready
Keir?
to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service
That was code for canning the leftoids. That's all Keir did when he was changing the party. Oh, God.
And across our country, people will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope
pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future back.
Yeah. If I win this 1 minute game, Keir is actually going to do something slightly more progressive than his manifesto, okay? If I win this game. Fuck! I'm already fucked, man. What a horrible move. Oh god. We're so dead. This is so emblematic of the kind of bullshit that we're going to expect from this dickhead. Why did I fuck this so bad? Yeah. Wait. Whoa, no. We're so fucked, man. Yeah. This person's not being very responsive, though. Okay. Oh, that sucks. That's not nice. Not very nice at all. Ooh. I can't even really retreat, can I? That's actually fine. But they're winning on time really badly, actually. This is bad. Fucked. Yeah, well. It's going to be a really boring fucking premiership. I didn't even start properly, so it's okay. If I win this next game, if I win this next game, okay, that was a dud, okay. Keir's going to do really well as a progressive candidate, prime minister. He's going to use the margin to his advantage. What the fuck is this move? Okay, hey, whatever, bro. That was actually quite dumb by them, I think. All right. Oop. Oh, that's just a free bishop. Fucking dick. This pawn is gone now. These rooks are fucked. I'm doing it for Keir Starmer, okay? He's fine. He's on fire. Ooh. So I'll have to worry about time, though. Actually, let's do this. Fuck me. Ah. Okay, if I win this third one, we're going to be all good with Keir being a progressive Labour leader, okay? I shouldn't play when I'm this fucking blurred. Oh. Don't know. Oh, this is actually good. If I can get it. Nice. Forcing the movement. What if I lose on time? That'd be funny. Okay, Keir's going to be a really progressive prime minister, guys. Don't worry.
It will. Remember, tonight and always, what this is all about. Now, I may have mentioned my parents a few times in this campaign, once or twice. But the sense of security we had, the comfort they took from believing that Britain would always be better for their children, the hope, not high-minded, not idealistic.
If you lost that one, Keir was going to start praising Hitler.
That working-class families like mine could build their lives around. It is a hope that may not burn brightly in Britain at the moment, but we have earned the mandate to relight the fire. That is the purpose of this party and of this government. We said we would end the chaos, and we will. We said we would turn the page, and we have. Today we start the next
He's still
chapter.
talking. I didn't even pause it.
The work
I just
of
muted
change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country. Thank you.
Thomas Evans, thanks for the $2. I keep hearing pierced armor. Does anyone else? Nope. Maybe the others do. I don't know. You must be like a military history student or a gamer. I don't know. Itron Rex, thanks for the 10 Australian. This election is kind of similar to the 2022 Australian election. Well, I hope it went well for you guys 2 years down the line. Thomas Evans, thanks for $2. Maybe sunshine analogies don't fit Great Britain, just saying. Nice one. Got him.
5 a.m. Here on the 5th of July, Friday morning. It's a new dawn for the Labour Party. It's been a night of big wins, historic losses, and more than a few surprises. Beth Rigby.
Yeah, Keir Starmer will be making a similar sort of speech in a few hours on the steps of Downing Street there with a big party atmosphere. And Tony Blair said back in '97, a new dawn has broken, has it not? And Starmer there, with his version of that, was walk into the morning, into the sunlight of hope. That speech had 2 or 3 main elements. The first was what he said all along the campaign trail about wanting to govern, to restore government to the service of working people, return politics to public service so it can be a force for good, to fight for people's trust, to put country first, party second. He said this repeatedly throughout the campaign. He also, and he's quite sombre often, had a celebratory moment. He said to everyone, enjoy the moment. He said it feels good, I have to be honest. He said that. And he said he would govern for every single person in the country. He then did another section which I think will be talked about a lot in the coming months, which was the patience. So when he talked about change in the election, I often thought he meant change equals patience, because the whole premise of the Labour manifesto, the campaign they run, the messaging they put out, was that change in the country, as he put it himself, in his words, is not like flicking a switch. It's hard work, it's patience work, and they come with the public finances in a way that it is going to take time. And I think that was the message too. But I go back to the point that this election actually has been a story as much, or could become a story as much, not just of this amazing Labour victory, the second biggest majority they've ever got, it looks like, but the rise of the other, with Reform on the rise, winning some seats and then coming second in dozens of other places, it seems, with the Liberal Democrats on the rise, and indeed the Greens. When we were looking at vote share a little while ago, it looked like 40% of the votes are going to other parties. And it looks like Keir Starmer has won a massive majority on just 1 to 2 points of vote share gain. So that is going to be a massive challenge, to have this huge majority, but not necessarily be taking the whole country with you.
OK. And it's been quite a night of surprises. As I said, we'll get to those in just a few moments. I want to bring in Mark, who was down at this celebratory party right in front of Keir Starmer. What was it like, Mark?
Well, it was quite extraordinary. I mean, the speech that you've just spoken about, Beth was just speaking about, the key, I thought, was that he acknowledged that they had to earn the trust of the people. So he's clearly aware of that. You know, I was there in '97 at the Royal...
I feel like they're counting this really fast, no? I don't think ballots are usually counted this quickly, right? Or I think it's because there are usually like a handful of strays that take a couple of days to finish, like fucking Hebrides and shit. Yeah. Or places where it's too close to call. No, maybe it's always like this. I just... bad memory.
The economy was growing. Very different now. It is going to be the hard yards now for the Labour Party and for Keir Starmer.
Low
Someone
turnout?
who knows
that
a
much
bit
lower,
about
though?
hard yards is Neil Kinnock. Well, what did you make of his speech?
Oh, well, it says everything about this guy that in 4.5 years, he's taken us from our worst result to our best result. And when we started talking about this, about 60 months ago, something like that,
Liz Truss's seat is too close to call. Yes.
certainly get a majority of this side. He insisted it could be done. And he's got the kind of grit, the kind of grown-up commitment that means people believed it.
God, look
and
at
it's come
the...
true.
Even looking at this, it's just so bizarre.
That
Look
this
at
was more
so
anti-Tory vote than a pro-Labour, a pro-Keir Starmer vote?
All elections result in governments losing more than oppositions winning. But oppositions have to be credible in order to attract enough votes to become the government. And what Keir's managed to do is make people willing to vote Labour. And then, with the actions and the encouragement and the policies that will be implemented, you'll make people want to vote Labour, more of them.
Well, this is an important point, but I can't remember an opposition leader coming into government with such low popularity, individual popularity ratings. How much is that an issue?
Well, it's not an issue, and he was great not to be distracted by it. Keir's eyes have been on the prize. The prize is to give good government to the British people. He's a deep-rooted patriot. He's a man of great common sense as well as high intelligence. He understands our country and its people, and he's given his life to the service of that.
He's run out of momentum.
Nothing will alter that focus. I called him last week laser on legs, and that's what he is.
But he won't be able to do many of the things he wants to do without growth in this economy.
That's right.
And that is a big challenge.
That's
There's
right.
not much sign of growth at the moment.
Well, no, but what you will see is increases in public investment that will, in two ways, foster growth. One is, of course, by restoring the public well-being. That's vital. But secondly, it will also magnetize private investment. Today, you might have seen conclusions amongst brokers in the city saying Britain has become more investable because of stability and certainty in government. And it's that certainty and that stability, crucially, that the new Labour government is offering. That will in itself help to generate additional growth.
And what about the internal divisions within Labour, the left, Jeremy Corbyn getting in? What do you make of that?
Well, it's a pity, and I don't think it's deserved. But nevertheless, in a democracy, you have to accept the result that people give you. However, you fundamentally disagree with it. But that's not going to be even a distraction. And I'm not dismissing it. I mean, he is the kind of guy who listens. That's one of his great features, always. And he will listen, he heeds, and he then applies his own convictions and judgment
Tony Blair
and
with the
sets a
RKO.
course.
Is Tony Blair actually is he going to appear in
the
this?
makeup of the parliament, with the kind of majority he's going to have, he will be able to set the course and steer by it.
All right, Neil Kinnock, appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you very
Good
much
to see you.
indeed.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cheers.
So there we are, Kay, Neil Kinnock there. I'm in a great sense of celebration here, but also that acknowledgement, I think, from Keir Starmer that the work really does start here.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see how long the honeymoon is. Mark Verney, thank you. It's been a crazy, wild election night. Trevor, flipping heck.
Look, you can't rain on their parade. Tonight is it's Andy's going to be floating back to that second city up in the north tonight. But Starmer's pretty clear. He said it's going to be tough. And I think we heard a little bit of that from our friend Mick Lynch early on this evening, that actually it's probably not even going to take the weekend before the challenges start coming thick and fast. But we don't know exactly what the majority is going to be, but it's going to be big. They'll have space. Quite how much time they'll have, I don't know. I suspect there won't be any honeymoon here at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of that speech from Keir Starmer there...
Are we really taking the piss out of an 82-year-old's hairline? Apparently lots of people in chat are, yeah. What? What do you expect in this community? Sorry. I'm sorry. We're a presentable media entity.
quickly have to pivot once he becomes Prime Minister to stop talking about how much he's done with the party. And there was a huge section in there about how the party had changed and how we're going to do this and how we're going to do that, because he's now running a country. He actually doesn't speak to the Labour Party anymore. He has to speak to everyone now, and he has to stop being the Labour Party leader, in a sense, to put on the robes of being the Prime Minister. And we need to see that transition from him. And I think we need to see it quite quickly. But I thought what was a really big signal that he gave was just that point that you're talking about, Trevor. All these pressures that because he's got a big majority, he can do what he's like, he can be bolder, he can shoot for the moon in his first week. He was very clear there that this is going to be step by step. He was absolutely squashing any idea that a big majority...
We've been streaming for 12 hours. Well done. Give yourselves a fucking pat on the back.
He tried to cover a lot of bases. I think he largely got there. And in terms of what I want as somebody that didn't vote for him, and he's now about to become the Prime Minister of me and everybody else in the country, is I want to see that pivot from being Labour leader to what being the head of a G7 nation looks like. Because the country has changed. A G7 nation has just changed its government. This is a big thing in the world, not just... within the Labour Party of the United Kingdom. So let's see that. That's what I want to see.
Well, Beth's going to Washington with them
the
next
UK is
week.
not going to... I love the
analysis. Give me 1 second, because I do want to hear exactly what you've got to say about that, but I do want to tell you that Tom Tugendhat has held on to his seat.
Oh, good lad.
You'll be pleased.
Yeah, I am. A really good, moderate, hard-working Tory.
And Esther McVeigh has also just squeaked into Tatton as well. You are less happy about that. OK, talk to me.
Not me. That was Andy you were talking to. Just to be very clear, keeping seats in the northwest is important.
Labour wins the general election. 2024.
My analysis is not as insight. I'm just looking at that moment, and I'm looking at all of those young people around Keir Starmer, and I'm thinking of myself 27 years ago in my mid-20s, standing
with
outside.
the late great Tessa Jowell, God love her.
With the late great Tessa Jowell, who I worked for at the time.
I know.
And, who I was sort of
looking down today.
Yeah, she would, because that moment was a sort of repeat of that moment.
Where?
And they don't come along often, do they? Labour majority governments, and you just have to savour that that moment. And as I said before, those young people around him, that will just mean everything. You know, the thing that will mean to them is huge. I'm not going to disagree with what people have said, though. There's no honeymoon.
That will be a combination of three things. One will be everyone knew who was going to win anyway. So people feel like they can afford to just take the day off. Second is the candidates are all boring as fuck. No one gives a shit about any of them. And three, voter ID. Yeah.
The honeymoon 2 years or whatever you might have expected.
I don't think he'll get the 100 days.
No, it's changed. The country has lost patience with politicians. It wants change. It wants things to work. But this is where we come in.
But you can
this is where we come in as mayors. We will be on the phone, not in a we want.
He's crying.
We're offering, right, we can help. We've been asking the government, let us take control of the trains. Let us do more
and
around...
you're in a different position. Because you are, generally speaking, more popular. The Labour mayors are more popular than the Labour Party is.
Yeah.
So actually, you're in a very different position to where he'll be when he gets into
everyone
office.
loves Andy Burnham.
He starts with no real political capital. In fact, I think when we do the numbers, what we'll see is that the Labour vote
I get to see all the constituencies.
God,
look at
much
that.
higher than it was. What's happened is...
Where's the reform seats? There are four.
The Conservatives lost votes to reform.
It will
Boston
be higher than
Skegness.
2019, because 2019 the Labour vote share was 32.1%.
I mean the actual number
Clacton.
of
they got four.
people voting for
But
Labour.
the point is, it's not going to... Of course he's not going to have a honeymoon if he piles up a massive majority on the back of a quite relatively low vote share compared to other PMs that have built that majority.
There's
this
a
was
really interesting
the Matt
stat.
Sweeney
I can
strategy.
tell you that we can have more change in this Parliament than we've ever seen before because of the work that the mayors have done to get ready for this moment. We are all transforming public transport. Everyone's going to be putting buses under public control. Everybody wants to take control of rail. Everybody can build thousands and thousands of council homes if we're empowered to do it. I will be launching a new technical education system next week, an equal alternative to the university route for our young people in Greater Manchester.
What are you going to do about green promises?
We honestly, the delivery side of it doesn't worry me. We will bring the delivery to this Labour government, no question about it. And
What are you going to do about
we shouldn't be
HS2?
daunted by the challenge. We've got to get on with it.
Do you think they should reintroduce HS2?
What I think they should do is let us now build the Liverpool-Manchester railway, because that money was left in...
So HS2 is gone, dead?
No, it can't be gone, because at the moment you would get, if things stay as they are, HS2 trains would go from London to Birmingham, then they go on the West Coast Main Line up to Manchester. There's just no way the West Coast Main Line can take that. They're going to have to go back...
List?
Well, it will have to be. It's not just a wish list. The country cannot rely on the West Coast Main Line to take all of that traffic. It just can't. So, these are big decisions looming. But I am absolutely confident in saying to you all, working with his Labour mayors, and bear in mind, he has got Labour mayors all over the country now.
That's wild.
We can bring more delivery in this term of Labour government, certainly than we saw in the 97 to 2001 Parliament.
Can I get back to the point that Beth just made? Because there's an amazing sort of nugget that's come out from...
What's HS2? It was a new, very big train line, wasn't it? Like a train line from Manchester to London and a bunch of other fucking shit. It's a big, expensive £50 billion train line that they went 27 billion has already been spent on it. But I think they've frozen it, or I don't fucking know.
Who's saying that if you look at the breakdown
rail,
of the vote share across the country, the Labour vote in
HS,
England is pretty much unchanged. And the only reason that you're seeing at the bottom of the screen that the percentage has gone up is because of those massive gains in Scotland.
Yes.
Because it's such a big...
So, more to interrupt, the Morgan McSweeney strategy was, if you can win big enough in Scotland, you actually don't need a very big swing at all in England. And this has been the strategy, which was target marginal seats, build back in Scotland.
Oh, sorry, these aren't independents. This is other. This has Reform and the Greens and Plaid and fucking Irish parties in it as well. It's not just independents.
And you can be much more efficient where you win the vote, and then you pile on seats without actually the underlines changing that much.
And what's
for you in terms of
interesting
vote
is
share.
you and I know that there were sort of longbeards within the Labour Party, so MPs that
Jordan
fought hard,
W, thanks for
won seats,
$5.
held
Really
seats,
appreciate that.
increased their majorities, that questioned Morgan McSweeney and the larger Labour picture, and that wondered whether it would work out the way that he wanted it to, and whether they could make it happen. And I think, I don't know the man, I don't carry a torch for him, but I think that there are
All the
people
5 independents
within the
pro-Corb-
Labour
are
Party
pro-Gaza candidates.
who knew what they were doing in their own patch, that didn't see that national picture, that need to perhaps have a think about maybe the team that Keir's built around him.
Is
thought
reform
of
the new UKIP?
a way to fight politics in this new splintered way.
And just to say,
let's hear for the Monmouth
and then the Brexit
Declaration,
Party,
David
and then
T.C.
there's
Davis, former Welsh Secretary.
Gan bod nifer y pleidleisiau a fwrwyd yn yr etholaeth hon ar y 4 o Orffennaf 2024 yn 50,998.
I, Deborah Hill Howells, being the Deputy Returning Officer for the Monmouthshire constituency, declare that the total number of votes cast in this constituency on the 4th of July 2024
Did
is
Galloway keep his seat? Nope.
50,998.
Mae cyfanswm y pleidleisiau a fwrwyd ar gyfer pob ymgeisydd fel ag anlyn.
The total number of votes cast for each
Just to say, this declaration is in Welsh and
Iwan
also in
Rhys
English,
Bell.
waiting for David T. Davis, Conservative Welsh Secretary, formerly.
Thank you, Burley.
1,273.
Edward, the Green Party, 2,357.
2,357.
David Thomas Charles Davis, Cydwadwyr Cymreig, Welsh Conservative Party candidate, 17,672.
17,672.
June Davis, True and Fair Party, 255.
200 pages, remember here.
Catherine Ann Fuchs, Llafur Cymru, Welsh Labour, 21,010.
21,000.
Has lost no seats for the Conservatives in Wales. An absolute total wipeout. And 9 ministers have lost 10 ministers now have lost their seats so far. That is a record.
It's really
10 ministers have lost their seats, including David T. Davis, who has
It's
lost
really just England,
to
isn't it?
Labour
They're the problem.
candidate. So just let's
Will this affect foreign
sum up
policy?
where we
No.
are. 10 ministers have
Probably
lost so far. 4 to Labour, 5 to Labour, 4 to the Lib Dems, and Simon Hart to Plaid Cymru. The Chancellor survived. Jacob Rees-Mogg led the backbenchers to fall. Also gone Andrea Jenkins, Miriam Cates, Sir Robert Buckland as well. Labour have gained seats that have been Tory for a century, including Aldershot in the southeast of England. I can feel you wincing over there, Brandon Lewis. Hexham in the northeast, a region where the Conservatives, several gains in 2019, but this year finished with just 1 seat. Stockton West. It's a hard night.
Yeah, it's a very difficult night. It's a very painful night, both on the human level, when you see friends and good people losing seats. But we all know politics is a tough game. You know when you stand in politics that if you're not delivering, or if the tide is against you, these things happen sadly. And I think what's interesting, particularly in Wales, and I don't know the underlying issues in Wales as well as some.
London Box, that's a good question. Why do you think the Jewish community has welcomed far-right anti-Muslim extremists? Sugar Spice Podcast, thanks for the raid. I really appreciate that. Hope you guys had a good stream. Sugar Spice Podcast. The question was, why are Jewish people welcoming far-right anti-Muslim extremists like Tommy Robinson, Douglas Murray? I think the Jewish community are taking on right-wing people who are anti-Muslim. It's probably because left-wingers are incredibly fucking stupid and don't realize how their rhetoric alienates Jewish people to the point that Jewish people feel like the only people that they can turn to are like right-wing pro-Israel types. Not necessarily Tommy Robinson types, because he's very extreme, but I mean like right-wingers like Douglas Murray, yeah, they would go for that, yeah. Like, you did that. If you're a far leftist and your entire response to accusations of problematic takes and anti-Semitism and all that is just to be like, oh, well, actually, Jewish voice for peace. Well, yeah, you're making Jewish people feel like you don't give a fuck about them. And you only pretended to care about them back in fucking like 2016 because all their Jewish enemies were right-wingers at that point. So it was easy, right? But now that it's been more complicated... Was Robinson not kicked out of the pro-Israel march? I don't know that many Jewish people who have fallen in line with Tommy Robinson to deal with. That's just probably picking a few fucking outliers. But the idea that they've fallen in with right-wingers, like typical pro-Israel right-wingers, like Douglas Murray, like the less extreme, like compared to Tommy Robinson, then that's not surprising at all. It's because they don't have anyone else.
Parliament.
It's this generational thing as well. As Trevor was saying earlier on, that you think about the age of somebody
Douglas
who
Murray
last voted Labour
he would tell you
and seen a successful Labour government get elected as a result of that. It's a big generational shift. Look, I wasn't in Parliament before 2010, but I was helping people like Eric Pickles, who was chairman of the up to 2010.
Pickles.
Although we were in opposition, there was a sense that we were on the move, we were moving up. That's going to be very different to a...
By the way, Sugar Spice Podcast is a new podcast by, if you guys know, Straighterade and Pixie. They have a podcast together. There's their Twitch. Go have a look. I think they just did their first ever stream. Don't say that, Aquila. Or there's their YouTube as well. There you go.
A party that's of a size that, even as the main opposition, is going to be hugely diminished on where any one of my generation of politicians can remember. And that's going to take some getting used to for people. And there are going to be politicians and colleagues who will be shocked by tonight, because even if the polls said they were going to lose, the reality as a candidate is you always think you might be the one who's different, or the polls might not be right. And
like
that's
Jeremy
going to
Hunt.
that's going to take a bit of time.
Yaxley Lennon hates the Jews too. Yeah, but I don't think that many Jews have fallen in line with Tommy Robinson. Douglas Murray, yeah, because Douglas Murray right now, his whole thing is standing up for Israel. That's his entire thing. He's like a massive pro-Israel pundit, right? So of course Jewish people feel at home with someone like him. I don't know if that necessarily means they all agree with, but that's the thing, is that if you're a progressive Jewish person, it probably leaves a pretty bad taste in your mouth to feel like the only person who's got your back is someone like Douglas Murray. Yeah. But for progressive Jewish people who have at least some sympathy with Israel, or some connection to Israel, then you are lost in the West, because Western progressives don't have any understanding of your position, and they definitely have no sympathy for you, so you're fucked. Like this person in chat saying the average Israeli is worse than the average Nazi. Like, that's just fucking retarded. Like, how fucking uninformed do you have to be to come to a conclusion like that? It's like, you have to know less than nothing to believe that. You have to know more. Like, when I say less than nothing, you have to know a lot of things, but it's all disinformation. Like, that's just insane to believe that. I don't need that though. I don't need that. We're purging that. we're Keir Starmering that side of things. I'll accept a lot of far left shit. Okay, I'll accept people who are further left than me all fucking day, but there's a limit, okay?
One, but like by the skin of his teeth. And I think there is, and the reaction we saw when he got that seat, I think is a
We had an MP leave Greater Manchester, Chris Clarkson, lost in Stratford upon Avon.
Absolutely, say 1 seat away from a landslide victory, which we count as 100 seats, so we're 1 seat away from a landslide victory. Go on.
No, I was just backing up the point. There was a Greater Manchester MP, Chris Clarkson, who went on what people call the chicken run to Stratford upon Avon, and I think has lost.
Nadim's
and to your point, Andy, as well, I think the dynamic in Parliament will be different, not just because there's this big Labour majority, but on the opposition benches, a bigger mix of parties than we've seen before, with Reform coming, with the new size of the Liberal Democrats. That's going to be very different.
And the Greens...
Average Nazi officer is a bit iffy, but I can see average Nazi civilian. Yeah, that's because you don't know anything about Israel. You don't know anything about Israelis. That's why you think that, yeah.
Just on that, just to finish off this point that we were talking about the vote share, Labour currently have a lower vote share heading to this landslide than Cameron got in 2010 when there was a hung parliament. And Blair got around the vote share that they are on now, which was about 32.5% in 2005. And he back then got a majority of 65, which is just it just goes back to this point that the strategy of piling up votes in very marginal seats has worked with absolute precision, but you are going into a landslide on a lower vote share.
A Labour landslide.
Officially a landslide.
Fantastic. But I come back to a point that I've made a few times tonight.
First past the post,
I think we've got to acknowledge this is now a 5-party system, and
at least.
And really, can we have first past the post in a 5-party system?
And there's an additional point, which is that
how is Scottish independence still polling at 50% yet the SNP gets trounced? Well, that's because Scottish people don't view everything through the prism of Scottish independence. The only people who view Scottish independence exclusively through the prism of independence are English people. You understand that, right? The only people who think Scottish politics, and the first thing that comes into their head is independence, are English people. That is not a typical Scottish opinion to have. Which is why opinions on independence throughout the last 5-10 years, as far as I know, they've stayed pretty stationary, been hovering around 45%, give or take. Support for the SNP has gone to them being the party that had all bar one seat in the entire country, all the way down to them being where they are now. There's not much of a correlation between support for independence and support for the SNP. That's just English brain rot, or people from Inverness, apparently, from earlier.
Have just turned red. I mean, just look at
all that
the political geography of this country and just how much it's changed in the course of the last few hours, in the course of this
What was my prediction for
election.
Labour?
And you see that in vivid terms when you look at the change in terms of the number of MPs lost by the Conservative Party. These are losses. These are gains over here. So that Labour up 191 so far. The Conservatives up only 1, but down 206. Lib Dems up 45 to get that 52.
I said 402, but then Econoboy said it was too conservative, so I said 428. Yeah.
In Scotland. But I want to show you something that's interesting, OK, because this isn't just a story of the number of MPs. It's the story about the efficiency with which Labour...
The SNP was seen as competent. They were, but then their party leader got fucked over because of some criminal shit and is still being investigated for that. And her husband is as well, so that was a problem. So she had to resign. Then the new leader fucked up by taking the coalition for granted and fucking them off and then getting a vote of no confidence. And there was also the trans bill caused a bit of unpopularity. There was the education standards not being quite as high as they were expected to be, which got them in trouble a while ago. And now, yeah, there's a lot of things that went. Are the fraud allegations real or not? They're being investigated. We don't know. We don't know. Oh.
This time, and yet the Labour Party looks like they are on course for a similar kind of majority as the one enjoyed by Tony Blair. And that tells you so much, doesn't it? It tells you so much about the nature of the two-party system. It tells you so much about the efficiency with which Labour is able to win seats right now with relatively low shares of the vote. So that's really striking there, and that's something that, you know, I don't know if anyone was necessarily expecting that. But another one is this, OK? And this goes back to something Trevor was talking about a second ago. The share of the vote by...
That awful hate speech law that fucked the police. It didn't fuck the police. What are you talking about? I don't know. Where do people get this talking point from? Are there fucking Dankula fans in my chat? The only way you would get that opinion is either from right-wing press or from people like him, right? That's not true. What fucked the police was a bunch of mostly right-wingers. You can look at the fucking data. Right-wingers who were calling the police because either just pranking or accusing people of anti-white racism, or people like J.K. Rowling going on Twitter saying, I challenge you to fucking arrest me for saying that trans women are men. And then the police were like, that's not really what a hate crime is. That's not really how this works. Sorry. And then it fucking died after like 2 days. I made a fucking video about this. I don't know why you... That bill did not affect the police in this. It fucked over people who were taking calls from the police in like 3 days, which still came from the hate speech law. You are so fucking retarded. No, if someone passes a law that is misunderstood by the right and is lied about by the right, and then a bunch of right-wingers try to abuse that law, whose fucking fault is that the law had a problem with it? What the fuck are you talking about? It's so funny. Like, people on the right were like, this law is going to have a problem. It's going to lead to so many false complaints and so many dubious complaints towards the police. And then the law comes in, and then a bunch of people make a bunch of dubious complaints towards the police, but it's all them. Like, what the fuck? And actually, the police handled it quite well. The police handled it. For 3 days, they took an excess number of calls. It fucking completely subsided. And after that, no one gave a fuck. I guarantee you, these laws like stirring up hatred in Scotland, the one that people said there was like an anti-free speech law, the only people who ever get arrested for that shit are people who literally say, kill the fucking Muslims, and then spread fucking instructions for how to build bombs on the internet. Those are the people who get arrested under that law. I think in Scotland, it was like less than 15 people in the space of 10 years who got convicted under that law. So easy to troll. Okay, fuck you. What video was it that you did about that hate speech thing? It was the Dankula one on my second channel. There's only one Count Dankula video on the second channel.
Wasn't it? It was red on blue. It was.
But Andy, I'm going to interrupt. It's not just that, and you know it. Part of this is because people have not bought into the Labour projects, and what they've done is they wanted the Tories out, and they've split to other parties, and that is part of the story here.
No, but I'm agreeing. But I think I'm agreeing with that as well. I mean, there is a splintering, isn't there, of the vote? But there are now parties that are viable in a way that they weren't if you go back to that period.
Convicted or tried. The crime of stirring up hatred, convictions. In Scotland, there were like a very small handful in the space of like 10 years. Not that many. Because the threshold for like that crime that they call stirring up hatred is really, really high. You need to be pretty fucking naughty. There are other laws in the UK that are not like that. There are other pieces of legislation that actually are quite bad for people shitposting on Twitter and all that, and like maybe someone like has a word with you. But yeah, not for the hate crime stuff. The hate speech stuff is actually not that bad in the UK. There are other the worst laws that we have are like obscenity laws, or like what people call non-crimes, which yeah.
Piling up in some seats but not in others, and it's why you've seen tactical voting against the SNP in Scotland and against the Conservatives across the rest of the country. It's because this idea of the old cleaving to how I voted is how I'll always vote, it's how my father... You know, we're completely... Is
it not just disaffection?
I don't think that is... No, I think disaffection is part of it. I think there is disaffection.
More cynical.
Just a fact of context.
But I don't think even that it's cynical. I think there's a sense that a vote is something that you have to spend. And where you choose to spend it depends on who has earned it. And where you sit tells you, what that earning of that vote can do, where you can change. This idea that there are wasted votes in lots of seats now, the voting public and the herd, as you called it, Brandon, is much more mobile than it was before. So I do think that we've changed.
I think that's also why this point we were saying earlier on is it's going to be so important for the new government to show that it's delivering quickly, because in the same sense, that's why that vote can change again. And I think why people can't now say this is a government that's going to be in for 10 years. It's going to have to earn that right because those votes could move again.
I'm sorry, we're going to have to leave it there, guys. It's like herding cats sometimes. I'm going to have to leave it there for a second because I need to go to Conor Gillis, who's standing by in Glasgow for us, and also Dan Whitehead, who is in Cardiff for us. Gentlemen, thank you for being patient. Conor, it's been quite a night where you are.
A huge night, actually. Breaking news in the last few minutes, Kay. Douglas Ross, the outgoing leader of the Scottish Conservatives, the man who said he was going to depart office slap bang in the middle of the general election campaign, much to the shock of his party. He gambled his political future on standing in the Aberdeenshire North and Murray East constituency in this election. And I can tell you that he has lost that seat. It is the only SNP gain of the night in that part of the world, and he has lost.
The only SNP
the big story
gain
of the night clearly has been Labour. Let's remember, in 2019, here in Scotland, they have been in the doldrums of political life ever since
measures against
the
gypsy
2014
travellers.
Scottish independence referendum. They got 1 MP in 2019. Well, tonight it is a completely different story. They are the largest party north of the border. As it stands, they have 37 seats. Now, contrast that with the once very dominant, most dominant political force here in Scotland, the SNP, have not lost an election north of the border for more than a decade. Well, tonight it is grim, it is miserable, it is a complete disaster for John Swinney's party. The worst case scenario, as one senior source within the SNP has told me this morning, 7 seats is what they stand at so far. John Swinney telling Sky News this has been a difficult, a damaging election night. I think there'll be many questions, much soul-searching around what went so badly wrong. 2 big things stand out. Clearly, the SNP is mired in this police investigation examining its funding and its finances, and clearly it is 17 years in power.
OK,
fighting
thank you. To Dan in just a second. Just wanted to see what's happening in Liam Fox's seat.
Oh. Who is Liam Fox again? He was a Conservative Foreign Secretary for a while.
This is the declaration of the result call for the election of a Member of Parliament for North Somerset. Poll taking place on Thursday, the 4th of July 2024. I, Nicholas Brain, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows.
Sadiq Adam Al-Hassan, Labour Party, 19,138.
Sunil Basu, Workers' Party, 133. Ash Cartman, Liberal Democrats, 7,121. Liam Fox, the Conservative Party candidate, 18,499.
Bye-bye, Dr Fox.
He's out.
Bye-bye, Dr Fox.
That's what Brandon was showing me.
So, Liam Fox has lost his seat in Somerset North. There you go. Liam Fox, it's a late declarer.
Sargon won a red ribbon.
In fact, he's definitely lost his seat. I'm sorry I was interjecting because you've got some news for me.
Yeah, no, I mean, Somerset, that's the neighbouring seat, I think, to Rees-Mogg. So there's clearly something happening there. In terms of the east of England, we saw that result where Therese Coffey went not too far away, maybe only 2 seats over. There are some rumours coming out from the count for Liz Truss that she might be in a bit of trouble. It's unconfirmed, but there seems to be some confusion at the count from people that are there. My understanding from senior Conservatives that I've been speaking to is that it is now in doubt. I don't think that was a seat that was necessarily on the risk list.
It wasn't at all.
But it might now have moved into the risk list.
It was a seat where there was lots of talk about heavy tactical voting, and if there was enough tactical voting, would it edge out Liz Truss?
Edge.
And your buddy, can I just say, Jess Phillips, her results are coming up in just a second.
Oh, Labour
Here we go.
Member of Parliament to the Parliamentary General Election,
She's leaning against the fucking wall.
Constituency.
What's she doing over there?
I, Robert Connolly, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Clement Yvonne Beverley, the Conservative Party candidate, 3,634. Green Roxanne Harmony, Green Party, 1,958. Harmer Roger Kingdon, Liberal Democrat, 3,634. Kamberi Nora, Reform UK, 5,061. McIntyre Jodie, Workers' Party, 10,582. So, thank you. Thank you. Excuse me, I haven't yet finished. Phillips, Jessica Rose, known as Jess Phillips, Labour Party, 11,275.
She's safe, but only just, Trevor. Is this the Gaza
There's
question
got to
again?
be Gaza. I think we're going to see this through all of the Birmingham seats.
Excuse me.
She was anxious, was she, Beth?
Thank you. She knew it was going to be a battle because we knew that because I was up there in the West Mids mayoral race and Jess was there because obviously it's in her. It was all being held in Central Bank. And it was clear at the time that there was a serious issue in some of the Birmingham's constituencies around Gaza and the Muslim population. And Jess knew that it was going to be really tough. So yes, she was
down
worried.
26%, 27%,
but she's held
won
on
by about 700 votes.
So yeah, that's touch and go.
And that's the difference that somebody that works hard in the constituency and campaigns hard can do, because a slightly lesser candidate that doesn't batter the doors every single week, not just at election times, might not have made that 800 vote difference.
How much has she held it by?
Right. About 700 votes.
700 votes.
Jesus.
In a way, this sums up the evening, doesn't it?
Not much.
That actually, votes. Labour's lost 26.9 of its share, gone straight to the Independent. The Tories have lost 16.7. Most of that has gone to Reform.
OK, let's bring in Dan Whitehead, as promised. Also, David Blevins standing by for us in Northern Ireland. Dan Whitehead, to you, first of all. Tories wiped out in Wales.
She's so blunt.
Yeah, total annihilation of the Tories here in Wales. Kate, you've got to go back 23 years, back to the 2001 election. The last time the Conservatives held no seats at all in Wales. Just wins for Labour really across the board. David T.C. Davies, of course, the Welsh Secretary, one of the big losses there for the Conservatives in Monmouthshire. We've got Wrexham, Clwyd East, Montgomeryshire and Glyndŵr. Craig Williams, of course, the Tory MP, caught up in those betting allegations during the campaign. He lost his seat there. As I say, 23 years it has been since the Tories had no seats here, and yet again there is not a Conservative presence here in Wales. I've been crunching some of the numbers just quickly, looking through those Labour wins. 27 Labour wins in the constituencies here in Wales, 4 going to Plaid Cymru and 1 to the Lib Dems. But out of 12 of the seats that Labour won, Reform came second. The parties in Wales, especially Labour in the Senedd, are going to be looking very closely at those Reform figures. Could be a big threat for them come the Senedd elections in 2026? We caught up with Vaughan Gething, actually the First Minister here in Wales, just a couple of minutes ago. He says he's going to take stock and look at those numbers. An incredibly disappointing night for the Conservatives here. A little bit of reaction from them. Andrew R.T. Davies, the Tory leader here in Wales, quote, "Let's be frank,
Reform still at 4
we've
seats.
let a lot of people down."
That's why they're not in the top 5.
The ones that declared so far.
OK, thanks very much indeed. Of the turnout of those declared so far, 59.4%. Andy making the point that that's very low.
It is low. I think the last time it was in the 50s was in 2001. And ever since, it's been in the 60s. So that is a low turnout. And it does suggest a degree of a lack of enthusiasm for, what's been out there, or some confusion, perhaps, people just not knowing who they wanted to vote for and in the end saying, well, they wouldn't bother. Maybe it's Tories. I think I heard a lot that Tories often will not vote for other parties, but they do have a tradition of, nope, I'm just staying at home, I'm not voting, when they're not happy with their party. But that is a low figure, isn't it?
Well, let's think a change in voter ID affected that at all? There's a lot of talk about it.
At the margins, I think. Yeah. That, people are getting used to it now. But I hope it will be removed, because I just don't see the need for it. It's unnecessary.
We'll keep an eye on those figures, because I do want to bring in David Blevins. Sinn Féin, biggest party in Northern Ireland?
Yes, Kay, a historic hat-trick for Sinn Féin. They were already the largest party of local government, and at Stormont they've now won most Northern Ireland seats at Westminster for the first time. The party held all 7 of its constituencies and will now pile the pressure on the new Labour government to set a timeline for a referendum on Irish unity. It's been a disastrous night for the Democratic Unionist Party. Their leader did hold on in East Belfast, but they lost 3 seats, including Lagan Valley, which their former leader, Sir Geoffrey Donaldson, had held for 27 years.
This is so
and it
funny,
looks
man.
like,
Look
in
at
a
this.
real shock result, Ian Paisley has lost his seat in North Antrim. His late father, the Reverend Ian Paisley, who founded the DUP, first won that seat back in 1970. So it would be the first time in 54 years North Antrim wasn't held by what's often called the House of Paisley. Now, it's worth stressing that the seats lost by the DUP have been won by other unionists. So there hasn't been a huge shift in the share between unionists and nationalists. But the fact that Sinn Féin will now be the largest Northern Ireland party at Westminster means most Northern Ireland seats in the Commons will be unoccupied, because the party refuses to sit there, of course, in opposition to British rule in Northern Ireland.
North Belfast, bitterest battle of 2019. Sinn Féin's John Finucane, I think, his father murdered by loyalist paramilitaries, won the seat from the DUP. What's happening there?
Yes, Sinn Féin's had an incredibly successful night, especially worth noting also over in Fermanagh, South Tyrone, the most marginal seat in the entire United Kingdom. It was won by just 4 votes back in 2010 and 57 votes in 2019. Pat Cullen, of course, formerly from the Royal College of Nursing, has held that seat for Sinn Féin this evening.
Well, you watched the Roger Waters, Piers Morgan interview on stream. Sorry if it's been asked already. I watched a bit of it already, then I had to stop because I realized that of all the things I'd like to do with my life, watching the rest of that Roger Waters talk with Piers Morgan is like fairly low. It's like maybe a few steps below drinking kerosene, opening a vein,
Banbury, Victoria Prentice's
cutting off a toe
seat,
and
that
eating
due
it.
shortly.
I was going to come back to that. It came in a slew of announcements, which was the loss of the Aberdeenshire North and Murray seat that Douglas Ross, the leader of the Scottish Conservatives, lost. Now, it's a third of his old Murray constituency that he took back in 2017. He lost it by 940 votes, and it's a fishing area. It was quite a high Leave vote there. Reform got 14.6% of the vote. Just from my kind of knowledge across the country, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the highest Reform vote anywhere in Scotland by the time that this is counted tonight. So by losing by less than 1,000, we've also picked up the new Gordon and Buchan seat. So Gordon's the old Alex Salmon constituency. New young candidate Harriet Cross, never been an MP.
Did you see the bit where he talks to himself? No.
We've held Berwickshire, Roxburgh and Selkirkshire. We look like we're still in the hunt in the 2 Dumfries and Galloway seats. It might be, there is a scenario whereby the leader of the Scottish Conservatives is the only Scottish Conservative MP who loses his seat tonight, which would be in a night of odd kind of results and anomalous results that's there. But it was such an anomalous way that 3 weeks into the campaign, he announced he was going to quit as the party leader,
Mogg
which
lost his, though.
took all of the deflation out of
absolutely
his candidacy
annihilated.
In that seat. So just in terms of something to look out for, there's lots of stories. There's 1,000 threads in this election, but there is a story developing in Scotland that could be quite an interesting one.
Do you think he lost, Ruth, because of the manner in which he took over that seat? Because there was some poor fellow was in hospital or something.
Yeah, so there was, I think there's 2 parts to this. So the sitting MP in the other part of the seat, because it's a new seat that had to kind of push together, a guy called David Duguid, had a very, very serious...
Banbury Declaration, bear with me. Banbury Declaration.
850.
Banbury.
Chris Neville, Climate Party, 242. Victoria Prentice, the Conservative Party candidate, 15,212. Declan Sam Soper, Social Democratic Party, 155. Paul Nicholas Topley, Reform UK, 6,284. Sean Lee Woodcock, Labour Party, 18,400.
Oh, Victoria Prentice gone as well. Victoria Prentice, who had campaigned so hard to keep hold of this seat, basically won quite easily, Sean Woodcock, for the Labour Party. So Victoria Prentice, another one gone. That is a record number of cabinet seats.
It's at 11 now.
They haven't showed a lot of people.
9.
Yeah, they haven't showed Diane yet. No,
10, but
they
one
probably
of them,
would.
Is not a cabinet minister.
I mean,
but
she
was
probably
allowed to
still won by a lot, right?
Yes.
Also, Victoria Prentice, she was the Attorney General, which basically makes her the most senior legal brain in the government. She was very much on the One Nation wing of the party as well. So that's another big figure from that wing of the party that has now lost her seat.
Yeah, do you remember she made a big play of taking her son on the media round when it was half term, saying that she couldn't get childcare. So she brought her son around to all of the TV studios. First member of her family to go to university, she says. Daughter of Sir Robert Atkins, former Conservative MP, and Lady Atkins, former mayor. She was a senior cabinet minister. She is no more. It is 6 o'clock. You are watching Election Night live here on Sky News. A night to go down in the history books. Labour wins the general election by a landslide. Sir Keir Starmer will be the next Prime Minister.
You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now.
Across the country, the Conservatives have lost more than 200 seats, including those of Cabinet Ministers Grant Shapps, Penny Mordaunt and Gillian Keegan.
Will Labour get 400 seats before the Tories get 100?
And I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory.
No way.
But it's also been a good night for Reform, who've won 4 seats, including for their leader, Nigel Farage, in Clacton-on-Sea.
Not 13, okay.
Meanwhile, a huge comeback underway for the Liberal Democrats, who won
got fucked. Who
more
said
than
that?
59
Did Sunak
seats.
lose his seat? No, he's still got a seat by a lot. He's fine. Jacob is out. Mog is out. Mog is mugged.
And Beth Labour are just 8 seats away from 400. They have got a landslide, which means 100 seats more as a majority than any other party. It's been a very good night for Keir Starmer.
It really has. I mean, 400 seats is beyond their wildest dreams, really. They were hoping for an improvement on Boris Johnson's majority in 2019, which was 80 seats, and this has gone well beyond that. And Tony Blair got a 179 majority in 1997, and Keir Starmer looks like he could be pulling up just behind Tony Blair with this majority. And when you think of it in the context, as I was saying earlier, of Tony Blair being only the first Labour leader in nearly 50 years to win a majority from opposition, Keir Starmer really has, in just his short time as leader, really turned things around in a very radical way.
And looking at the middle totem there, you can see the Conservatives are made triple digits, and there was
I was watching that tick round, and it's like watching your team score a consolation goal when you're already 6-0 down, but you still are happy that the goal went in.
For Labour calling it. You can't just
careful.
You can't just make your prediction the same as the exit poll projection. That's fucking cheating, okay? You don't get to just claim the prediction of like the polling agency that does what seems to be a pretty difficult job, polling like between sort of 10 and 15,000 people on the day, making it representative and then gathering it before the end of the evening. That's like, it must be a pretty intense job. But don't do that. Don't let them work so you don't have to, okay?
Like we might not be able to fill those slots.
To put it into context, I mean, John Major in 97 got 165 seats. That was the worst performance since the war. No, since well before the war, right? And now, 101, you get up if you get to 124, you've lost 2/3 of the seats you won in 2019. I mean, it is a record-breaking, terrible result, isn't it? I'm correct, aren't I?
You're
I'm looking
absolutely
at the
correct.
historian there.
It is the worst Conservative result in history.
Who's this guy?
Yeah.
This is a grave moment for the party, but not unexpected.
Sir Anthony Seldon with us, of course. I must just correct Brighton Pavilion coming in just a moment, which is a Green seat, also waiting for the Home Secretary coming in just a moment or two from Braintree. This from a senior former Cabinet Minister now saying, Kay, you're doing wonderfully, watching avidly, but Victoria Atkins came from Sir Bob Atkins, not Victoria Prentice. You're absolutely right. I think that's the least of your worries tonight.
Jess Phillips fighting with the crowd.
What a night. What a night.
Yeah, this is truly history. I mean, this is up there with 1945.
Where'd she fight with the crowd?
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, that was such a shattering result because it was the first time that Labour, in its history, formed a majority. They'd formed governments twice in 1924 and 1929, but never with a majority. And they won nearly 400 then. So this is a better result
Before
than
the Irish guy on
Labour's
Channel
best
4.
ever government performance.
Okay, on Channel 4. Jess Phillips apparently fought with the crowd.
These seats to having won 4, including, of course, Nigel Farage.
Right, so she's giving her speech here and then she fights. Okay.
Liberal Phillips.
Man. And out. Can you throw them out?
Parliament for Birmingham.
Jess Phillips.
Constituency.
Well, a very close thing for Jess Phillips.
Oh no, genocide Jess.
She's just scraped in.
Indeed. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
See, we're going to continue with the class that we had during the campaign.
Oh.
It's all right. The election that I have...
This will be a warning. I will be asking people to leave unless we get this completed.
I will carry on with my speech. I understand that a strong woman standing up to you is met with such reticence. Anyway, this election has been... Can you throw them out?
All right, excuse me. Before we have our first speeches, that's final warning.
Oh no. Israel-Palestine having a destabilizing effect on British society is so weird to see.
This election has been the worst election I have ever stood in. Today, a brilliant community activist who puts on events for every single part of our community came out to campaign with me, and people filmed her on the streets and then slashed her tyres. A young woman on her own, delivering leaflets, was filmed and screamed at by a much older man in the street. Today,
Jess Phillips is Labour.
I was to be joined by the family of Jo Cox, who wanted to come out and campaign with me. And there is absolutely no way I could have allowed for them to see what was aggressive and violence in our democracy. And now to the positive. Birmingham Yardley gave my family everything that we have. And today, actually not today, yesterday, was the 13th anniversary of my mother dying. And my mother was born in Gleneagles Road in Yardley. And my dad lived in a council house round the corner. And everything good that they ever had, and everything good that my children had...
She seems to have a reasonable take on Gaza. What's her take on Gaza? I don't know what it is.
...was provided for us by successive Labour governments. The greatest honour to my mother today is that we will have a chance, not just to be an opposition MP, but to be somebody who opens things, just doesn't have to campaign just about closing them.
She resigned from the shadow cabinet over it.
Our country is in desperate need, and our politics is in even greater need of cleaning up. And I thank everybody in this room for making a really good spectacle of proving that for me. I'd like to thank the people who work for me so incredibly hard, to John, to David, to Catherine, to Olivia, to Anna, Apollo and Jane, And to my amazing activists, Yvette, Zafar and Saqib, who have worked like absolute Trojans in this election. I'd also like to thank West Midlands Police for the constant phone calls they had to take from me today and for their responses to the aggression that we have suffered. I'd like to thank my husband and my children. I didn't bring my children here tonight because I knew that this would happen and they deserve better. And I know that a Labour government will provide them with better and they will build a better future for our city. And
when she says a strong woman standing up to you when the threat was from a Muslim base, I wonder what she really means. You can make that assumption if you want, but she said this exact same shit when she was fighting with Sargon, no? This is the person who Sargon said, I wouldn't even rape you to. This is her. This is that person who Sargon fucking harassed and said, I think he later said he might, but there wasn't enough beer or some shit. Yeah, I don't know. So, yeah, she uses the feminism card like against any fucking man, it seems.
Just finally, I love that my seat was a marginal seat. I think marginal seats make better members of parliament.
It's different with Sargon. Why? Can you not accuse Muslim men of misogyny? Are you only allowed to do it to white men? What the fuck? You know, Muslim men are capable of misogyny. They are quite they're quite capable of it. I've heard the rumors, anyway.
And that is exactly what I have always been and always will be.
Well, that was Jess Phillips with an extraordinary victory speech after what are surely the ugliest and most fractious scenes of this night so far, after she just held on to her seat by 693 votes from a challenge from the Workers' Party, George Galloway.
Okay, George Galloway. All right, let's go back to the higher production value. Come on. None of this polite bullshit getting to know you.
Labour Conservative constituency after Conservative constituency. For what, we might ask, what are they going to actually do? Is it a negative vote or is it a vote for something? And if so, what is the reform vote for? I mean, obviously, Brexit, as Andy is saying, is all part of it. I think that the Brexit vote in 2016 is like the Black Wednesday moment in 1992 because it crystallised a certain lack of a sense about what the Tory party...
I love how in other countries, Black Thursday or Black Friday is like when some armed religious militia murders another religious community in the hundreds or the thousands. But in the UK, Black whatever is fucking 1992 when Labour has a really bad election result.
It's another half that is essentially looking back to an era when Britain stood alone, glorious in the world, Britain alone, and not needing these dastardly people in Brussels telling, that was dastardly, by the way, telling them what they could do and not do. And that division, as Ruth is saying, is going to carry on hampering the party and stopping it going forward until it works out that psychodrama. 3 times only has the Conservative Party been riven right down the middle by something like this.
Aren't we concluding it can't work out that psychodrama, given it's been going on since the mid-90s?
It's going to take a lot longer. I don't know whether Ruth agrees, but I think it's going to lurch to the right now to try and get back those reform votes. It will be seen that they lost because they weren't listening to the right sufficiently. I think that will happen. They'll likely lose the next general election too. And then, you know, what will happen always happens with the Tory party. It sees sense and it rebuilds from the centre.
Well, I think the difference is, Anthony, and I agree with a lot of that analysis. I mean, my worry is that, one, we tack right because of this result, because of what Reform has done. We'll pick a right-wing candidate that speaks to the purity of the tribe. We'll lose heavily. We'll then decide that we weren't Tory enough. We'll pick an even further right person, which is what we kind of did.
Is there anybody even further right?
When you looked at IDS, you went, is there anybody further right? Oh, look, there's Michael Howard. You know, so it has happened before. In the same way as when Labour lost, they went to Ed Miliband, who was to the left of David Miliband, who was the favourite. He lost, so they went even further left. They went to Jeremy Corbyn. And then at some point, a party decides it wants to win power. Because being in opposition sucks, because you can't get things done. And eventually, you want to be able to change the country, because everybody goes into politics with the best of intentions to make a change. Now, we disagree about what those changes are, but
the people shouting at Jess Phillips were part of George Galloway's Workers' Party, apparently. He's got a big Muslim base now.
OK, good morning, everybody. This is a declaration of a result of a poll for Braintree District Council, election of a Member of Parliament for Braintree on Thursday, the 4th of July, 2024. I, Dan Gascoigne, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows.
Let's see.
Cleverly, James Spencer, Conservative Party candidate, 17,414.
OK, not bad.
Franks Kieran Anthony, Liberal Democrat, 2,879.
Okay.
Heather David Christopher Norman, Independent, 767. Thompson Richard, Reform UK, 11,346. Thorogood Paul Richard, Green Party candidate, 2,878. Wright Matthew, Labour Party, 13,744. There were 167
the Home Secretary, former Home Secretary, has held his seat. You're watching Sky News Election Night live. It's just after 6:15 in the morning, Friday, the 5th of July. If you are just tuning our way, flipping heck, what a night it has been. Labour has won by a landslide, cantering towards 400 seats, just 5 away. The Conservatives have moved in to triple digits. It looked as though for a time potentially that wasn't going to happen. And they have lost cabinet seats by the bucket load, Beth. Go through a few of them.
Well, they're nearly up to losing a dozen cabinet seats now. They're just shy of that. They've lost Mark Harper, the Transport Secretary. They've lost Alex Chalk, the Justice Secretary. Gillian Keegan, the Education Secretary. Lucy Fraser, the Culture Secretary. Penny Mordaunt, the leader of the Commons. Grant Shapps, the Defence Secretary. And amongst those, some of the would-be leadership contenders have gone. It has been the worst night ever for the Conservatives in terms of electoral record setting.
Shall we listen to the former chairman of the Conservative Party, former Home Secretary? Here he is.
Too many to mention by name, but I would particularly like to single out my campaign manager and my agent who have worked so tirelessly through this campaign. I'd also like, of course, to thank the other candidates. This has been, I think, a well-mannered and good-natured campaign, as it should be. And I think that shows the Braintree constituency for what we know it to be, which is a wonderful place full of wonderful people. And the fact that the candidates who put themselves forward reflected that, I think, is very much to their credit. And, of course, I would like to thank my family, my long-suffering family, my 2 sons who have seen far less of me over the last 6 weeks. I was about to say than previously, but as a government minister, no one gets to see that much of me.
Cast your votes.
And of course, I want to pay a special
I'll go to the bathroom and see how
my beautiful and wonderful wife, who has not just had to put up with me being a Member of Parliament and a minister, but as you know, has also fought and successfully won her own battle. And I could not have done it without you, so thank you very much. This has been a very difficult night for my party, and losing the position of government of this country is painful, but it is the nature of our democracy that it happens. And when it happens, it is incumbent upon the voters are telling us. I am not going to rush to any quick judgments. I think the right thing to do is be thoughtful and take a short period of time to really assess what the voters are telling us. But it is clear that when you see the voter share of the traditional main parties of government, that many voters are disillusioned with all of us, and we should take that on board. I think it is also right that we have the humility to recognise that there is nothing honourable in presenting simple and thin solutions to challenging and complex problems. And the world is a difficult and dangerous place, and we have to respond to that. But this evening, I will finish as I started, by saying thank you to the wonderful...
Jeremy Hunt arriving back in Downing Street with his good lady to number 11 against all the odds. He held on to his seat at Godalming in Ash. It was nailed on that he was going to be losing that seat. He did not, although many others did, including close on a dozen ministers. Jacob Rees-Mogg also hit the deck. Penny Mordaunt gone, Johnny Mercer gone as well, Robert Buckland gone, Miriam Capes, Andrea Jenkins. And even on the Labour side, Trevor, you know, big beast went Jonathan Ashworth, shadow health secretary at times, shadow paymaster general, I think his most recent position. Did you see that coming?
I didn't believe that would happen, but it was talked about. And this is a Leicester thing. You know, there is an issue to do with Gaza and Muslims. We're seeing it also in Birmingham. Look, both parties are going to have to reflect pretty hard on a couple of things. Tories are going to have to think about what reform means for them. Much smaller problem for Labour, but it's still a real one.
Okay.
3
we have to
million
think about this.
Muslims in this country, clearly demonstrating they did not like the position.
Voter turnout's not particularly high.
On this one, by the way, I think the Tories will be very, very...
Not even 100 voters out of 850 viewers.
I think, you know, there's
almost
very
900
few
viewers across two
of the
platforms.
Kind of people they can put on telly to look reasonable. And he was very clear, I think. Simple and thin solutions. He was talking about reform. That's the battle that's going to start, I would guess, tomorrow.
Yeah, and reform, as far as reform is concerned, the hits keep on coming.
Sleep, the Parliament is yours.
4 seats is what reform won. They won Nigel Farage's seat, they won Richard Tice's seat, a lesser-known Rupert Lowe in Great Yarmouth, Conservatives into 3rd place there. And the first one to declare was Lee Anderson.
I mean, this is a stonking night for reform. They've picked up 4
bullet
seats.
chess match to decide.
Quite a large vote
no,
share, and I think
the real decider should be
and it will all lead into and
cold hard cash. Oh, it's 100 votes. Fuck's sake.
When he and his fellow MPs
the real decider should be super chats and membership. Probably membership, because there's a lot of white names in the chat. There's a disgraceful number of white names in the chat.
Hence the name of the party, but he will be pushing
but
for electoral reform and just hammering home this point on lower vote share.
How much longer do I get?
It could turn out as these final seats come.
How much longer do I go for it?
Labour could get around 2/3 of the parliamentary seats on just over a third.
Looks like the Red Bulls have
of
it
the
though.
vote, okay? And that when you look at it in that context of how they've piled up this big majority on a relatively low vote share compared with other leaders who piled up massive majorities, I agree with you, Antti, this is going to be one of the most consequential governments potentially, given the...
Nice way to eat breakfast.
Oh, thanks for the 10 things, Pinocchio's Nose. Really appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoy it. Play the rhythm game. If you pull a 920, you can sleep. I don't give a fuck about the rhythm game. Fuck you. Don't care. Robin Von Summer, thanks for the tier 3 sub. God damn it, that's so generous. Tier 3 is big. All right, hang on. Let's just... The rest is up to God, okay? It's up to God. Ban everyone who voted sleep. They clearly don't want to watch more Loner Box. True. Wait, why is it? Jesus. Pasta, thanks for the 100 Swedish. Sleep, you noob. That's so many Swedish.
The size
so many
of the majority if Keir Starmer can take the win and then turn it into something substantial within government.
Pinocchio's Nose, that's a tier 1 sub. Don't sleep. You guys are weird.
And that is going to make
okay,
it
let's see.
Work with the public, because I really do believe this election, I don't want to take away from the massive achievement of Labour, but this election is as much about people rejecting the Conservative Party as it has been about embracing Keir Starmer's Labour.
Yes, I agree with
the pawn advance might be an issue here.
In terms of the popular vote is thin, not obviously in terms of the number of MPs, but also the lack of clarity about what Labour is actually for, not helped by the
What
lack
are
of
you
clarity
for?
over the manifesto and the whole Starmer project, and the lack of any philosophical underpinning.
Remember the Holodomor?
Remember the
Keynes, we
Holodomor.
think of Beveridge, I mean, giants
What the
underpinning
fuck?
them. Wilson had his own really serious philosophers and thinkers, including Tony Crosland. Blair had figures like Giddens. I mean,
I'm
who
so
are
fucked.
the
I'm actually
philosophical figures
dead
who are
in this fucking game.
underpinning the whole Starmer project. So lack of mandate, lack of clarity, and yet he has a momentous challenge in front of him to show that government works after 14 years of pretty disappointing Conservative governments, which flip-flopped.
I want to go down to Downing
That's a
Street
really funny
now.
move I just did.
Murray is standing by for us. Murray, we have seen the Chancellor arrive just a few moments ago. We've trained on the door of number 10 there. It started in the
Potentially.
pouring rain. That's how it's.
Uh-oh.
Absolutely, Kay. Morning from a wet and rainy Downing Street, where later today, Rishi Sunak will tender his resignation. He will go to the King and he will essentially say, I'm done. Then Keir Starmer will be officially appointed by the King and
Very
he will
dead.
walk through that door and be our next Prime Minister,
Listen,
appointed by
if I win this
the
next,
monarch.
that person was
This
very
is a
careful.
momentous
If I win
day.
this next
Labour
game,
has managed to carry that Ming vase all the way.
I don't care
to
about my
Downing
ELO. This is
Street
Bullet. No one
without
cares about ELO
dropping
and
it.
Bullet.
An incredible achievement by the Labour Party and something that many people thought was not possible just 5 years ago with a historic defeat under Jeremy
Okay.
Corbyn. So now we
I
are
might get
waiting
to be going to
for
bed.
not
We'll
only
see.
Rishi Sunak to be coming in here and leaving for the last time, no longer Prime Minister, but also Keir Starmer to be moving in. We now have a new inhabitant of Downing Street.
Inhabitant.
Tories have lost the
Cute.
seats of several former Prime Ministers: Whitney, Cameron, Finchley, Thatcher, Henley, Boris Johnson. Still trust to come in Norfolk. So lots to still keep an eye on. Coming to you, Ruth, in just a second, because I just want to pause. Just tuning our way. You're watching Election Night Live, even though it's the morning. It's almost
Good one.
6:30 and night to go down.
Election Night
The
Live,
British
even though it's the
Labour
morning.
has
Good
won
one.
the general election by
Love it.
a landslide.
This person
Keir
is.
Starmer will be
I'm just not
the
fast
next
enough.
Prime Minister.
I don't care for the speed bullshit.
You campaigned for it, you fought for it, you voted for it, and now it has arrived. Change begins now.
Across the country, the Conservatives have lost more than 200 seats, including those of Cabinet Ministers Grant Shapps, Penny Mordaunt and Gillian Keegan.
The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory.
But it's also been a good night for Reform, who've won 4 seats, including for their leader Nigel Farage in Clapton. The Greens also.
Wait, 3
winning
seconds? Are you
4
fucking kidding
seats.
me?
Meanwhile, a huge comeback underway for the Liberal Democrats, who've won more than
Wait.
60 seats.
Wait, what? Oh, timeout.
Birmingham Ladywood
Wait, if I win this
Declaration,
next one, I get to go to bed,
Birmingham
okay?
Ladywood Declaration coming up.
Election of member of Parliament to general election.
Fuck.
Birmingham Ladywood constituency.
I just don't care
Robert
enough.
Connolly, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as
This is a
follows.
horrible setup for me.
Chandler Zoe,
What can I
Green
do?
Party, 3,478. Darg Lee James, Liberal Democrats, 1,711. Mahmood Shabana, Labour Party, 15,558.
Maybe
Same
all right.
price over there. Muzal Shazad, known as Shaz Muzali, I do beg your pardon, the Conservative Party candidate, 2,218. Yaqub Ahmed,
Yaqub.
Independent,
What a name.
12,137.
Remember the Holodomor?
Remember the Hubble boy.
Safest Labour seat in the West Midlands.
Excuse me, I haven't finished.
Okay.
Second in the whole
Young
country.
Henry Irene, Reform UK,
I'm so fucking dumb, man.
Total rejected ballot papers
Don't care.
is 203.
Whatever. I have to keep going.
This represents a majority of 3,421 with a 43.9% turnout. As such, I do hereby declare that Shabana Mahmood is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for Birmingham Ladywood constituency.
Usually reduced majority.
That's a great result.
But,
really pleased for her.
She
She's
has held on.
decent,
there.
smart, really capable politician.
Hey.
Yeah, she's the justice. She'll become the Justice Secretary. That was a
Thank
bit
you
touch
very
and
much.
go,
I would
that one as
first
well,
like to
that
thank
seat.
the returning officer, those who have counted the votes today, the clerks and all the polling staff, and the police who have had to go above and beyond to ensure a safe and secure election today.
Oh, was that a
My
reference to?
wonderful agent, Marcus Bernasconi.
Looking at probably the next Justice Secretary there. A record number of Cabinet Ministers have lost their seats tonight, including, shall we have a look at one or two of them, some well-known faces. The Justice Secretary, Alex Chalk, was the first major figure to lose his Cheltenham seat. Minutes later, the Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps, lost by almost 4,000 votes to Labour in Welwyn-Hatfield.
Oh, did he?
Just before 4 a.m. Gillian Keegan,
Oh, yeah.
here she comes,
I forgot that one.
fell.
That was
The
a while
Education
ago.
Secretary was beaten by a huge 12,000 votes
Jeez.
by the Lib Dems. Potential leadership contender Penny Mordaunt also lost to Labour in Portsmouth North.
Oh, I missed that one.
Possibly the Portillo moment, as Andy sees it, of the night. Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg lost by 5,000 votes
Fuck
to
off.
Labour's Dan Norris. And in the last hour, the Transport Secretary, Mark Harper, became the 11th loss, beaten by just 278 votes. Somebody who held on, but what's going to happen next? The Home Secretary, James Cleverly, is with us. I think your speech said it all. I mean, it was an acceptance speech, but we know you to be quite outgoing and quite ebullient. Not tonight.
Well, my friend and colleague Priti Patel is just giving her acceptance speech. So, if you forgive me if I don't raise my voice too highly, because I don't want to interrupt her. But it's been an incredibly difficult night. It's a privilege to be returned as the MP for Braintree, and I'm very grateful that that has happened. But that has got to be tempered with the realisation that we are no longer in government, and it's not just that. It's the nature of why that has happened.
What happened with the Phillips election? What's actually going on? Oh, I guess what happens is if you convince yourself that the people that you're against, like your political opponents, are enabling or even supporting genocide, then you're probably going to think that that's such a grave charge that it gives you carte blanche to do basically anything to them as a means of stopping them. So the result is a very toxic political campaign. Hey, we're over 400. We're over 402. Shit. Okay.
It is difficult, and of course their staff, the people that work for them in their parliamentary offices, they will have an uncertain future. It's the nature of our democracy, and democracy is both a beautiful and brutal thing. And tonight it feels particularly difficult for us in the Conservative Party.
James, it's Beth Rigby here. We saw each other out on the campaign trail, didn't we, up in Nottinghamshire last week, and you were going around the country. You were still fighting the fight. You were still trying to talk up the prospects of some sort of success.
We're about to get a 69 for the Liberal Democrats.
You said to me back then, last week, that
hold your breaths.
Whatever happened next, the party had to stay in the centre ground, the centre-right ground, but you emphasised the word centre. What's your message to colleagues this morning? And you wouldn't answer the question to me or Trevor, because Trevor asked you as well last week. Are you considering running for leadership?
No one answers these questions in a fucking election night.
So, in terms of what the party needs to do, it's not just about moving. It's about making sure that we are a broad-based party. I grew up looking at the Conservative Party under Margaret Thatcher, and she was a leader of intense principle and philosophy, but she ran a government that was a pretty broad church. And we need to make sure that we are a party in the modern era which encompasses the full range of centre-right thinking. I said in my acceptance speech, it would be wrong for us to believe that we can just apply or promote simple, thin and I think impractical solutions for the challenges that we face both here as a country and globally. And I think it would be unprofessional for politicians of any party to suggest there are easy answers to these difficult questions. So we have to be disciplined, we have to be thoughtful, and with regard to future leadership, I stand by what I said at the time. My focus has been on retaining my seat. It was closer
Trump was right
in terms of results than ones that I've had in the past. I'm very glad that I was relentlessly focused on being returned as an MP, and what might happen in the future, I'll leave that for the near future.
James, Trevor here. Speaking of
69
humility,
votes.
Listening,
69 seats for the Liberal Democrats.
Being thoughtful, does the broad church, the full range of centre-right opinion, include Nigel Farage?
I've been asked this a number of times, and my view remains unchanged. He has, through this campaign, said it is his mission. And it's quite interesting what his motivation was. Not to get as many Reform MPs elected as possible, and indeed it seems that they've had success, but modest success in doing that. But his main motivator was to harm the Conservative Party. I cannot see how that is a credible application for being part of the Conservative Party. So my view is that it is voters who we should appeal to rather than members of Parliament of other parties. And if we get that offer to the British people right, I can absolutely see, with a very large majority but on a very modest predicted share of vote, the Labour Party tonight have every reason to be happy, but I think they also should have the humility to recognise it was not a ringing endorsement by the British people. And the lesson I think my party should take from that is that if we listen carefully to what the British people are telling us, then there is every reason to believe, just as Labour went from a very bad defeat to a victory, we could do likewise.
How can you say it's not a ringing endorsement, James Cleverly? Labour have got 403 seats and you guys have got 111.
She's so blunt.
As I said, they have every reason to be very, very happy, but they should also, I think, reflect on the fact that they are predicted to have that very large majority, which is, and as I say, I'm not taking that away from them, but it is on a fairly modest share of the vote for such a margin. And the proportion of British voters that did not vote for either the Labour Party or the Conservative Party, and I haven't crunched the numbers fully, is probably larger than we've seen in a very, very long time. And we should, all parties, Labour, Conservative particularly, think, why is that? What lessons could we or should we take from other elections around the world? And how should we respond to that? But these are not off-the-cuff actions that we should take. We should think carefully about this and not jump to conclusions.
James, I think you're sort of trying to underplay Labour's achievement here. I mean, this is an historic achievement in terms of British political history, and these are the worst results ever in the history of the Conservative Party. Now, I appreciate you're speaking honestly and openly, but I'm not sure you're calling that quite right. The scale of your defeat is huge. And Labour, by whichever means, has won an historic majority. Can you not recognise that?
I did. I mean, I did, and I said that they have every reason to be very, very happy with the results that they've got. They have got, Keir Starmer has secured what looks to be a large majority for the Labour Party, and I absolutely recognise that. But what I've also said is that we need to be thoughtful And all of us, including the Conservative Party, and I also think the Labour Party, and maybe I shouldn't be giving the Labour Party advice, but the simple fact of the matter is the proportion of the British people who voted for the two main parties, the traditional two parties of government, is, I think, and as I say, I will need to crunch the numbers, I think a smaller proportion of the vote...
Has it been interesting or a foregone conclusion? It's not been that interesting, but it's been kind of... I don't know, I don't think we're going to see another result like this for maybe like the rest of our lifetimes. Like, I don't know. So it's quite funny to watch that, like, and just think this is actually.
If both parties thought carefully,
maybe we will. I don't know. Politics is quite wacky now, but
putting their votes
I don't know.
For either Labour.
Couldn't not watch it.
I know my party will think about that, and as I say, perhaps it's foolish of me giving advice to Labour, but I think Labour should do the same thing as well.
Go and get some sleep. It's good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed. Thank you for taking the time. Very much appreciated. Just to mention that Sinn Féin will be the largest party in Northern Ireland. You remember a few moments ago, I was telling you that the Conservatives have lost several seats of former Prime Ministers. Whitney for David Cameron, Finchley for Margaret Thatcher, Henley for Boris Johnson. Truss still to come in Norfolk. Another one has just fallen. Maidenhead, Theresa May's old seat.
Oh, yeah, Maidenhead.
Liz Truss declaration coming up in just a second. Maidenhead has gone to the Lib Dems.
Goodness
me.
Liz
Theresa May, Lib Dems
Theresa May's seat
has gone.
Goodness me.
It was the fourth safest seat, wasn't it, in some time in her tenure. It's gone
and
to
also,
the Lib Dems.
The Liz Truss is looking...
well dodged, I think, is the phraseology we use.
Well dodged is totally accurate.
There we go. Let's squeeze in. Let's squeeze in Ed while we can. Ed, go.
Let's squeeze in.
Go on.
So this is so let's do it. Should we do a quick recap on on where we are, the big picture? Because there's just so much going on. It's worth just taking a step back and reminding ourselves of the story. And the story is this completely transformed political map in the UK. And let's focus in particular. First of all, we'll take a look at what's happened in terms of change of seats. So there's Labour in terms of seats in Parliament, over 400 now, losing just 6, but gaining 211. Conservatives down to 113, gaining only 1, and down 242. And the Lib Dems, just look at that.
I think they're still on 3 seats now.
Up to 61.
We'd know if they got more,
69, but gaining 61. And doing it basically while barely increasing their share of the vote. So pretty extraordinary for the Lib Dems. And the SNP collapse as well. And the Green Party doing better even than the exit poll suggested. But beneath this picture of a Labour landslide, and it is a clear Labour landslide, there's something kind of interesting here, which is when you look at the actual votes here. So the number of votes that have been counted. This is Tony Blair in 1997. And bear in mind, we're talking about Keir Starmer having a similar kind of landslide to Tony Blair in 1997. Not quite there, but getting towards it. Now compare to what we've just got in terms of the numbers for Keir Starmer. So they are nowhere near. This is just the quantum, the sheer quantum of people casting a vote for Keir Starmer is nowhere near where it was for Tony Blair. And yet he's managing to get... In fact, by the way, it's nowhere near as much as it was for Jeremy Corbyn. In 2017, Jeremy Corbyn won considerably more votes than Keir Starmer has this time around. So it's a really striking example of what happens when you're kind of efficient about your vote, when you're able to convert a relatively small vote compared with that into a lot of seats. And that's partly because of the collapse, the punishment, the near destruction of the Conservative Party. And if we look at just what's happened here with the Conservative share of the vote, this is going back through history, OK? So we're going back here to 1835. And each of these bars is showing you how much of the share of the vote the Conservative Party has had at these elections. Look, that's the early days of the Conservative Party. And if we bring on where we are now... we are basically talking about... I'll just kind of draw a line so you can see. We are basically talking about the lowest share of the vote, give or take, that we have really ever seen for the Conservative Party. Historic punishments for the Conservatives here. Ooh. To the extent that...
F's in the chat for the Conservative
Party. The number
Party.
of deposits forfeited, and obviously you lose your deposit if you don't gain 5% of the votes in a constituency. The number of deposits lost by the Conservative Party in this election is now more than in any previous election going back to we're kind of back to the invention of the deposit as something that MPs put forward in these elections. And just to put it into perspective, that 30 is not far off how many deposits the Reform Party is forfeiting.
I'm so
as
sorry.
well.
Liz Truss?
Yep.
Just underlines that point.
Liz Truss?
OK, sorry to interrupt. The
All right.
slow hand clapping in Norfolk Southwest.
Okay.
Right, why would they be doing that?
Is Liz Truss not turning?
This is her seat.
Why are they doing this, Ben?
I think that it looks like Liz Truss hasn't arrived on stage for her count. She's defending the seat of South West Norfolk.
To explain to people how it works, just before the announcement, you get taken to the side and you're told the results. So the people standing on the stage know what the result is, but they've only just been told. They're told seconds before they're asked to walk up the steps and stand there. We saw...
and she left.
You've got intel that
Maybe
potentially
she's
lost.
Well, as I said, I think maybe about an hour ago, we'd been hearing from senior Conservatives there was some question, not whether she was going to be first or second, but a question over whether she was going to be second or third.
Yeah.
We were trying to get in contact with
God.
people on the ground there,
that...
and her team were not answering their phones, they weren't picking up, they weren't getting back to us. So there is a suggestion that it has... This could be a very big moment of the night.
Yes.
Yeah, just to say, all the broadcasters are now looking at the same thing. We're all looking at the same image.
That's a former Prime Minister, bro.
Where the former Prime Minister is not on it. Where is she? They've slow hand clapped her. They're looking here, they're looking there.
So she was in the building.
And they cannot find Liz Truss anywhere. Where on earth could she be? How long do they wait before they decide that they're going to do the declaration anyway? There she is. Well done, Liz.
Okay.
David Flux, being the returning officer.
Here we go, everybody. This could be historic.
Southwest West
Again.
Recorded for each candidate is as follows. Bagg, James.
That's intense, man.
Independent, 6,282. Conway, Gary Daniel Dominic, Heritage Party,
What's
Freedom
happening?
Family Nation, 160. Duvalapalli,
More time in the camera.
Green Party,
Bro, this is
1,838.
I don't like watching this. This is like,
Douglas, Lorraine, Communist Party of Britain, 77.
she won. Why did she not?
Jeremy, Terry, Labour Party, 11,847.
For Labour.
Mackenzie, Tobias, Reform UK, 9,958.
9,000 plus.
Of East Anglia, Earl Elvis, Official Monster Raving Loony Party, 338. Ratcliffe, Josie, Liberal Democrats, 2,618. Truss, Liz, the Conservative Party candidate, 11,217.
Oh, I think she's lost. Yep, she's lost. Into second.
And she knew she lost before she went up.
Second place behind Labour. With you straight away.
Yeah, I mean, this is not one that had been necessarily on the radar. We knew that there was going to be a lot of tactical voting, as Beth and I had talked about earlier in the programme.
No.
I think that will be a shock to her. I think in terms of the people that supported her very brief premiership, a lot of whom continued to support her afterwards, thought there was a potential way back for her. I think there are a lot of people within the Conservative Party that can trace back our absolute rout tonight to what happened during her very brief premiership and the fact that Rishi Sunak was never going to be able to recover
Is it a shock, though, Ruth?
confidence.
Because she didn't really show any humility, though, did she, after? She'd left Downing Street and started writing books about why I was right and why the establishment stopped.
This is a big shock. This is a big shock. This was a very safe seat. She was not expected to lose it. In the run-up to the election, there was a big campaign in her seat about tactical voting. And Liz Truss, the former Prime Minister, the shortest ever serving Prime Minister, is out of Parliament, and she's lost her seat by just, over 600 votes. That, to me, is the Portillo moment of this general election.
Can you hold that thought for a second? Because the DUP, Ian Paisley, has lost at North Antrim as well, a big shock as well for our Northern Ireland viewers. It was deemed the DUP's safest seat. That has also gone. What a night
DUP.
it has been. I mean, from the moment the
first time in 54 years, someone from Paisley called Paisley, his dad or him, has an LDAS.
Labour government confirmed.
There you go.
Oh yeah,
Also,
look at it.
good
Of course,
fact.
look at the number.
From the exit poll at
408.
10 o'clock to now.
But when we were going around the country, every time Liz Truss was mentioned, she provoked a reaction. She has lit a touch paper amongst voters in a way that it's very visceral and it's been very damaging to the Conservatives. And I imagine there will be a number of your colleagues that think that it is just rewards that Liz Truss has been voted out.
That's why I say it wasn't a shock, though, because of those feelings.
There is also, Beth, this is one of the echoes, because there are, when you have the microphone, when you're the government, you can tell a story about your predecessors. You can pin things on them. So we pinned on that Gordon Brown crashed the economy. He didn't fix the roof when the sun was shining. He sold the gold. So when it comes to us trying to win back these seats...
Do you know what? The problem is, like, Liz Truss just looks like a really... in this picture, she just looks like a really likable person. I don't know. Even though she was the most incompetent fucking... Oh, God. I feel bad. I mean, it's good for the constituency that she's replaced, but I still feel bad.
Sunak tried to steady the economic ship with Jeremy Hunt. I think what happened during that period was fairly irrecoverable. Boris Johnson had sort of shown the moral bankruptcy. She showed the economic bankruptcy. And where does the Tory party go, whether it's values or its competence?
OK, let's... Liz Truss speaking, guys.
Shut the fuck up.
Will she? She should speak. Let's see if she does. Come on, Liz, are you coming up to this microphone or not? No, she doesn't fancy it. No.
This
Thanks
hasn't
very
happened
much.
in 100 years.
Sorry?
Apparently, this hasn't happened in 100 years.
Somebody who'd served as a
Prime Minister to have lost their seat.
Yeah.
Really?
The Tories have also now equalled the 246 losses that they suffered in the 1906 Liberal landslide. So Arthur Balfour, all the awful records that he hit, that was the lowest. 156 seats he won, 246 losses. The Conservatives are on less seats and the losses equal to that of 1906. It really is a record.
She's literally one of the worst Tories, incompetent and a culture warrior. Why would you feel bad? Because I have fascist sympathies, fan of monkeys. That must be why.
It's a declaration.
And she's a blonde
woman. Perhaps not too generously blaming her for the demise of the Conservative Party. Would you be one of them, Ruth?
But I certainly think that, to be honest, you can absolutely see the anger that there was after Partygate with Boris Johnson, and in terms of that kind of that moral crumble that was there, and then you had the double whammy of her coming in, and then there being this massive shock to the economic system, which affected everybody's back pocket, affected all those people's mortgages, it affected all of this area. It was almost impossible for any Prime Minister to recover. I think Rishi Sunak did his best. He ran a terrible campaign, in terms of the last 6 weeks. But what I'm noticing as well is we've only got 28 seats to declare. The Tory party may not make their exit poll number here.
Labour will be higher than the exit poll, I think. But I just think, the result doesn't surprise me, as I said. She never showed any sort of humility. But also going to the United States, to that neocon conference, sharing a platform with Steve Bannon, who's now in jail,
We're almost out of time, guys. We're almost out of time. What a night it has been. Handing over the baton to Sophie momentarily. Goodness me, Sophie, you've managed to have a little bit of sleep, I'm sure, during the night. During that time, it's been quite exciting.
I did manage to get a bit of sleep, but I have to say, Kate, it has been quite a challenge because I've been absolutely gripped by the coverage that you and everyone else has been giving on what a historic night it has been. Of course, the main story, the huge losses by the Conservative Party, but also it does also seem quite extraordinary as well that this is a Labour majority that feels as if it's built with the same stuff as the Ming Vase. It'll be so interesting to hear from Sir Keir Starmer later on to see, of course, how he decides to tackle the huge challenges facing the country when the transfer of power happens. We'll, of course, be bringing you that as well. Kay.
Fantastic. Sophie, thanks so much indeed. We've got 90 seconds to off air. How does this compare to previous memories? quickly.
I'm having, obviously, flashbacks to 97. I mean, this just feels great. It'll feel great for all people of, a Labour affiliation across the country.
Okay.
We waited a long time for it. I think this is good. The government that's coming in is going to exceed expectations, mark my words.
Ruth Davis.
Everything has changed. Scotland has changed. The UK across the whole has changed. The politics has been tipped on its head. It's going to take weeks
Brexit
to extrapolate all the
Steve
different
Baker
threads, but a
lost
terrible
his
night
seat.
for us. Terrible night for
I don't even know who
SNP,
that
brilliant
is.
night for Labour.
Brexit
Shattering
hard
loss for the
man.
Conservatives.
We had a
Menacing
guy
advance
called
of
the
reform,
Brexit
which I
hard
think is the
man.
biggest thing of the night. And fantastic, amazing result for Keir Starmer. Nobody believed he could do it. He has.
And for me, it's just been to see a Labour landslide and to watch it unfold in this way. I think Keir Starmer has the potential to be one of the most consequential prime ministers since the Second World War if he takes this majority and he uses it wisely.
Yeah.
But I think he's got huge challenges as the vote splits. And
Okay.
I think this has been the rise of the other election.
Too many Portillo moments to count, really. We had a Portillo moment, then another one, then another one. We had another one right at the end of the show where Liz Truss, a former Prime Minister, has lost her seat.
God.
Oh, my goodness me. What a night.
Goodness
Sophie's
me.
next. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Stop the count. True. What is Arden Bastani? 5. I can't. I just feel like I'm so out of touch with these people now. I don't know. I don't know if they've how much. I know I've changed a bit, but I don't know if I've changed a bit, and they've changed, or I've changed a lot and they haven't changed at all, or they've changed a lot. I don't know. 5 pro-Gaza independents have now won, with Khalid Mahmoud out in Birmingham. The media class mocked this stuff for months. Nobody cares about foreign policy. Who's laughing now? What the fuck, man? Like, who's who do they think is paying attention to 5? Okay. Okay. I don't know. It's just weird. Like, what does that mean? What does that translate to? Okay, so I don't need the fucking weather. Come on.
Lost out. So Michael Fabricant, the other famous
Fabricant.
Tory who's recognisable for his distinctive blonde hair.
He's out.
Been an MP since 1992, representing the people of Lichfield since 1997. But tonight, he has had a gigantic majority of more than 23,000 overturned.
Ooh.
That translates to a huge swing of 22.4%.
I've been to Lichfield, by the way.
A very slim majority of 810.
I had an ex
And in
whose
Stoke on
family
Trent
lived there.
North, former teacher and now former MP Jonathan
And
Dulles.
yeah, you can
narrowly
tell why that
avoided
place is
coming
Tory.
there after
Just from
rampant
walking
charge
around.
by the Reform candidate.
It's the
Took
the Tory is in the
24.1% of vote
fucking
there. Jonathan Dulles
air.
has
It's
most
in the
recently
oxygen.
served
Hang
as
on,
deputy
Michael
chairman of the
Fabricant.
Conservative Party.
This is the
Now, I
one
could be
person
here
who you
for
can
many more
actually
hours
tell
with this list, but
all
let's
of his
just do one more.
politics
Another
just by looking at
high-ranking
him.
party member
Look,
is
this
Jake
is Michael
Berry.
Fabricant.
This is a former Tory party chairman. His vote share down by 28%. Most of that, of course, going to Reform, who took more than 21% of the votes. So, senior Tories, safe seat veterans, former cabinet ministers, former prime ministers, current cabinet
Pretty
ministers.
fucked up, isn't it?
No
It's pretty
one
gnarly.
tonight has been safe from the Tory wipeout.
Hannah, thanks so much. Just waiting to see how quickly before the lettuce emoji is trending on Twitter. But we have
Oh,
some
not
way,
the lettuce
to
emoji.
go.
No.
There is an extraordinary game
No.
for the TUV, the traditional Ulster Unionist voice in North Antrim. And this is Jim McAllister. Now, just to sort of explain a little bit of the Northern Ireland situation, the TUV, I guess, are most similar to the Reform Party here. Jim McAllister is somebody who probably wouldn't look particularly out of kilter with the Reform group.
So the BBC is
Habib, I think, was
not doing the live coverage thing either. It's just Channel 4.
over there
BBC
for
has moved
the
on.
manifesto launch. But he has taken that seat from Ian Paisley. Ian Paisley Jr., but that Paisley family has held the seat for 50 years. So North Antrim, taken
And the
by
DUP
the
got
TUV,
fucked as
this
well.
is a unionist group who is
Those
anti the
Protestant
Good Friday
bastards,
Agreement,
finally.
anti the Windsor Framework,
I shouldn't say
anti
that.
sort of
No.
any
It's not respectful of the Good Friday Agreement. Oh, never mind.
island. This is quite a moment, I think, for Northern Ireland.
No, that's just time to tell you that Shabana Mahmood, who I think you were speculating might have lost, has actually held on to her seat.
Good news.
So she's.
Is the guy on the right the one that does horrible
into
celebrity
Parliament.
interviews? Yes, he is. He's very
It is coming up to
inappropriate.
7 o'clock on Friday, July the 5th. You're watching Britain Decides on Channel 4, and it's been an extraordinary night. Within the last 15 minutes, the former Prime Minister Liz Truss has lost her South West Norfolk seat. A jaw-dropping moment.
Fuck this
A jaw-dropping defeat.
Where are the numbers?
Let's just recap.
Why the
on the
fuck would I
rest
watch this?
of
Where are the
night's
numbers?
events.
Hey.
Labour have won by a landslide with more than 400 seats. Speaking as a Labour Party event, the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, said the change begins now.
4.5 years of work changing the party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour Party, ready to...
Fireworks are going off around me quite... Wait, what? Here or in America? In the UK, there are fireworks going on. Really? I assume you mean... Because if it's America, that's not news, because it's fucking 4th of July. You mean here, right? You mean the UK? This is not... America Day. Sorry, every other day of the year for this stream is fucking America Day. West Coast. I don't care. Why would you say that? Like...
Power will change hands
This is
in a
not America
peaceful and
Day.
orderly
Sorry.
manner, with goodwill
Mr.
on
fucking
all sides.
international empire.
The Conservatives have
NATO,
lost
fuck.
11 cabinet ministers, if you include 2 ministers who technically attend cabinet. Penny Mordaunt lost her Portsmouth North seat by 780 votes in a major win for Labour's Amanda Martin. Education Secretary Gillian Keegan was defeated in Chichester by the Liberal
Chichester.
Democrats. And Grant Shapps
Chichester.
lost in Welwyn and Hatfield. Here's what he had to say.
Today, voters have simply said, if you can't agree with each other, then we can't agree to vote for you. We forgot a fundamental rule of politics, that people do not vote for divided parties.
And that's a higher number of cabinet ministers than they lost in 1997, the last time Labour overturned a Conservative government. Among the big-name scalps to also go, Jacob Rees-Mogg, who was defeated in North East Somerset, again to the Liberal Democrats. But there have been some surprising Labour losses too, including John Ashworth, Shadow Paymaster General, and Thangam Debonair, the Shadow Culture Secretary. A win for the Greens co-leader, Carla Denyer, in Bristol Central. They've won 4 seats. There was an extraordinary victory speech from Labour's Jess Phillips, who was heckled in Birmingham Yardley.
Uh-oh.
This election has been...
Can you excuse me? Before we have our first speeches, that's final warning.
This election
Wait,
has
is this
been
the most updated
the
one?
worst
410?
I have ever stood in.
That young women activists are absolute kryptonite, and they...
Oh.
The reason why people get
Kryptonite.
annoyed and fight back against it is because we change the world.
Reform leader
Okay.
Nigel Farage has become an MP at the 8th
Okay,
time
fuck
of
it.
asking.
I'm going back to the Sky one because they actually have... They're the only ones that actually have a good graphic for the updates. I think it's out to 410 now, by the way, though.
For the final time.
Oh,
Things are going to be moving very
Sunak.
quickly.
What did Sunak do? He went into Downing Street, right?
Nigel Farage at the 8th attempt in Clacton.
Farage's on 4
Imagine what
seats.
kind of a voice he's going to be in the House of Commons. Plaid Cymru are on 4 seats in total, and the Green Party have won 4 seats so far as well. So good night so far with the Green Party. Well, this is the scene live in Downing Street. At some point this morning, we are expecting to hear from Rishi Sunak. Travelling down from his North Yorkshire constituency, he will be speaking in Number 10 for the final time. Things are going to be moving very quickly today. The transfer of power in the United Kingdom is a pretty brutal business. All day here on Sky News, we're going to be discussing the outcome of this historic general election with our panel of guests.
Is all the reform excitement just about Farage? No, it's about them winning a lot of votes. Yeah. But again, it's like 4 seats. I don't know why people, what the fucking hype is. They still have a long way to go. They've obviously, they're setting the agenda for the British right, for sure. They're playing a role in that, but it's...
We'll have more from them shortly.
Thank the first past the post, okay? It's keeping them at bay. And like I said,
the story of the night and how this big election win for Labour unfolded. Jason Farrell has a story of the night.
What an amazing reception. We did it!
Today, the country will have a new Prime Minister.
You campaigned for it. People will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again. Walk.
A little bit of an issue with that report there from Jason Farrell, but we will, of course, bring it to you just as soon as we have a look at it.
They're just playing a third of what was projected. Yeah, well, not really. Yeah, the projection was 13 seats, but before the projection, the polls were suggesting like fucking 5 seats or 3 seats. No, 3. It was 3.
Landslide. So a very
the Greens got 4. The Greens were expected to get 3.
The Labour Party. The Conservatives currently on 170.
Isn't Farage a mega racist? He's quite racist, yeah.
Losses, which was back in 1906 when they lost.
He's subtle though, you know. About he's not like a.
Good night for the Lib Dems so far.
He's not like dyed in the wool racist, but like he attracts racists.
Let's bring in our panel at this point, shall we? Dame Margaret Hodge and Baroness Hugh Morgan. Great to have you both on the programme. Margaret, to you first. I can see the smile on your face.
I think it's an unbelievably wonderful morning for me, having been away.
Sky News didn't project 14 for reform. The exit polling agency, the exit polls, like the national official exit polls projected 14. So, oh no, 13.
It would take at least a decade.
Yeah, okay, maybe Sky did say 14. Did Sky have their own polls for projecting?
We've got to hand it to Keir Starmer. He has done completely brilliantly. He
it's Margaret Hodge again.
Reformed the party, made the party fit for purpose, and then he turned to the country and he has, won an astounding victory.
Without taking away the strength of the majority, because it is, as you say, extraordinary and such a turnaround from one of your worst ever results.
13 seats to go.
Very
the SNP lost a lot.
It feels fragile. Is that fair?
I think what's happened is that there's a huge distrust in politics. I mean, we know that from poll after poll that most people don't trust politics. There was a very low turnout, which is really worrying.
They kept Aberdeen North, though, and South, so we're good.
In 2001, we had a very, very low turnout. And I remember doing some research after that. I did a few focus groups on a couple of my council estates. What came out of that was not that people were apathetic and therefore not voting. They were angry and not voting. And I think there is an anger and distrust of politicians. And I think there's one thing that Keir will do, has to do, and I hope will do, and he says it almost in this country before party, that I think encapsulates his attitude. You have got to be...
Is SNP dead in the war now?
If Margaret wins the Tory leadership election, do you think there will be Tory defectors to reform?
Yeah, of course there will. They've been defecting to reform for the entire... since reform became a thing, they've been defecting, haven't they? Haven't they already been doing that? Even before, when there was UKIP, Tories were defecting to them too. Wasn't Farage once a Tory? I might be wrong about that. I know Carswell was. He was a Tory. Yeah, people will go from Tory to reform. But thanks for the £10, Swanstar. You've been insanely generous. Oh my God. Do you think I'm going to get as many dollars as Labour have seats in this stream? Damn. Is that a goal? Is that a goal, chat? Am I grifting? Am I doing the grift fund?
On the makeup of the parliamentary party,
I am Keir Starmer. Oh, God.
What's gone wrong, where votes have moved to, for example. But I do think, it's extraordinary. We're obviously going to talk about a Labour victory, but there is another story of the night, which is the sort of rise of the independents. And I think that is going to make the next Parliament very interesting, actually, in terms of the composition and how MPs...
Could Labour change to proportional election now? I don't think they've expressed any desire to.
Indeed, we're going to be having lots more.
I don't think they have. Lib Dems want to, Reform want to. I don't think Labour... Why would they? Look at what First Past the Post does for them. This is when 60+% of the nation voted against them, and they get this. You keep that in mind, right?
He's just about managed to
over 60% of the voters did not want Labour. They voted against Labour.
That's extraordinary. I think we can show you that there. Mel Stride there, just about hanging on. A majority of only 16,831 votes. Labour really did run him close, didn't they? Ollie Pearson there on 16,770. No wonder they were having a recount there. Right, let's go to Ed Conway, shall we, who has been up all night crunching all of the numbers for us. Ed, what's been happening?
I mean, it's been an extraordinary night. The political geography of this country, for one thing, has changed. Just look at how much red we're talking about across this country.
They already got Brexit years ago. What's driving them to reform? Is it crime, or do they not believe Labour can fix the economic situation? Neither. It's xenophobia. Xenophobia is insatiable. You cannot quench it because it's not based on anything fucking rational. So the problem is that you get Brexit and they're like, yeah, we're going to curb immigration, fucking get them out. And then they don't curb immigration. Actually, we get 1 year after COVID where immigration is like, net migration is the highest number ever in a year, as well as numbers of people coming on small boats.
But the big picture is really
so despite Tory efforts to be very, very fucking brutal with the people on the boats and even passing legislation that gives people effective fucking immunity if they stop a boat and kill someone in the process, that's not enough. So then they go further. So they have reform. It's insatiable. There's no limit to it, really.
Partly related to Gaza, particularly in kind of areas of high Muslim populations. Jonathan Ashworth, one of the victims of
Jonathan
that.
Ashworth, he was actually
117.
Not only was Jonathan Ashworth quite left wing, but he was a Corbyn guy. To think that he got unseated by a pro-Gaza independent, that's wild. Like a single issue independent. That's mental.
When you take all of these seats together, is that there's the Labour Party going way over the line with this thumping majority, this landslide majority in the Commons. And, of course, there's still more to come. And it's worth actually just focusing on that question of how many votes they needed to do it. Because this is kind of the interesting thing.
Oh, this one
Keir
again.
Starmer is going to essentially...
Thank you, sir. Jem, thanks for the $1.99. You should be like Hassan and start wearing tank tops.
Seats in Parliament.
Okay.
But here's what's interesting.
Recounting.
Look, this is how many votes...
Good. I hope they get stuck recounting for the rest of their fucking lives like Invernusians. Ugh. Oh.
Let's just compare that with what we've just seen for Keir Starmer. Just have a look at that. OK, so that is the number of votes that Keir Starmer has achieved. And just look at how far short it is of the number of people who voted for Tony Blair in 1997. It's even short of the number of people who voted for Jeremy Corbyn in 2017, who obviously didn't even get into government. And so you can call that what you want. You can call it a change in the voting system. Well, certainly a representation of the voting system. You can call it efficiency. Whatever you call it, though, it is a thumping majority without a thumping share in the vote. So you don't have a large number of people that voted. But what you do have is changes in the nature of the political geography. I was putting it out there, okay?
Has the country shifted left, or did we just want the Tories out? You know what? I actually have no idea. I don't know what polling is when it comes to social spending and immigration and all that shit. I mean, when it came to top issues for voters, number one was the economy, which can be left or right. Number two was health. But number three was immigration. But I'm pretty sure it used to be the case that British people thought immigration was the biggest problem. I remember that's what I remember seeing in the polls in the early 2010s. So, couldn't tell you.
Gone back towards the Labour Party. That used to be really blue. Now there's a lot of red there. So it's kind of reversion to where they were before. But for the Conservative Party, well, this was disastrous. Absolutely disastrous. This is showing you the share of the vote for the Conservative Party, not just...
I know they did vote Labour to get the Tories out, if you're going to show me that poll. Yeah, most of them, like 48% of them said that, and the rest was like 5% said they liked the policies.
And just look at where we are now. Around 22%. And if I draw a line back, OK, we have never seen a share of the vote for the Conservative Party that is as low as this. Not since...
Does Labour care about reducing incoming immigrants? Not really, no.
Was invented It's extraordinary, really. And that's just one fraction of the stories. I'm going to show you one more thing about the Conservative Party.
They say that their approach to the small boats is that they're going to target the gangs, the smugglers, with a new border force or some shit, which I think is a good idea, but you have to pair it with rescuing people and giving them asylum, like the Mare Nostrum idea. I think that's the only way you can go about it. Like, you help the people who need help, and you process them in the way that they should be processed according to international law. But you also deal with the smugglers and arrest them and shit. But I think they've only done the latter, at least in their manifesto.
So an extraordinary humiliation for the Conservative Party. And like I say, many other stories as well across the UK. Haven't even mentioned Northern Ireland, where Sinn Féin looks like it's going to be the leading party there. But there is so much to unpack from this. Not simple, but what is simple is the scale of the seats and the scale of the majority that Keir Starmer will now enjoy in Parliament.
Ed Conway there. Thank you so much, Ed. As Ed was saying, so many seats to unpack there. The Conservatives losing more than 30 deposits, more seats than any general election on record. Let's go now to Downing Street, where our political correspondent, Mari Aurora, is standing by. Mari, I have to say, I can see your umbrella. It's raining again. It really brings me back to that first speech that Rishi Sunak gave, soaked through with the rain, when he announced this general election.
Absolutely, Sophie. It started in the rain and it has ended in the rain. So this morning, now we know that Keir Starmer is going to be our Prime Minister. Rishi Sunak is going to be heading down to Downing Street. Later this morning, we expect him to come out and give his parting remarks, really, potentially in the rain if he wants to go with the theme, or potentially a slightly different location. We'll have to see, depending on the weather. Then he will go and see the King, have an audience with the King, tender his resignation officially. Then Keir Starmer will meet with the King after that. The King will ask him to formally form a government and become our next Prime Minister. Keir Starmer will then be driven down the Mall to here, Downing Street, where he will move in with his family and begin being our Prime Minister. We expect him to make a statement once he has been appointed by the King as well. And then he will need to not just get to grips with the job, but also, as he said so many times before, deal with what he's going to be inheriting in terms of the dire economic situation our country finds itself in, as well as lots of other policy areas that he's going to have to find a way to negotiate, especially things like immigration that we know has been a big factor in this election. But as you say, Sophie, for now, Downing Street is absolutely soaked. Broadcasters all up and down this street are ducking for cover. So the question will be, will Rishi Sunak come out and try and make another speech in the rain, or will he think better of it?
That really is the question.
Jambo Rabbit, thanks for £2 for the Griff Fund, Mr. Alone Boxman. Thanks so much.
Downing Street. Well, these are the latest pictures of Liz Truss. A couple of consolation hugs there from her supporters. She has lost Norfolk
Why are we still
South West
focusing
to
on
the
Liz
Labour
Truss?
Party.
It's
Bearing in mind,
stop.
she did previously have a majority of around 26,000 there. In any other world, that would have been a safe seat for the former Prime Minister. Not anymore. Just to show you the result of Norfolk South West, because it really does feel that this is the biggest scalp of the night so far.
The biggest
The Labour
scalp.
Party have now taken that seat with a majority of 630, 11,847 votes for the new MP there, Terry Jeremy. Liz Truss, she needs no introduction, does she? She was beaten into second place with 11,217 votes, and also, of course, worth reflecting on the big chunk of votes that went to the Reform candidate there in Norfolk South West.
The importing cheese.
Let's bring in Sam Coates
It's a disgrace.
and Alan Bolton at this point, shall we? Great to have you both here. Sam, to you first. Your reflection.
Oh, no.
Well, that Liz Truss result, fascinating. She lost almost half of her vote, and that is the thing that put her behind the Labour candidate. And that encapsulates a large part of the story of the last few hours. Now, we are seeing a peaceful transition of power, but there's been a peaceful political revolution overnight that has put Keir Starmer on course for Downing Street within hours with a massive majority that allows him effectively a blank political check to do what he thinks necessary to deliver the change that he promised over and
That's
over
so many.
again
Like,
in this
compared to the
election.
Tories. The fuck?
But it's results like the one that you just saw that put him there. It is the collapse of the Conservative Party. They are breaking records all over the place, and not in a good way. The biggest drop in the proportion, in the proportion of vote, the share of the vote ever in any election. The lowest number of seats for the Conservatives ever in any election. 11 cabinet ministers out, the largest total ever. The largest number of deposits lost ever in any election. That is
How did Reform do? They've won 4 seats.
Judgment. Electorally,
4
right
seats.
now, Sophie, Rishi Sunak is the worst
Probably about 4 million
ever
votes
Tory
so far.
leader, and has cleared the way.
Farage
for
said
the
6
rise
million,
of the
didn't he?
Labour Party, but also the
Farage
rise
said
of
they were going to win
reform
6
and
million
rise
votes.
of the Democrats. And we
Fucking
have had this revolution
spiv
with the Labour Party
scamming
getting
cunt.
barely any more votes than it did last time. I think it's got up about 1%.
But there are still
overall.
11 more to bag.
And
So
instead, it is the
maybe.
collapse of the Tories that have done this. It feels a little bit like, I don't know whether it's a revenge election where voters have gone in to punish incumbents, whether it's the SNP collapse in Scotland, the Conservatives in England, even a bit of Labour in Wales. And now we have this revolution, not through love for the Labour Party. It's a sort of loveless landslide, if you were. But the public presumably looking arms folded at Keir Starmer now going, you've got what you want, impress us.
Well, that's what we're going to be finding out today, I guess, isn't it? How does Sir Keir Starmer handle this? You know, he's going to be making his first speech as Prime Minister. He's going to be going to see the King. Adam, you've seen transfers of power before. You've seen
Loveless landslide. Yeah, no one. This didn't happen because people are excited about Keir Starmer. In '97, people were very excited about Tony Blair. People were fucking in awe of Tony Blair. He was like a fucking cult figure, like compared to he was literally like seen as a rock star. Like he played guitar and shit like that. For politics. Keir Starmer has been given this because of the fracturing of the British right.
He's been left holding the exploding
And I guess also the growth of like different alternative parties and the Greens and shit. But yeah, that's
diffuse it himself, and it does pose.
So it's not the same kind of mandate
for
the
new Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer, because we're seeing disturbances.
14 hours, guys.
Across
14
the
hours.
agenda. I mean, we've not just got 4 Reform MPs. We've got the Liberal Democrats coming back extremely strongly. We've got, what people are calling 4 pro-Palestine independents. And he has fought a campaign where he's tried to keep a blank sheet pretty much as to what he's going to do, at the same time as hemming himself in by saying, I'm not going to put up these taxes. I mean, extraordinary, the last day of the campaign, he suddenly says he doesn't think he's going to see Britain rejoining the single market within his lifetime. I mean, he's been tying himself up. So the question is going to be, A, can he restore confidence in government and his style of government? But B, has he actually got any big ideas he hasn't been telling us about?
It's the challenge, isn't it? It's interesting you're talking there about like the makeup of Parliament as well, with reform, with all these different people in it. It's going to be almost like a kind of tinderbox.
And you're going to have the smaller parties shouting louder simply because.
Did Owen Jones mess up the Ian Duncan Smith grab? How? How did Owen Jones mess it up?
It's going to be in disarray. Shouldn't forget.
The people who messed up the Ian Duncan Smith seat grab were Labour and then Faiza Shaheen. Yeah.
The SNP and the
Labour just shouldn't have let it go. I don't know why the fuck they let the reason they had for letting it go was fucking ridiculous. But
doesn't go down well, does it? Leaders without elections. Margaret.
And then she decided to run anyway to spite them, I guess, because I guess the only reason you would do it.
On this triumph that we had last night. I mean, we won seats. We never thought we'd think for the Bournemouth seats. You know, we never. When have we ever won Bournemouth? So there is, you know, there is something there in the Bournemouths in how we did.
Isn't the issue really the volatility of the voters?
Well, I agree there is volatility of the voters, and I think actually the Liz Truss, if I can just say about that, I don't think that's a Portillo moment, because Portillo, when he lost because of what was happening to the Conservative Party. Liz Truss was defeated on a very personal, I think in a very personal way.
Amazing
because
coverage,
of
Lona.
Hey, Jimsy, thanks for the $19.99. That's so generous of you. We have more dollars than Keir Starmer has seats now. Haha, fuck you.
He's very constrained. He's constrained by the finances, by the economy, by all sorts of things like that. But if you just look at where those early promises are, the first steps that they've called them, there is a story to tell behind that. If I just think about the family, you know, you start with babies, and we're going to have 100,000 more childcare places. You go into primary schools, and they're going to have breakfast clubs. You go into secondary schools, they're going to have 6,500 more teachers. You then go into apprenticeships, they get more, and then you go into home ownership, and there's 1.5 million.
Stop asking. I need to put a tag on top of my stream. No, they cannot stop Brexit. They're not going to. They don't want to. They've said they don't want to. They have no intention to. It would fucking ruin them if they tried to. They're not stopping Brexit. They're not even undoing. They're not even getting us back in the single market. Okay? It's ruled out.
Keir Starmer's promising 6,000 more teachers.
And let me say, the reason for that is twofold. One, the constraints that he's facing, both fiscally and economically. And the second, which I think is more important, the way in which he governs is absolutely crucial in rebuilding trust in politics. So under-promising and over-delivering must be the order of the day. And I'm sure, you know, knowing all those characters at the centre, whether it's Rachel, whether it's Rachel Reeves, Pat McFadden, or Keir Starmer, they are absolutely conscious of that issue of rebuilding trust.
Where does the
Must be a riveting broadcast.
Michelle, thanks for the 1721. What an arbitrary figure, but I really appreciate it. Yeah, I'm still awake. Yeah. Yeah, it's riveting, you know? Anything could happen with those last 11 seats. We must know. I'm not going to stay till the 650, though, because I know from past experience that some of those last seats can take fucking days to get finished.
And then I think really understanding, as I say, I do think one of the stories is that the votes have gone all over the place. So you look, for example, at the Liz Truss vote, and, you know...
you wanted 399.99. You got fucked up, okay. Ooh, skill issues.
You know, where there'll be a different order of second and third parties. So where's our vote gone? Look, I firmly believe, and I'm on record as being very clear, you win elections from the centre ground.
So ignore reform is what you're effectively saying.
I wouldn't say ignore reform, but I think one of the mistakes has been that if you chase after reform votes, you end up ignoring a lot of other votes in the centre. And, I mean, obviously, a number of Conservatives have lost their seats overnight, a lot of them. But interestingly, those who might often have talked a lot about, you know, reform-type policies of appeal, they've gone too. So they haven't saved their own necks by trying to
Surely you care about the outcome of South Basildon and East Thurrock. Oh yeah, you saw right through me. I'm surprised no one donated 1776. Quite a few people did at the beginning of the stream. Quite a few Yankoids did. Yeah.
A record-breaking night of losses for the Conservative Party. Their lowest number, more seats. They've lost more seats at this general election than any on record. They've lost more deposits than they've ever lost on record as well. Labour, of course, winning their second biggest majority, only second to 1997. So an astonishing turnaround since the last election. The Conservatives slumping to around a third of the seats that they won back in 2019. Other big winners on the night were the Lib Dems and Reform UK. In Scotland, though, the SNP had a disastrous night. I just want to pause and take a look at the numbers because they really are worth taking a look at. It's been an extraordinary night, a redrawing, shall we say, the political map. The Labour Party, of course, a triumphant total for them. They're currently on 409 seats in total.
Towering
worth pointing
above
out that they've
everyone
done
else.
this on the lowest
Leader
vote
of the
share
pack,
for any party to win
Keith,
a
the
majority
body
at
Starmer.
an election. So a shallow but broad appeal
one more seat for
from
Conservatives.
The Labour Party.
They're on
let's
120.
Have a look now at how this big election win for Labour unfolded.
Here's
Jason
why they can
Farrell
still win.
has the story of the night.
Reception. We did it!
Today, the country will have a new Prime Minister.
You campaign for it. People will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now
they
we
should
can
get
look forward
130.
again.
Oh, that's where the
Walk into
projection was,
morning.
right?
The sunlight
What's
of
that
hope,
fucking sine wave?
pale at first, getting stronger through the day, shining
What's
once
that?
again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future
Why is
back.
there a ring? Okay, it
His
stopped.
slogan was change, and that's coming for him and his family. It's changed too for a string of Conservative big hitters who've lost their seats. The biggest scalp, former Prime Minister Liz Truss, losing what should be a safe seat in Norfolk South West.
It's not so much that Labour won this election, but rather that the Conservatives have lost it.
The Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps, and the leader of the House of Commons, Penny Mordaunt, won't be going back there.
Our renewal as a party and a country will not be achieved by us talking to an ever smaller slice of ourselves, but by being guided by the people of this country.
7 cabinet ministers fell when Blair won in 1997. The Tories had already lost more than that as Rishi Sunak arrived for his result in Richmond.
Shapps, gone. Chalk, gone. Mordaunt, gone. Keegan, gone. Hart, gone. Fraser, gone. Mercer, gone.
This will go down as the
Lucy
biggest
Fraser's
electoral
gone.
miscalculation ever in terms of the timing of when he called this.
Sunak held on to his seat.
Now, for context, in 1997, Tony Blair won 418 seats. But obviously the gap now is bigger because the Conservatives won 165 last time. So the gap is bigger now. The majority is bigger, but yeah, Blair won more seats. And obviously a much higher share of the vote. Labour is under 40 for their share of the vote.
And I take responsibility for the loss.
This wasn't just Labour's night. Reform took large chunks out of the Tory vote. Defector Lee Anderson won in Ashfield. And more than 30 years after he fought his first by-election, Nigel Farage became an MP for the first time on his 8th attempt.
Half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly. We will now be targeting Labour votes. We're coming for Labour, be in no doubt about that.
Other big Tory names fell to the Lib Dems, among them former Brexit Minister Jacob Rees-Mogg, losing North East Somerset. Ed Davey's party having its best night in decades.
What I've loved most hasn't been the paddleboarding or the bungee jumping.
No?
It's been speaking to people here in Kingston and Surbiton and across the United Kingdom about the challenges they face and their hopes for the future.
Which candidate
It's
is the
been a
Trump?
bruising
Which is
night
the
for the
Biden?
SNP.
Shut up.
Their vote collapsed across Scotland.
Starmer is like barely the Biden. He's like a diet Biden. He's a more centrist Biden. And the Trump is Nigel Farage. Only like a good country, we don't give power to the Trump. And the diet Trump, Rishi Sunak, conceded before the fucking voting had even started. Like a good Trump. Like a graceful respecter of the peaceful transfer of power.
Independent. The Labour vote has been dented in Muslim areas. Jess Phillips just won in Birmingham Yardley, but was booed by opponents. Since the countdown to the exit poll at 10 p.m. last night, watched in anticipation around the country, what's emerged is roughly what the polls had been predicting, an historic and crushing defeat for the Conservatives. since COVID, Partygate, the Johnson, Truss and Sunak administrations, this is the first time the British people have been able to pass judgment on this government, and the verdict is damning. But voters have not flocked solely to Labour. It's a fragmented picture, and despite a landslide and a large majority, Starmer has many challenges ahead. Jason Farrell, Sky News.
Well, we've got a new face around the table. Joining us is Liz Kendall, former Shadow Work and Pension Secretary. I guess perhaps hoping for that to be made into the Work and Pension Secretary by the end of the day. Let's start off with the extraordinary result. You must be delighted.
Farage has plenty of support. They got hundreds of thousands of votes. They got millions of votes. Reform UK, I think, have 4 million votes, no? I mean, he said they'd get 6 million, so cuck.
The long, hard graft we put in to change the party and this quite remarkable victory, and that is down to Keir's leadership. I really remember the morning after the 2019 election, which was so grim, the whole election, and I wouldn't have thought we would have done this. And he was just absolutely single-minded in changing the party, Keir. And I think that this victory is a testament to his remarkable grit, determination and leadership.
Without wanting to take away from the scale of the victory...
I don't think we can. I don't think... Without wanting to, I don't think we can. It is astonishing. It really is.
I am going to ask the question.
I know you will.
I
will. I know.
And without wanting to take away from the scale of it, at the same time, you know, it is quite extraordinary to see that this is... The Labour vote share is the lowest vote share ever to have secured a majority. Lower than David Cameron got when he got the coalition in 2010, lower than Jeremy Corbyn got. Is that a problem?
Do you know, our job isn't to pile up votes in seats. It is to get the biggest, strongest majority and mandate that we can. This is actually a testament to the strategy that we followed to not have all of our activists in already Labour seats, to move them progressively to more and more challenging seats. And I think this is actually, this result shows that we used our votes wisely, we used our activists widely in order to get that strategy.
I absolutely accept that this is a reflection on an extremely well-run campaign and strategy. You talk about...
Laser-focused.
Laser-focused.
Yeah.
At the same time, though, there's going to be difficult times ahead. You will acknowledge that more than anyone. The inheritance is difficult. The more people who vote for you across the country, whether or not they are in safe seats or not, that matters, doesn't it?
I think that what matters is you have to deliver. And the one thing I've learnt, feeling a little bit long in the tooth these days as a politician, is that politics is volatile and you can't take any vote or win for granted. Things can change extraordinarily quickly. And we have seen the country crying out for change. They've backed us to deliver it. But we know, after a brief period where we smile and feel pleased about what we have done, that we've got to get on 71. And deliver. And the pressure to do that, Keir Starmer,
they're still
I think you heard in his speech, he's under no illusions.
They're still chugging away.
But the job and the work has got to start.
Labour only have 34% of the vote share. 34. I thought it was going to be like 38 or 39. 34. It's so funny, man. I think... I don't think first past the post is sustainable. I think it actually needs to get addressed. That's fucking insane.
Social and economic are possible, but we have to prove and we have to deliver, and that's what we'll intend to do.
You haven't promised changes on that scale, though, have you?
Do you know, again, forgive me for being a child of my political upbringing. I remember in 1997 when we had, on our pledge card, we'd take 100,000 people off NHS waiting lists. We were attacked by the right saying you couldn't do it and the left for saying, you know, it wasn't big enough. But we left office having ended waiting, and Tony Blair was heckled for people having to see their GP within 48 hours. So you can make change, but you have to go step by step.
The changes that we'll see under a Keir Starmer administration are going to be bigger than the ones on the plague chart.
Well,
that's what you're saying.
We've said that. We've said here are the first steps, and here is our vision, a 10-year strategy of change. And people are desperate for it. I see it every week in my surgery. I know
I mean, the fact is, Labour would do a different strategy if it wasn't first past the post. So, like, they did, like, this is the system they were given. This is the system they have, and they went with it. So, yeah, whatever. And Conservatives were doing the same thing. They were trying to do the same thing, right, to use the system. Every party's considering this. That's why Reform, they targeted particular areas. Yeah, that's why they all do this, but, yeah. Like, I wouldn't use it to downplay their efforts because is 34% not good? Well, think about it. You get 34% of the votes, but what, like 60 plus 70% of the seats? Yeah, that's a bit weird, isn't it? Yeah. It's weird that you get an overwhelming majority, one of the biggest in history, the biggest in like 200 years, when 66% of the country didn't voted against you. Like, yeah, that's weird. That's just fucking weird.
This means Labour should listen, or do you think that actually it's all about sticking to your principles and not worrying about that?
I think I always think you need to listen to voters. I mean, that's why I believe in. I'm a person who's believed in changing the Labour Party, not to say the voters were wrong. And you have to listen, you have to earn that trust.
Yeah, supermajority,
you have to do that while sticking to your principles about wanting, on this absolutely critical issue, wanting peace, wanting a two-state solution, and wanting to give the people of Palestine and Israel the peace and security they deserve.
OK, good to have
peace
them
and security.
Today, Liz Kendall.
Pleasure, absolute pleasure.
Right, let's talk to Sam Coates and Adam Bolton, shall we? Sam, you know, Liz there just saying that actually, you know what, it's all it shows is that Labour is winning where it needs to. Don't think about vote share. We've got the majority. We've got the mandate.
Yeah.
Labour have won, and they will delight in the massive majority. But I have to say, whichever way you look at the numbers, this is a loss for incumbents, particularly the Tories, not an advance for the Labour Party. And just going through the statistics is really, really clear. You know, across the whole of the UK, the Tories have dropped 20 percentage points. That's the biggest ever in any election. Labour's barely gone up 1.6. In England, Labour's barely gone up at all. In Scotland, another punishment beating for the incumbents, the SNP down 15 percentage points. That's allowed Labour through. In Wales, where Labour are in power in the Assembly, well, there, Labour are down in these elections, down 4 percentage points. And then if you look at individual seats, again, high-profile names associated with a big incumbent figure are being punished. So in Maidenhead, Theresa May's old seat, that's gone Liberal Democrat. In Uxbridge, Boris Johnson's old seat, that's gone Labour. This is about the public making clear their unhappiness. This has been a vote against something. Do the public know what's going to go in its place? Have they been convinced yet by what's about to pop up?
And yet, Labour have a massive majority in Parliament. And as far as running the country is concerned or implementing an agenda, they look to be in a pretty unassailable position. I mean, the only thing that could stop them would be a massive rebellion in their own ranks. And as we saw with Tony Blair in 97, that doesn't tend to happen very quickly. So while we will see...
Good luck making it to the King's permission.
The Palestinian cause and...
The King's permission shit doesn't come until like noon or 1 o'clock. There's no fucking way I'm doing that. Sorry. I'm old and crusty. I want to make it till... What am I even making it till? I'm not making it to 6:50 either, because that could literally take over a day. Maybe after Labour gets over 4:10, maybe?
Have the opportunity they have won in the terms. And you know, just
that's
adding
quite
to what
arbitrary.
Sam said,
Why not?
4 of the last 5 Conservative Prime Ministers, their constituencies have gone to opposite parties. So,
isn't it?
Cameron's Whitney's gone to Liberal Democrats. Truss's lost in Southwest Norfolk. Theresa May's Maidenhead gone to Liberal Democrats. Uxbridge
420. They're not going to get 420.
So
what are you talking about?
I think that does really tell you
it's not even
how
possible.
people are feeling about what they've been put through over the last 14 years or so.
It does feel like
there
a
are only
verdict,
9 seats
on
left to
14
declare.
Years, of Conservatives in power. That's an extraordinary statistic with those former Prime Ministers losing their seats. Thank you very much. Well, as Adam was saying...
Surely we wait for Scotland to be completed.
Starmer has won the election. And he's not just won it in style. He's got a huge majority, the kind of majority that he can afford to be pretty radical with. Will he be? We're going to be hearing, of course, first from Rishi Sunak on the steps of Downing Street, and then later, of course, from the incoming Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer. We did hear a little bit from him earlier when he spoke at a Labour celebratory event in London's Tate Modern. He was updating his campaign message from change to change begins. Let's hear what he had to say.
We did it!
Oh, shut the fuck up. Right.
You campaigned for it.
Inverness,
you fought for
undeclared.
It. You voted for it.
Angus and Perthshire.
Now it has arrived.
Dumfries.
Change begins
Dumfries
now.
and Galloway. Clydesdale and Tweedale. 4 seats. Give a oh, shit.
And it feels good, I have to be honest.
These are all
4.5
inbred. These are all the inbred
work
parts of
changing the
Scotland.
party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour Party, ready to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service of
Daventry,
working people.
Hendon, what the fuck are these places? Birmingham Perry Bar. Okay. South Basildon and East Thurrock. Don't forget those guys.
And across our country,
Fuck off.
people will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted. A burden finally
Chesham
removed
and
from the shoulders of this
Amersham.
great nation.
Chesham and Amersham.
And now we can look forward again.
Shitholes.
Walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope.
The
Pale
sunlight
at first,
of hope.
but getting stronger through the day.
These are the seats that we're
Shining
holding our
once
breaths
again
for, okay?
On a country
Right,
with
let's do
the
it.
opportunity after 14 years to get its future back.
UK seats be like chair under the river. Yeah, exactly. It's so stupid. Chair under the river and Clockenblur.
And I want to
Clockhamshire.
thank each and every one of you here for campaigning so hard for change. And not just in this campaign either. Also for these 4.5 years changing our party. The Labour movement is always everything's achieved, past and future, down to the efforts of its people.
Dunny on the wall.
So thank you truly. You have changed our country.
Good one.
But a mandate like this comes with a great
British mandate,
responsibility.
eh?
Our task is nothing less than renewing the ideas that hold this country together. National renewal. Whoever you are, wherever you started in life.
Still streaming? Good for you.
Yeah, thanks for the 10 euros, Durf. I really appreciate that. Keeping me going, eh?
If you work hard, if you play by the rules, this country should give you a fair chance to get on. Country should give you a fair chance to get your contribution, and we have to restore that.
God.
And alongside that, we have to return politics to public service. Show that politics can be a force for good. Make no mistake.
Did you sleep? No. I've been going for 14 and a half hours.
Of politics in this era. The fight for trust.
No Justice is still going as well.
That defines
Look, she's still going. No Justice has 451.
to restore that.
She's still got 450 viewers. She's watching Keith as well. Damn, she's actually got a pretty professional layout. What the fuck? Oh, she's just watching this on Sky. Is this on Sky? Where the fuck is she watching this?
Alongside that, we have to return politics.
She's
to
fucking
public
knackered, man.
service.
She's going for 24 hours, she said.
Show that politics can be a force
She's
for good.
She's exhausted.
Welcome, Trace.
Make
Good,
no
good
mistake.
to see you. Good morning.
That is the great test of politics in this era. The fight for trust is the battle that defines our age. It is why we've campaigned so hard on demonstrating we are fit for public service. Service is the precondition for hope, respect,
Thing is, he's literally proven he's the opposite of fit for public service. He's proven that he is fit for lobbyists and people and money-minded machine men in the background and being bought and paid for and essentially winning with lies and mistruths and deception and asking people to vote for nothing and then changing after they get elected. He is an incredibly untrustworthy man, and the population will find out the mistake they've made when they wake up tomorrow. Well, when they wake up today, even it's the next day today.
Respect.
Listen, don't talk about our unit like that.
That we will serve them faithfully, govern for every single person in this country.
Oh, God.
But also, don't forget how we got here.
Listen, let's just enjoy the optimism for one day at least. Come on, we can complain about his fucking failures when he does them. Oh God, because he will. I don't think he's gonna surprise the public by by actually introducing radical policies or anything. I don't think he's gonna do it. We'll get a couple of cool things here and there, small things, and then that'll be it.
By a changed Labour Party.
I'm just happy at this. This is my favourite part of the evening, okay?
We have the chance to repair our public services because we changed the party. We have the chance to make work pay because we changed the party. We have the chance to deliver for working people, young people, vulnerable people, the poorest in our society.
When Keir gets mad, he just rams his face into you. Yeah, that would hurt as well. Sebastian, thanks for the €5. You guys keep on chugging. God. Whew.
Country first, party second isn't a slogan. It's the guiding principle, everything we have done.
Thanks for all the hard work.
Thanks for the $10, Potato Sham Cakes.
Economy,
fuck.
on
How many?
Security.
It's been more Americans than Brits donating to it, almost. Yeah, the Americans are very well represented. Fuck, you guys care about us. You care about your little colonial brothers. Oh, that's so sweet. Sending all your fucking love and attention across the pond. Little pond. I guess it must be, you're staring longingly, aren't you? You're staring longingly at a functioning democracy, despite our retarded fucking vote distribution system, despite our pomp, despite the House of Commons, despite the fucking Speaker, despite the Sergeant of Arms, despite the fucking Crown, all that backwards shit, and somehow we hold it together a million times better than you guys do.
Changing a country is not like flicking a switch.
Just watching with your hands up to the fucking window in the rain from the outside, looking in at a peaceful transfer of power on 4th of July.
When the going gets tough, and it will, remember, tonight and always, what this is all about. Now, I may have mentioned my parents a few times in this campaign, once or twice. But the sense of security we had, the comfort they took from believing that Britain would always be better for their children. The hope, not high-minded, not idealistic, but a hope that working-class families like mine could build their lives around. It is a hope that may not burn brightly in Britain at the moment, but we have earned the mandate to relight the fire. That is the purpose of this party and of this government.
Yeah.
We said we would end the chaos, and we will. We said we would turn the page, and we have. Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild our country. Thank you.
He's saying absolutely nothing. A fucking tool.
One breaking result to bring in the Conservatives
We've
have
been
managed to hold
all
on
night
to Daventry.
This is
the former seats of the former Northern Ireland Secretary Chris Heaton-Harris. He wasn't standing this time, but the Conservative candidate Stuart Andrew just about managing to hang on.
We waited so long for Daventry.
We can speak now to the SNP Westminster leader Stephen Flynn, who joins us now.
Flynn.
Well, I have to say it's been almost a complete collapse in the vote for the Scottish National Party.
Yeah.
You've said that you need to listen to what voters are saying. What are they telling you?
Well, they've obviously told us that they don't want to vote for the Scottish National Party this time around, and it's been a very bleak election for the party. We've lost a huge number of very valued colleagues. It's not a reflection on them. It's not a reflection on their work in Westminster. It's just a tsunami, a Starmer tsunami that has swept over us, and it's not just that actually. It's something bigger. You know, the party's not been in the place it should have been over the course of recent times. I think we all accept that. There's different reasons as to why that's the case, and it's incumbent upon us now to have that internal, robust, frank discussion about what's went wrong, how do we fix it, and how do we rebuild the trust that we've so clearly lost.
There have been, as you say, many factors behind this. Just to name a couple, you would think the fact that key figures in your party are being arrested, 3 leaders without an election. Is John Swinney
still the man to lead the
Starmer
party? Apocalypse, Kay Burley. What can I say?
Yeah, of course he is. There's nobody better to rebuild the SNP from the foundations that small foundations that we now have than John Swinney. It's been an incredibly tough night for all of us, but we need someone who can lead us into the future, who can bring us all together, who can open the curtains and look at some of the skeletons that are behind there and make sure that we accept the problems that we faced and we rebuild, we refocus.
It's a
Thank you very much, National Party,
on the programme today. Stephen Swinner of the SNP. So much more coming up next.
Feeli, thanks for the £5. Prime Minister Lorna Box 2029, I can feel it. Okay, whatever. Thomas Evans at the $2. It's so beautiful that nobody is attempting a coup. It certainly is. Coup, thanks for the 5 Canadian. I'm representing Canada. Some of us care too. Oh, cute. Are you still streaming, Lorna Box? Why the fuck are you asking that? What? I feel like the answer is in the question, almost. The fact that you're typing it in my chat. Did Flynn keep his seat? I don't think he did, no. Might be wrong, but okay. What now? Well, you know, I think the voters don't want to vote for the SNP, I'm afraid. See, what we've witnessed here today is what you would call a star massacre. It's a star massacre, you guys. A star massacre in Scotland. All right. Let's just go with this. Fuck it. It's a Starmicide. The DUP held Londonderry East. Look at all that red, man. Fuck. 8 seats to go. I just looked around at the polling station and there were stormtroopers. Why? There are 4 seats left to call in Scotland, 3 and 8. The Scottish ones are going to take fucking ages, though. They're all buttfuck, like, Storm Wars. Yeah, yeah, these Scottish seats up in the north is fucked up. Like, people live in fucking caves in there. It's really, and they're sending postal votes from a fucking cave. It's difficult. And half the people counting the votes are illiterate, so there's all kinds of recounting. And yeah, it's a bit of a mess up there. Every election in Inverness constituency, every election, there's at least one ballot box that just gets lost in the fucking loch because two guys fucking fight over who's gonna fuck the village goat next. Like, yeah, it's difficult up there. They have all kinds of issues.
Only one can be Britain's hardest.
People Sid, thanks for the $5. Namaste. Thanks very much.
Good morning, live from Westminster on a historic day in British politics. Labour has won a landslide victory in the general election, and Keir Starmer is to become the UK's next Prime Minister. He'll run the country with one of the largest ever parliamentary majorities, becoming the first Labour leader to win a general election in almost 2 decades.
Gosh.
Today we start the next chapter, begin the work of change, the mission of national renewal, and start to rebuild
Spoken like a central belter. I am not a central belter.
Conceding defeat, Rishi Sunak admitted voters had rejected the Conservative Party after 14 years in power.
The British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight.
Yeah.
There is much to learn and reflect on.
Yeah.
And I take responsibility for the loss.
Look at him. Actually makes me
in
so
one
proud
of the most dramatic moments of the election, the former Prime Minister
left.
Liz Truss
He's
loses
like, yeah, I lost.
to Labour.
Shit. Sorry. Whoops. Bye.
Penny Mordaunt, Grant Shapps, Gillian Keegan and Jacob Rees-Mogg were also voted out as 11 cabinet ministers lost their seats.
Dignity, respect.
It was also a night of success for the Liberal Democrats, Ed Davey celebrating their best results in recent history. And Reform leader Nigel Farage says he's coming after Labour after winning a seat in Parliament at the 8th attempt.
Car sticks, thanks for the £10.
A hugely disappointing night for the SNP, who fall victim to a resurgent Labour Party north of the border.
Get yourself a McKee's breakfast, big man. You did good.
I mean, I already had a quarter pounder meal with 5 chicken selects. 5 chicken selects was unnecessary. That was so many chicken selects to go after a quarter pounder. Double quarter pounder. It was decadent.
Well, this is the scene in Downing Street this morning, where later today we will witness only the second change of government in 27 years. So, Keir Starmer, set to become the first Labour leader elected Prime Minister at a general election since Tony Blair's landmark victory in 1997.
Corbyn got it all. North Islington, that's all that matters. Yeah.
Hello and good morning from Westminster on this historic day for the United Kingdom. Labour has won the general election in a landslide victory, and Sir Keir Starmer will become the country's next Prime Minister. After 14 years of Conservative rule, Rishi Sunak conceded defeats a little before 5 this morning.
Who is it?
Saying it had
what
been
happened? SNP?
A sobering night for his party.
Where do we get?
A record-breaking 11
Where did the SNP
ministers
get?
have lost their seats. And 2, in perhaps the biggest shock of the election, has Liz Truss, Mr Sunak's predecessor as Prime Minister. Well, Labour's now won more than 400 seats in a landslide, second only to Tony Blair's in 1997. Worth just pausing to look at the numbers on this historic day that we have. You can see that Labour on a total of 409
who gets to
seats.
fuck the fucking
that
village
is their
sheep next.
best result since Tony Blair's in 1997.
Trying to retrieve the lost ballot box from the lock.
In 2019. The Conservatives, though, it's been a record-breaking night for them. They're only on 120 seats, only around a third of the 365 seats they won under Boris Johnson. That is the biggest total seat loss of any Conservative party in their history. A big night for the Liberal Democrats as well, on 71 seats in total. I think we can see the latest pictures now of Rishi Sunak. He's arriving at the party headquarters in London.
Angus and Perthshire.
Travelling down from his North Yorkshire constituency. He did hold on, of course, in Richmond, but with a greatly reduced majority. Okay. Later on, of course, he'll be making his final speech as
I think the other two in Scotland will probably go
Conservative.
Conservative.
Entered the history books as the man who led Britain's most successful political
they're near the
party
borders, right?
after their worst ever loss of seats at a general election. We're expecting him to be walking out of that car very shortly to go and talk to the people at Conservative Party headquarters, the people, of course, who gave everything to that campaign, who tried to make his big gamble work. But the decision to call the general election ending in fair.
Hey, look at him go. Do you feel like a wanker, Mr. Sunak?
We will, of course, see him later.
Worst Prime Minister of the last 2,000 years.
Morning, we are going to be following this historic day, the transfer of power, with a panel of guests, plus Sam Coates and Adam Bolton, of course, giving us their full analysis and reaction to what's been a momentous night. Ben Bradshaw is here for the Labour Party, plus Sir Charles Walker for the Conservatives. We'll have lots from you later on. First, though, I do just want to bring you the story of how this big election win for Labour unfolded. Jason Farrell has the story of the night.
Walking into the biggest job in British politics. Today, the country will have a new Prime Minister. After 14 years of opposition,
we did it!
Labour are back in power.
People will be waking up to the news, relieved that a weight has been lifted, a burden finally removed from the shoulders of this great nation. And now we can look forward again, walk into the morning, the sunlight of hope, pale at first, but getting stronger through the day, shining once again on a country with the opportunity after 14 years to get its future back.
His slogan was change, and that's coming for him and his family.
Thomas Evans, thanks for the $5. Why is Cornwall such a strong Lib Dem county? I don't know. I don't know why strong Lib Dem places become strong Lib Dem. Is it like a middle class thing? I have no idea. Don't know.
The biggest scalp. Former Prime Minister Liz Truss.
Do you have an alternative way to donate? Doesn't YouTube take 30% of Super Chat? It does. I think the one that takes a smaller percentage is PayPal, but you won't get an alert for PayPal, so it's up to you.
This election, but rather that the Conservatives have lost it.
The Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps, and the leader of the House of Commons, Penny Mordaunt, won't be going back there.
Our renewal as a party and a country will not be achieved by us talking to an ever smaller slice of ourselves, but by being guided by the people of this country.
7 cabinet ministers fell when Blair won in 1997. The Tories had already lost more than that as Rishi Sunak arrived for his result in Richmond.
Shapps, gone. Chalk, gone. Mordaunt,
gone.
Keegan, gone.
Gone.
Hart, gone.
Gone.
Fraser, gone. Mercer, gone.
This will go down as the biggest electoral miscalculation ever in terms of the timing of when he called this.
Sunak held on to his seat, but conceded defeat to Labour.
The Labour Party has won this general election, and I have called Sir Keir Starmer to congratulate him on his victory. Today, power will change hands in a peaceful and orderly manner, with goodwill on all sides.
Oh, God. It's so
that is
nice
something that should give us all confidence in our country's stability.
Oh, God. Yeah, I'm going to fucking goon to that later. Oh,
The
God.
British people have delivered a sobering verdict tonight.
Oh, it's so good.
There is much to learn and reflect on, and I take responsibility for the loss.
Robust
This wasn't
institutions.
just Labour's night.
Oh, God.
Reform
Don't you love
took
it?
large chunks out of the Tory vote.
What a guy.
Defector Lee
I
Anderson
love him.
won in Ashfield.
I love him.
And more than 30 years after he fought his first
He
by-election,
can fuck my wife.
Nigel
just
Farage
for
became an
being
MP
such a
for the
sport.
first time on his 8th attempt.
Half of the vote is simply an anti-Conservative vote. This Labour government will be in trouble very, very quickly.
What's the L
we
all
will
about?
now
Because he lost.
be targeting Labour
L
votes.
for
We're coming
lost.
for Labour, be in no doubt about
Trump
that.
would never. Trump
Other
would
big
never.
Tory names fell, among them former Brexit Minister Jacob Rees-Mogg. And it was a night of celebration for the Lib Dems. Ed Davey's party having its biggest night in more than a century.
What I've loved most hasn't been the paddleboarding or the bungee jumping. It's been speaking to people here in Kingston and Surbiton and across the United Kingdom about the challenges they face and their hopes for the future.
It's been a bruising night for the SNP. Their vote collapsed across Scotland, with Labour mopping them up.
We've had a really difficult and damaging result, and we will have to think long and hard about the implications of the results in Scotland tonight.
Labour had upsets too. The Green Party co-leader Clara Denyer deposed...
Oh, wait, sorry. There's no chance of Reform even getting double digits, right? That 13 thing was bullshit. Yeah, okay. That 13 thing was way off. There's no chance of them getting double digits because the last 3 seats in Scotland, none of them are going to Reform, as far as I know. Right? Yeah, of course. Yeah, none of them are going to Reform. The ones that are left to declare in England, there's one to declare in Ireland, Northern Ireland. That's not going to Reform. So there are 4 of the last remaining seats are not going to Reform. Poole might. Hendon, Birmingham, Perry Barr. There are 3 in England that I don't even know if they're targeted by. How do I find that out? I know how to find that out. Northern Ireland one is declared for DUP. What? Oh yeah, East Londonderry is. This map's really fucked. This map's really old. Give me an updated map, motherfucker. How are the colonies voting? You think we let our colonies vote? What the fuck? Would you let Puerto Rico vote? You don't. Where is the most updated map? Oh, I can just look at the NPR. So this is the final one. Some of these are projections. So what were the last ones? I can't even fucking remember what they were called, bro. Ugh. Oh, Birmingham, Perry Barr. Independent gain from Labour. It's another Gaza vote, right? It's another
71 seats for the Liberal Democrats.
It's another Gaza vote.
Since the countdown to the exit poll at 10 p.m. last night, watched in anticipation around the country, what's emerged is roughly what the polls have been predicting, an historic and crushing defeat for the Conservatives.
Since COVID, Partygate, the Johnson, Truss and Sunak administrations, this is the first time the British people have been able to pass judgment on this government, and the verdict is damning. Thank you.
But Hendon is expected to go Labour.
It's a fragmented picture, and despite a landslide and a large majority, Starmer has many challenges ahead. Jason Farrell, Sky News.
Well, if you're just waking up, the story this morning, Labour has won the general election. And not only won it, they've got a landslide. We can look now at the numbers on this historic day, because you can see there Keir Starmer's Labour Party on a total of 409 seats. Keir Starmer to be the next Prime Minister. The Conservatives, though, have had a record-breaking night for all the wrong reasons. They've lost more seats in a general election than any time in their history. They're only on 120 seats. The Lib Dems, a record-breaking night for the right reasons. 71 seats for the Liberal Democrats. That is their best ever seat total. It's been a, frankly, disastrous night, though, for the Scottish National Party. They're down to just 9 seats in total. The Green Party on 4 seats in total, so a good night there for the Green Party, picking up 4 seats, quadrupling their previous number. And Reform have won their first 4 seats. A young party.
Realistically, 1 seat, maybe 2 that Reform might still get. So that at best, they're going to have 6. More likely 5, or even just 4. Okay. They're probably just going to be stuck on 4, actually. More likely 4, maybe 5. 6 if they're lucky. Birmingham, Perry Barr, it was close.
Chat here to Adam Bolton and Sam Coates about this. Not to take away from the absolutely storming majority that Labour have got, but underneath the bonnet of that result, we are seeing some independent candidates, some candidates from George Galloway's party, either running Labour pretty close, or in the case of Birmingham, taking it all together.
I think this reinforces the sense that in some ways this has been quite a negative election, and the things motivating voters in quite a lot of areas, whether it was getting out the Tories, whether it was punishing the SNP, or here, whether it was voting against what is perceived to be an establishment position on the Middle East, voters are seeking to punish as much as they are seeking to reward. And here we have another independent matching some of the others around the country. And some of those with party affiliations and some of those familiar names have also ridden this wave. We have, most astonishingly, Jeremy Corbyn back in Islington, who I think campaigned a lot on this issue. You have Thangan Debonair, who yesterday was a member of the shadow cabinet, out in her Bristol seat to the Greens. And again, I think that this issue has played quite a big role in that decision by the voters there. So single issues, clearly really motivating larger numbers of people than I can remember at any election since 2005 and the Iraq War. Labour won again then. But it was, I think it's been quite stark.
And Jonathan Ashworth losing in Leicester. So, you know, we've now got a group in Parliament. I mean, never mind the effect on other seats. We've got a group in Parliament, maybe about half a dozen people.
Did the candidate you voted for win?
Saying the number one issue is the Palestinian issue. And I think most people would say with hindsight that Keir Starmer did make that initial misstep when he appeared to say that cutting off water was a legitimate approach, although he tried to row back on it. But it's very interesting because this is an absolute blue touch paper issue, and one wonders on the other side what the Reform MPs are going to make of it, talking about ethnic diversity in the UK and maybe trying to weaponise that factor of Muslim voters in the UK as well. So this is one of the things that's going to be very delicate for Keir Starmer, although it's always paradoxical that this is such a motivating issue, since there's absolutely nothing that the UK can do to affect what happens in the Middle East.
Thank you both very much indeed. As you see there, Birmingham, Perry Barr, won by the independent candidate Labour, losing control of that seat. Just to recap, if you've missed it, which I'm sure you haven't, Labour have won. Keir Starmer going to number 10 Downing Street with a landslide majority. On this historic day, we're going to be following the
Is there anything unexpected?
party leaders.
Yeah, Liz Truss got unseated.
Takes place,
First
and of course,
previous Prime Minister ever
and
to get unseated.
Means as well.
First
Labour
ex-Prime Minister
on a
ever.
total of 409 seats.
Or I think in like 100 years
that
or some
is
shit.
A doubling of their seats in the last election.
Reform were
Conservatives
expected to get 13 seats in the projection.
120.
They're probably only
The
going to
loss
get
of
4,
248
maybe
seats,
5.
their worst ever.
6
Now
at a
take
big
look
push.
At the scale of the
So
victory
those are probably
for
two
the Labour Party.
surprises.
And go to Ali Fortescue, who has got
About
some
5
screens
people
for us,
in Labour
mentioning some
unseated
numbers.
by pro-Gaza
Morning,
independence.
Sophie. Yeah, what a night. And this is it. We've had the exit poll, we've had weeks of polling, but now we've got the actual
Otherwise,
numbers, and we've got a whole
Jacob Rees-Mogg,
new
he's gone.
map of Britain.
He got
Look
fucked.
at this. It's completely different. You'll remember last time the sea of blue, that extraordinary, unexpected coalition of votes that Boris Johnson so neatly knitted together. You could walk northwest to the northeast.
Reform
on
are most
Tory
likely
blue.
going to be stuck on
Well, look
4,
at this.
yeah.
They have rebuilt that red
Corbyn
wall. You
won,
can see
yeah.
all the Lib Dem gains here in the south. And of course,
Galloway
the other story,
lost.
the other big story is Scotland up here. Big Labour resurgence in Scotland. We are waking up today to a whole new political map in the UK. And let's have a look at what that means. We've heard the word historic this morning, and that is what this looks like for the
Historic.
Conservatives. This is vote share results so far, 22%.
Fucked.
When did we last see that? Well, look back through here, through the 1970s, 1950s, 1920s, all the way back to 1835. And the whole system was basically reformed. The new Tory party became more like what it is now. So this is
guys, we're coming up to
completely historic when you look back. Not seen anything like this
10,
since
9,
1835. So where
7,
have all
6,
those
5,
votes gone? Well,
4,
this is a sort of state
3,
of the parties
2,
in terms of votes won or
1.
lost. I mean, you can see
15
here
hours.
the scale of the Conservatives' loss.
15-hour stream.
A high mark in 2019. A lot of those votes
Don't aim, thanks
came
to
Labour,
Canadian.
whereas
It's
we are
not
seeing
much, but maybe more in the future. Don't
Labour
ever worry about it not being much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
That's Gaza effect. People like Jonathan Ashworth, the big losers from
It's
that.
also that I
It's
didn't
been a
sleep much
great
last night
for the Lib
either.
Dems, hasn't it? They have
I wasn't.
nearly
Oh,
7
God.
times the number of seats that they got back in 2019, and a
And I'm
terrible
a
night,
bit ill.
for the
I'm like
SNP
slightly sick,
as
and now
well.
I've had like
This is
a
what's
bunch
really
of a shit
interesting,
ton
is
of
the
gin.
picture is
Oh
actually
God!
more complicated from the Labour Party
I
than
don't
you
think
might
stacking
first
Red Bull
think. The
after
scale of their
gin
landslide
really
in
helps
terms of
you
seats
in the same way. You don't really
is
get the same
big compared
effect.
to 1997. But when you look at the actual vote share, so this is how many people are actually, voting for Labour. Look at this. This is as we progress through the night and more seats are announced. Labour are well below 1997. In fact, they are below.
Is this the first time Farage is an MP?
when
Yep.
Jeremy Corbyn
His
was
8th
leader.
attempt. This was
That
his
is
8th
really
attempt to be an MP,
interesting.
and he got
part
it.
of that is down.
Just goes to show you guys,
to
you play the
this.
long
So
game.
this is
Okay, don't
other
give up on your
parties, not
dreams.
the two main parties.
Don't give up.
Parties like the Lib Dems and Reform. Look how well they've done in terms of vote share. We haven't seen anything like that since 1918. So a good night for those parties. And I want to look a bit more closely at Reform, because these are seats where Reform came second. Some of them.
He didn't do a video in the Lib Dem manifesto. I didn't have time. We got to the last day and I had 3 videos to put out on the 3rd of July.
For the night. So
yeah, didn't have time.
Down at the bottom is how...
It's not that I didn't want to. I didn't care about it or anything. I just didn't have time.
For Brexit in any given seat, as you'd expect, you know, these more Remain
It's a shame because they did really well. This is the best result they've had in decades.
Last time round, there was much
Labour got
more
less
movement
votes than
for Boris
Corbyn.
Johnson
Yeah.
with that.
Yeah. Again, if you're first past the post, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, you don't think about, like, if you're in a voting system that's first past the post, you're not trying to get the popular vote. You're not trying to get a bigger vote share, like a certain vote share. You're trying to win seats. That's the goal. That's what you try to do.
So a good night. And of course, with these sorts of results for the Conservative Party come big names amongst their seats. And I just wanted to select a couple of those. Portsmouth North. This is Penny Mordaunt's seat. She was fighting so hard. She was missing some big kind of Conservative events to fight that seat. It's always been a bellwether seat. It's gone with the winning party, and it's done that this time. A slim majority for the new Labour MP there. But she, Penny Mordaunt, expected to be someone who would want to run for the leadership, one of the favourites with the bookies.
Yeah.
She is out in Portsmouth North. Well, in Hatfield, this is Grant Shapps' seat. He has gone as well. The interesting thing you see from this is Reform. Look at that in third place.
These are all just like top brass Tories losing their seats.
They would have got over the line. And this, I mean, this could be the moment.
Especially
of the night.
Liz Truss.
Liz Truss. This is one of the safest Conservative seats, really. Norfolk South West. Liz Truss has lost that seat very narrowly. The new Labour MP there with a majority.
Thomas Evans, like the $2 again. Damn. Maybe Biden just needs Churchill's Plymouth Remedy.
Results
Maybe.
coming in. And let's just lastly have a quick look at this. This says it all, really. Here you go. 2019, as I
SNP
said.
lost so many seats because they've been mired in legal scandals with Nicola Sturgeon. The trans bill was not very popular, but they tried to pass it through anyway, and then England blocked it. And obviously J.K. Rowling and the fucking TERF brigade made a big noise about it. And then another leader who fucked up with the coalition and then got a vote of no confidence with the Greens. And it's a lot. And also just being incumbents in Scotland since 2007. They've been there for a long time. Yeah.
For Labour and a devastating night for the Conservatives.
Ali, thank you very much indeed. Ali Fortescue there on a devastating result for the Conservative Party. You're looking now at pictures of Rishi Sunak arriving at Conservative Party HQ, travelling down from his constituency effectively to face the music. The Conservatives have now lost a total of 248 seats. The previous record for the most seats lost by the Conservative Party was 246 back in 1906. So a difficult night for Rishi Sunak, a devastating night for his party as well. I'm sure that long journey down from North Yorkshire felt awfully...
Wait, Lorna Box didn't even mention the funding scandal. I think people in the government getting arrested. Guitar Hero, I've been streaming for 15 hours, you fucking cunt. I'm sorry. I've gone through that story. I've answered that question like 8 times in this fucking stream. I said legal challenges, legal problems with the leader of the party, with the first leader to go in the last 3. What do you think I'm referring to there?
To speaking to staff members and campaigners at Conservative Party headquarters.
I also didn't mention the hate crime bill. I didn't go into the fine details of the pro-trans bill. I didn't even go into the polling versus the polling of the population versus the polling of the MSPs. I didn't go into that either. Fuck me. I didn't go into the fine details of why Hamza had his rift with the Green Party and then why he let go of the coalition and how exactly that resulted in a vote of no confidence. Didn't go into that either. Didn't even go into John Swinney coming in and what his reputation is and what he might have been expected to do to save the party and failed in it. Neither did you. I don't trust you. I don't like you as a person.
Prime Minister, no longer the Prime Minister, speaking to the troops, as you say, presumably apologising for a historic defeat, a painful defeat for the Conservative Party and an incredible landslide majority for the Labour Party. So once Rishi Sunak has done that at headquarters, we expect him to come back here to Downing Street, not only to pack his bags, but also to later this morning make a statement, make a speech. So we're expecting that statement to be around 10:30 this morning. We then expect Rishi Sunak to travel to Buckingham Palace to formally tender his resignation to the King. Then we expect Keir Starmer, our new Prime Minister, to have that kind of formal audience with the King. The King will ask him to form a government. And
yeah, we know. Jem, thanks for the $4.99. Are Corbyn fans just coping with their vote percentage stuff? Doesn't winning matter more? Yeah, it does, but they don't. And you strategize in that direction. Obviously, if popular vote and vote share mattered more, Labour would completely change their strategy and target that instead and try to get people to turn up for that. Unfortunately, people are election campaigns can, parties target different demographics and different groups to influence who votes. Parties have some level of control over who comes out and votes, right? Within a certain margin. So obviously they would try to influence that instead, and they would succeed in it to some degree. Maybe not to, then you'd have to compare both parties in those circumstances.
And as you say, there are some interesting polling results coming out overnight. Perry Barr, for instance. So Labour will have to do some analysis on where they've got.
How would they do that? You move your door knockers, your campaigning, your advertising, your messaging. You cater it to different demographics, the way that you word your fucking leaflets, so many different things. Yeah. This is what Labour's strategy was. Labour's strategy was to target seats that they weren't generally not used to winning. They called it a laser precision targeting.
As well, as soon as there's any movement behind that door. Mari, thank you very much indeed. Right, let's talk to our panel now, shall we? Ben Bradshaw is here for the Labour Party. Good to have you here. And Sir Charles Walker for the Conservatives. It feels we should go to you first,
what do these guys
Charles,
have to say?
if that's OK, because I hate to do it. I can see you trying to shift it onto Ben there. But really, it does feel, in many ways, the story of the night is voters turning away from the Conservative Party. David Cameron he obviously didn't lose, but, the former seats of David Cameron, Theresa May going, Liz Truss losing her seat.
Those 15 hours have changed you, Lorna Box. Having discovered you through Israel, it's new and interesting to watch you talk about something closer to home. Well done. Changed me. True. Trying to think of what arbitrary point I need to set before I end this stream. $500 is probably one of them. If I go full grift brain. 645 declared seats. Here all fucking day. Sunak speech, bro. He already gave a speech. I know he has to give another speech. Was David Cameron still an MP? I think so. He was foreign secretary, wasn't he? Maybe he bailed. I feel like we'd know. We would know. We'd have seen him mentioned by now. 1,000 dono for the speech. I think the maximum you can donate on YouTube is 500, not 1,000. So, I mean, it would add up to 1,000, but
exuberance
that's
that
a bit.
is leading voters into this election, or do you think it's more muted?
Certainly not exuberance leading voters into the election. I think there'll be exuberance among my Labour colleagues, with one or two sad exceptions where we've seen these.
Oh, is he in the House of Lords?
Results.
That's why he's not running.
But the mood of the public's been very different, and I think he has recognised that with the approach to the campaign he's had of the so-called Ming Vase strategy, and the expectations, I think, of the public are much lower. And the results very different. I mean, as you've pointed out, the share of the vote
is it because people are waking up?
Not high by historical standards. A lot of that, I would say, is tactical voting. A lot of Labour voters voting Lib Dem in those seats where they think the Lib Dems have a better chance to beat the Tories. But there will be exuberance. But I also think caution, and Keir will be very aware about the size of this mandate, the nature of it, and the challenge ahead, and as well the need to address some of these issues, which has led to some of my very good colleagues losing their seats in exceptional results.
My finest.
It feels like we should kind of look forward.
My blondest
a little bit
friends.
At this sort of juncture in the day as well. We're of course going to be waiting to hear from Rishi Sunak, but where do you think the Conservative Party needs to go next? Because look, it's a bit of a cliche to say there'll be a battle for its soul going on. But that is what's going to happen, isn't it?
So, I mean, I don't mean to sound glib. It should go to ground for a few weeks, if not months, and really think about what it wants to do. I'm afraid one of the low points of the...
Any expectations you have from Starmer? Yeah, I expect him to be incredibly fucking cautious and tepid and bland and boring and just fucking annoying, yeah. If we don't see the breakfast clubs, the free breakfast clubs in schools, that's like a 300-something million policy. It's cheap as shit. If I don't see that, I'm gonna be fucking furious, man. Like, I will become a fascist or a communist. It doesn't even fucking matter. I'll just
embedded in its veins that actually we're gonna tear ourselves apart for the next few months.
Do you blame them for the size of this loss?
Look, everybody. I'm a conservative. We all have to take the blame. We all have to carry the blame on our shoulders. This was a collective enterprise, and we failed miserably. And to blame the Prime Minister solely for it would be entirely wrong.
Charles, what do you think should happen next? Does Rishi Sunak stay on to allow the kind of long contest that you want? Should there be a pro tem leader?
What the hell? Yoko Jonah, thanks for the 20 gifted tier 2 subs. Oh my God. That is so many gifted subs. What the fuck? Thank you so much. Purging the white names from chat. Oof.
Late in this year or perhaps early into next year. But we've got to understand what happened. There's lots of conjecture at the moment in studios and I'm sure around the country in constituencies about what went wrong. We need to really understand what went wrong.
But do we really think Rishi Sunak should be at Prime Minister's questions from the opposition benches at the dispatch box for weeks and weeks and weeks? That's not realistic, is it?
Well, that's a really good question, but I put it this way. The alternative is pretty horrible as well. So, look, we've got probably 3 sitting weeks till recess. The Prime Minister, soon to be leader of the opposition, could do PMQs. We have the summer recess, and then we can make that decision in the fullness of time. But I think right now a precipitous leadership contest would be absolutely toxic.
Do you think there need to be changes in the rules, or are you happy to
I'm seeing all the people wake up and say hello. What the fuck?
That our membership should not have any involvement in the selection of our party leader or Prime Minister when they're in office. I mean, I absolutely made that clear 2.5 years ago when we ended up with a third going to Penny Mordaunt, a third going to Liz Truss, and a third going to Rishi Sunak, and we ended up with Liz Truss.
Ben, I know you don't have long, so I just want a thought from you on the challenge ahead for Keir Starmer. As you said, he's going to be kind of been like carefully carrying that Ming bars.
God,
it feels like the size of the majority is almost made of the same stuff. What do you think he needs to do when he addresses the public from the steps of Number 10?
Well, I think he'll address the public as Prime Minister in a way which he's done all throughout the campaign, that he is a Prime Minister who will put the country before party. He's going to have to do an immediate reshuffle because he's lost a couple of his shadow cabinet members. And I think what you see is what you have seen is what you will get from Keir as Prime Minister. I don't think there'll be any big surprises. It'll be about quiet competence, delivery, and trying to rebuild the trust of the people in politics as a whole.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
What's happening?
Indeed.
We got any updates now?
We are going to be bringing you the story of the night here on Sky News, but also the story of the day as the transfer of power goes ahead. And, of course, a big part of the story will be these guys, the Liberal Democrats. You can tell it's them by those...
populists who promise radical stuff and won't be able to deliver any of it in power like Boris or Corbyn. Can we just have people who do incremental, slow, steady improvement?
I don't know if I buy that necessarily. It's not populism necessarily. It's not like there's the binary between populists and slow incremental improvement. Parties have won elections in the past on promises of radical change and delivered it, right? Like there's not been many times when Labour have won a majority, right? Very few, actually. They won a majority, 3 times under Blair, once under Attlee, like a majority. I think it was a minority after Harold Wilson. I think it was like 5, right? 6 now. One of them, the first majority that Labour won was Clement Attlee. And what the fuck did they do with him? They built the NHS, right? They built the NHS. They nationalized rail and utilities and coal and all. They did so much. Expanded social care, built an unprecedented number of council houses. They went mental, and they promised all that stuff. There was a really because they knew that this was what the people wanted. They had a very coherent platform and a goal, and they did it, right? And that was like one of the most successful governments in British history. Like some of the stuff that they still put in is still here with us now. Like the NHS is still there. So I feel like the problem with Starmer is that he hasn't actually offered all that much. Like he's offered less than even people like Biden, which does actually make me think like, what reason is he going to give people to vote for him again? Even New Labour under Tony Blair, they introduced a lot of stuff as well. Or even things that were already happening, like building houses, they massively accelerated that. And, obviously a lot of it was paid for with economic growth, but they still did it. And they gave people a reason to vote for them again and again. Will Keir Starmer do the same? I don't know. I feel like it's not. I feel like he probably won't. I don't know. Because he's going to spend way too long bricking it about losing the fucking support of the right wing. And all their fucking reform voters who are supporters who actually went with Labour this time as well. Yeah, I don't know. Ethan Dickey, $1.99. Who are the Lib Dems? American asking. They're the Liberal Democrats. No elaboration. Marco, thanks for the €5. What does this result mean for Scottish nationalism? Cheers from Slovakia. Sorry, Czechoslovakia is not a country anymore. For Scottish nationalism, probably not much, because you'd have to see what happens in the Scottish election, because we have our own parliament that's just separate from Westminster. So we're going to have a vote for that in 2 years. That will tell us quite a lot about what it means for Scottish nationalism. As for independence referendum's not happening for a long time anyway. The fall of the SNP had nothing to do with people changing their opinions on independence. You can look at the polling. People's opinions on independence has been roughly the same for the last 10 years. Support for the SNP has not been, obviously. So, Honkler, thanks for the $5. I have gone from having Sargon be my main source of foreign news to Lonerbox. What kind of world do we live in? That's really weird, Honkler, but we all come from different places. I support your journey, okay? I hope you prefer it here, but if you don't, whatever. We all do our best. Lisheen Bent, thanks for the 9 Australian. Stay nasty, Marathon Man. Okay. And Thomas Evans, thanks for the $2. Nay, Masty, Starathon Man. Okay. Am I getting fucking... My brain is fuzzy, man. What the fuck?
Splashes of yellow as they await for has won the general election in dramatic style. Let's just show you now some of the key numbers of the night. Sir Keir Starmer is entering number 10 with a landslide majority. He's got 409 seats, currently tracking second only to Tony Blair in 1997. So a huge win for the Labour Party. The Conservatives, though, down on 120 seats in total. That's down 20% when it comes to their vote share, and they are having a record-breaking night for all of the wrong reasons. They are lost the most amount of seats, more than any other Conservative party ever in an election. Let's listen now, shall we, to Sir Keir Starmer. He was speaking earlier on today at a Labour celebratory event in London's Tate Modern, updating his campaign message from change to change begins.
We did it!
Nomad, thanks for the £4.99. Heading off to work now. Thanks for the all-night stream. Hope you take a look at the Shakira law again. Hey, good one.
Arrived. Change begins now.
Because they were one of their seat. Okay, let's see it. Come on, Sky. Get up to date.
It
pre-recorded this in
good,
Israel.
I have to be honest.
Yoko Jonah, thanks for the tier 3 sub.
4.5 years of work changing the party. This is what it is for. A changed Labour Party, ready to serve our country, ready to restore Britain to the service of working people.
It would be nice meeting you again if you plan on visiting, preferably with aristocracy. Yeah. potentially. This is not a live speech, no. This is the one that they keep repeating. We've watched this speech like 3 times now. I'm just going to leave it mute, and I'm not listening to it again. I don't care about the sunshine and the walking and the change and the turning the page towards the sunshine and the morning sun breeze and the morning dew fucking cum drops in my ears. I don't care. Oh God, not again, please. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Just a bit, some peace. Oh, it's so nice. Why is Sky taking so long to change the 409 into a 410? Just give me a minute, okay? I just want to. This is very pleasant. I was moving my mouse on my left monitor, but I thought it was on my right monitor, and I was like, "What?" On my Streamlabs, and I was like, "Why is my mouse so small? And why won't it move down to the taskbar?" Okay, now it's over. Okay. Thomas Evans, thanks for the $2. Metaphysical question: can change begin? No. No, it can't. Nothing really begins or ends. I'm a Hegelian, okay? And that sounds really smart when I say that like that, if you are into that. Okay. Tesco Value PM. If I win this game, I go to bed. If I don't win this game, I get a McDonald's breakfast and keep chugging until Rishi Sunak speech or Starmer King make government bit. I'm not gonna win. Oh no, she's a woman. We can't lose to a woman in chess. The ultimate game where it's okay to be a misogynist. Oh no, I know what she's doing. She's fucking me about. I'm getting ragdolled. Oh God. This is fine. This is fine. I can cope. Why is she so aggressive? What the fuck? Okay. I go here? Is this? Oh, there's a fucking hanging queen. Hanging queen. Hanging queen. I'm so dumb, man. I deserve to die. Oh, God. Fuck's sake. Oh, this is good. The knight. This is clever. Nice. We can still do this. Oh my God. I hate this fucking placement. I hate it so much. It's making me fucking fume. Fuck you. There's a checkmate coming in here if I'm not careful. I have to do this now. I have to actually be roughhousing with this person. This is so intense. Oh my fucking God. Ah! I'm actually bricking it, man. No! I'm done. It's so done. It's so over. It's so boxver. Ah! No, can't do that. Ah! Fuck's sake. I'm gonna try again. If I win this next one, I get to go to bed, okay? She hanged her queen. And I was too tired to see it. Oh no, that's really bad. I don't know what to do with that. I could even do this and snag the knight. Is that wise? I don't even know. Can't think. It's unthinkable. Fuck off. Go away. That's what I thought. Right, too. This? What happens? That's so silly. Okay. He's very fast, though. Oh, there you go. Oh, God. Fuck off. I can't. Oh, my God. That's so horrible. Ugh. This is so shit, man. Fuck off. Jesus. Could have made it. I know. We'll try one more. She won't let me try one more. No! Oh, well. If I can do this when I go to bed, alright? I'm too tired. I had the fucking queen twice. Really? Fuck you. Okay. That's not wise. It's fine. What the fuck? Why is... I don't know. There's nothing I can think of. This kind of shit. I don't even... All I can hope for now is that they forget about this with these two guys. Oh, there's this. Maybe? Oh, God, All right. That's really shit. Because now there's this. And I'm just going to lose. Yeah. No. Oh, yeah, fuck it. Let's do that. No, sir. Good. Fuck. Oh, that paid off. 3 seconds. I'm so fucked, man. I'm okay. I have to stay. Okay, we're great. Okay, let's keep going. Okay.
During this campaign, I've told you about my own story of caring and being a carer for much of my life.
Why is it still 409?
I want to thank all the people who've come to me and responded in such generosity, telling me that my story is your story. And I want to make sure that we represent the millions of carers.
Take the draw. It's not no
as we
way.
rebuild our health system and do something special to support carers and care workers. And I think if we do that, we can earn your trust.
Okay.
So I promise you, having put it at the heart of our agenda, we are now going to work on health and care. We're going to go to Parliament to represent you. Our first campaign that starts today is a campaign for emergency budget
this is a new
this
thing.
month
I haven't seen this one.
for health and care.
If I win this one, I can go to bed, okay? Don't worry. It's happening. It's real. Hello.
Every one of our record number of Liberal Democrat MPs is going to go to Parliament to campaign for that emergency budget for health and care. They're going to stand up for their local health service, their local care service that you rely on. They're going to stand up for the policies, whether it's getting more GPs, more NHS dentists, free personal care, that will fix the system. Every Liberal Democrat MP will be a voice for carers. And we are going to make sure that your voice is heard like never before. Okay. That is the fair deal that we fought on. That is the fair deal that all Liberal Democrat MPs and our whole party want to deliver. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to serve you. And my invitation to you is come and join us and help us turn around our country and transform our health and care system, transform our political system, and bring the better, brighter, fairer future our country so desperately needs.
Why do you sound like he's fighting? Okay. Why am I so fucking slow?
Well, triumphant for Ed Davey there in central London, guiding his party, of course, to a record number of seats, 71 at this general election. We're joined now by the Lib Dem Deputy Leader, Daisy Cooper, an extraordinary night for the Lib Dems across the country, and also, I guess, for you personally, I think one of the biggest majorities in the country.
Hendon by 15
yeah, we've
votes.
had a record-breaking set of results for the Liberal Democrats, and it's very humbling, but it's also very, very exciting. We've got now a huge number of Liberal Democrat MPs that will come to Parliament next week, and every single one of them will be a strong voice to campaign to save our NHS and fix social care. And as you just heard from Ed Davey, our party leader, the first thing that we're calling for is an emergency health and social care budget, because we know that health services are on their knees, and we've heard time and time again on the doorstep that people want that to be our number one priority.
I think they engaged in our message, and because we were showing a fun side, I think we were able to talk about our serious policies.
Oh, I had my
when I fell off the paddleboard in Lake Windermere, we talked about... You enjoyed it more than I do. We talked about the sewage scandal, which people are worried about in every community across our country. When I came down that slide in Somerset with children enjoying their half-term with their families, I talked about the mental health crisis in our country,
thing for them.
How hundreds of thousands of children and young people are waiting for treatment, and how Liberal Democrats have come forward, only the Liberal Democrats have come forward with a policy to get a qualified mental health professional in every primary and secondary school. So yes, we've had some fun, but we've had some very serious issues. And when I talked about my own story, which is, I think, pretty serious, I've had a few challenges, but the challenges I've had as a carer throughout my life are challenges that millions of other people face. And I think people are related to our stunts, but they're related to our stories. And I'm very grateful to people for putting their trust in us, and we're going to work hard for them every day.
And just talk me through that moment when the exit polls came in and you realised that this was going to be a very big night.
I was with my wife at home, and I think I jumped off the sofa.
Hey, good stuff.
But, the exit polls were wrong. We did even better than the exit polls.
Thank you. I've only got 3 seconds. I just hanged my fucking queen.
Clearly, this is a big night for you, but given the collapse of the Tory party, is this just a one-off for you?
Absolutely not.
No.
We are going to show in this Parliament that we will stand up for those millions of people who
want a rematch,
change, who want their health and care systems transformed.
I made a mistake.
Who want the economy to grow, but also to make sure it grows in a fair way, where people's concerns of the cost of living are actually addressed, and their concerns about the environment, whether it's the sewage scandal, whether it's other aspects of nature being harmed, or whether it's the climate change. We will stand up
for those people, and this will not be a one-off. We will win. We've not just won these seats, we're going to win them back again by showing that we will work for people, be their local champions, and be their voice in Parliament.
And just on that, I mean, Labour has a massive mandate. Do you really expect to influence their policies?
Yes, because we've got the best ideas. We have the most ambitious programme that's well thought through, and I think we will argue it in Parliament. And I would challenge anyone, whichever party, to listen to our ideas, engage with us. We want to work collaboratively with people from all parties to put the national interest first and make sure we do transform our health and care system, deal with all the many challenges facing our country. I'm afraid the Conservatives have left our country in a mess. And it will take some time, but we're committed to transforming our country and helping people who depend on the health service, who aren't getting the care they need, and who want our economy to prosper.
And one of those Conservatives is Jeremy Hunt. That's obviously a seat you were targeting. Are you slightly disappointed you didn't edge him out?
Well, it's always great to be Conservatives. We did a lot of that. And do we want to beat more Conservatives? Yes, we do. And that's what we're going to do. We're already now turning our mind to how we win people's trust in seats that we didn't win. Pull them over to our side, whoever won those seats. We want to show in the way we behave, the way we conduct ourselves, the quality of our arguments, and the style of which we put them over, that people are won over to our cause.
It's lagging. I don't know.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, let's bring Daisy Cooper back in, shall we? You spoke a little bit about it before we heard from Ed Davey, but I guess what I'm interested in is, what are you going to use those 71 MPs for? Is the idea to, I guess, try and push Keir Starmer to spend a bit more money on public services?
Well, look, during the general election, we were very clear about our priorities. We said time and again it's about fixing the NHS and social care, taking real action on the cost of living, and then protecting our local environment, including by putting an end to the scandal of raw sewage dumping. Those were our three priorities during the general election campaign. They're going to be our three priorities in the next Parliament as well.
My other question is, you've obviously got an awful lot of seats in England. You've only won 2 seats north of the Humber. Are you effectively a Southern party?
No, we've won seats in Scotland as
Very
well.
lucky.
In fact, we've got seats from Land's End to John O'Groats. In fact, we have both the seats that have Land's End and John O'Groats in them. So we've got seats the length and breadth of the country, and that will give us a real richness and diversity of views in Parliament. We've got rural seats, urban seats, seats all over, from the West Country and from the home counties. I think we're going to have a fantastic set of new MPs that will speak for all corners of the UK.
If you're just joining us this morning, just to bring you up to date with the outcome of the general election, because Keir Starmer has won. The Labour Party will form the next government. We will, of course, hear shortly from Rishi Sunak in Downing Street as well, as he faces the music and defends that huge loss of seat that he has led his party to, just 120 seats for the Conservative Party. We can join now by the former Conservative MP, former Justice Secretary, David Gauke. Do you want to say I told you so? Is that how you're feeling today?
I don't really want to strike that tone, but I do think that the Conservative Party has got a lot to do to recover its reputation for economic competence, general credibility.
Taking the nights. Listen, if you think you're like in a position to start giving advice in the middle of a fucking bullet game, as if you think I'm like thinking hard about any single move, like you make me think you don't actually have any fucking idea what you're doing either. Okay, that's what I think, right? That's my position now. Okay, they actually took that bait. That's really funny. I don't think they should have. If you're sitting there thinking, I think it's a really good idea to actually just give some sound advice right now, it makes me think you're like, it's silly, okay? All right. Is this very lucky as well, I wonder? Oh my god, I just hang my fucking... Jesus Christ. Ugh. I don't know why I'm doing this. I'm not in the right headspace. Not in the fucking... Oh! Oh no! This person's a bit silly as well. I don't know. Oh, I just hanged my shit. Okay, they didn't notice. Okay, wait, that's almost a fucking sack. Fuck knows. I'm gonna lose my rook now. Okay. Okay, got that. Oh god. Are they saying they're typing to me? Or they left to abort? Okay. They don't see it. This person's a total dick. Okay. Fuck. I'm not giving them that. Fuck off. Oh god. Oh, I'm sleepy. Woo.
Seats in a landslide, second only to Tony Blair's in 1997. Well, it is worth pausing and looking at the staggering victory for Keir Starmer. Truly the end of an era in British history after 14 years of the Conservative Party in power. Labour now have... You've been drinking and working all night, so order some grub before bed regardless. I'll be all right. Result for Keir Starmer, only second so far to Tony Blair's victory in 97, a big majority for him in Parliament, and that matters. The last seats will take a while. Yeah, for some reason, there are always a handful of seats in the UK that just take absolutely ages to count, so it's 9 o'clock in the morning. 120 seats. Oh, shit. Breaking for the Lib Dems in the direction. They've won their highest total ever of seats with 71. The SNP down to just 9 seats in Scotland. Truly a very bad night for them. They won 48 in 2019. Reform have managed a total of 4 seats, including victory for Nigel Farage at the 8th attempt in Clacton. The Green Party on 4 seats in total. Well, throughout the day here on Sky News, we'll be discussing the outcome of this remarkable general election with our panel of guests in this hour.
In any case,
the Labour politician,
I think it's basically done. I think the last couple of seats are projected to either go SNP or Labour. Maybe one more to Reform. But I think it's done. It's an open and shut. Okay. Are we good? Are we satisfied? Is it Jover? I think it's pretty Jover. If you eat the food before sleeping, tomorrow will be easier. I could order a McDonald's breakfast. Or I could just go outside and get a fucking pastry or something. Stories can still kinch it. They can still come in clutch. The 2 border seats are projected to go Tory. Oh, I didn't know that. That's not what I saw in the other graph, but, you know. If you know something I don't, I'll take it. All right? Whatever. Oh. Get some Greg's. No, wait, hang on. What is McDonald's breakfast? It's been a while since I've had it. What do they have to offer? Boycott, at least pretend. Okay, I'm actually ordering Palestinian fried chicken. I don't know, let's see. Oh, Popeyes. We have Popeyes. I keep forgetting we have fucking Popeyes. All right. What do we have here? Breakfast wrap? No way. McMuffin? Yeah. Just not even the sausage and egg. I just want the egg one. Fuck the sausage. Do I want the bacon and egg? Cheese and egg. The fucking normal egg one's fine. Yeah, fuck the sausage. Stupid. I don't want a coffee with it, though. I don't want a coffee. Because I need to sleep. You can get an extra hash brown, obviously. Tropicana? Here. Okay. Oh. Hash brown. Okay. And then I'll get... You can also get like pancakes, can't you? Oh, no, wait, this is better. You can get a fucking muffin. A berry muffin. A mixed berry muffin. That sounds nice. Okay. We good. We good to go. Stop the count. Stop the count, Mr. Farage. Forage. Okay. Squid, thanks for the 2 Australian. Can't wait for anti-trans policies under Labour. They said they're going to implement the cash report, so we'll see how that goes. We'll actually see what it's like in practice, eh? We'll see how many people get fucking... how many legal cases there are or whatever else, or how much research gets done. No idea. Okay. That's going to get delivered really quickly, apparently. Huh. All right, what's this? Mr. Daly.
Their hopes for the future.
It's been a bruising night for the SNP. their vote collapsed across Scotland, with Labour mopping them up.
We've had a really difficult and damaging result, and we will have to think long and hard about the implications of the results in Scotland tonight.
Labour had upsets too. The Green Party co-leader Clara Denyer deposing the Shadow Culture Secretary in Bristol Central. Expelled former leader Jeremy Corbyn beat his old party to retain Islington North. And former Shadow Health Secretary Jonathan Ashworth lost Leicester South.
Did you tip your driver? I always tip my driver, but today I tipped my driver extra, so...
The Labour vote has been dented in Muslim areas. Jess Phillips just won in Birmingham Yardley, but was booed by opponents. Since the countdown to the exit poll at 10 p.m. last night,
I'm going bathroom.
Anticipation around the country.
One last
What's emerged is
night,
roughly what the polls had been predicting. An historic and crushing defeat for the Conservatives.
Since COVID, Partygate, the Johnson, Truss and Sunak administrations, this is the first time the British people have been able to pass judgment on this government, and the verdict is damning.
But voters have not flocked solely to Labour. It's a fragmented picture, and despite a landslide and a large majority, Starmer has many challenges ahead. Jason Farrell, Sky News.
Well, throughout the day, we are going to be crunching the election numbers and discussing what it means for the parties as well. We can go to Ali Forsky now for some of her analysis.
Morning, Sophie. Yes, people are waking up today to a whole new political landscape. And this really is it, Sophie, because we've been talking about the polls and the exit poll, but these are the real numbers. And look at this, how different it is from 2019. All those kind of unexpected votes that Boris Johnson got, building that red wall, well, that has been completely undone by Keir Starmer overnight. You used to be able to walk from the northwest to the northeast on Tory blue seats. No longer. He has rebuilt the red wall. He's made gains all over, really. And then down here, look at this. This is the other big part of the night, the Lib Dem resurgence. They've managed to come back from those low numbers after the coalition years. This has been a really, really good night for Ed Davey. And, of course, the other part of the story is up here in Scotland. And you can see, I mean, this used to be yellow all over, SNP dominance for years under Nicola Sturgeon. No longer. Look at that, a real resurgent Labour Party, the red up here in Scotland. We've heard the word historic used a lot today, Sophie. That is what this is what that looks like. In terms of vote share, for the Conservatives so far, 22% vote share. Have we seen anything like that before? When was the last time we had that? Well, look at this. We can go back through the 90s, the 70s, the 50s, the 20s, all the way back to 1835, when the whole system was basically reformed and the creation of the Conservative Party as we know it. We have not seen results that bad in terms of the vote share since 1835. So a terrible night, whatever way you look at it, for the Conservative Party. Where are those votes going? Well, this is a kind of state of the party, the overall picture that gives you a sense of what votes are going where. I mean, clearly it's been a good night for Labour. It's a slightly more complex picture we'll come to in a moment. They have had some losses down to their stance, in part
411
on Gaza. Jonathan Ashworth, one of the casualties.
Huge. Oh, no, wait, it already was 411.
Terrific night for the Liberal Democrats. They've got nearly 7 times the 11 seats that they had last time round, and a devastating night for the SNP. They're down 39. But I was saying it's slightly more complicated than it appears, and this is why...
Oh, we've read this a million times. I don't give a fuck. Waste of time. How many seats has Reform got? 4. It's been 4 for quite a while now. What's No Justice talking about now?
And whether it's through the Green Party, whether it's through...
the fuck?
Just living in it.
We've got the lowest living standards on record since they began in the 1950s. But genders, right? Have you considered that? That makes you think.
Lost if Reform UK hadn't split the vote on the right. That's the overarching thing of this, is the strategy that they had of essentially trying to piss off as few people as possible, but offer people nothing. First of all, it led to low turnout. Turnout was incredibly low in this election. Have to go back to 2001 for a lower turnout than this. People were not.
I mean, I knew turnout was going to be down, but I'm actually quite surprised how far it was down.
But we were just saying, Helena, before you came in, that the just about the general overall vote share as well. The vote share for Labour is less than it was in 2017. It's only 1.8% roughly higher than it now than it was in 2019. And it seems like there's 6 seats or so left to declare, but it seems like the overall number of votes, individual votes, is actually less now than it was both in 2017 and in 2019 for the Labour Party. We were discussing earlier, so many Labour MPs that have won their seats have had a huge...
Oh, she's raiding out. The 24-hour stream didn't happen. She's going to see Riverboat Jack. Okay. Damn, she made it for 15 hours. Where the fuck are the votes gone? Some people are just not voting. I don't know. I think that low turnout, I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that it was decided before, it was decided when it was called, right? That's why we had low turnout. That's probably the biggest reason, right? Like most people just didn't feel like they needed to vote because they didn't feel like they needed to vote. They didn't need to vote. If it were like a toss-up between both parties or anywhere close, I think a lot more people would have voted. But that's my own opinion. Maybe it's just... Oh. Morning, Loner. Hey, how's it going? I wonder how many Tories stayed at home. Yeah, Tories and Labour people staying at home because they thought that it was already done, right? Suppression through voter ID. I don't know if how much suppression was caused by the ID thing. It might have made people just less interested in voting because just adding one extra inconvenience to it might be the difference between just being like, nah, fuck this. I don't know though. I don't know if there's any data on that or any polling on people who said they didn't vote because of the ID laws. Happened in 2016 with Hillary. Isn't voting compulsory? No, not in the UK. No. Ian Hislop's reaction. I never saw this. He's still going around.
Private Eye and star of Have I... And in just a moment, we're going to hear from the editor of Private Eye and star of Have I Got News for You, Ian Hislop. But first, Lewis, you have some seat breakdowns for us.
Yes,
more information.
Yes, Andrew, I was talking before about Nuneaton. And again, just to show you this latest result, look at Labour at 37%, which is a touch-up on the 2019 result. The Conservatives in...
Isn't that an inconvenience? Don't you carry your ID with you anyway? No, it depends on which ID. I have a provisional license, which is out of date. So really the only, ID I have that would be definitely valid for election is a passport. And I had to spend 20 minutes looking for my passport today. And I was thinking like, oh, maybe I would have just, if I was less politically engaged, I would have just decided, fuck it. I know what the results are going to be. I'm just not going to bother. Yeah. Anyway.
Nuneaton in 2019 had 60% of the vote. They had a numerical majority of over 13,000. Conservatives now on 29%. But again, there's not that much transference in percentage of the vote terms to the Labour Party. It's been mainly picked up again by Reform. And again, this is the trend that we're seeing throughout the night, that Labour is on its way to winning a clutch of seats. We've also got Darlington as well, which they've gained. But I've actually got fewer votes in Darlington than they did in 2019, with exactly the same pattern emerging again. So there's lots of...
Guys, 16 hours. We just crossed 16 hours on the stream total. It doesn't look like it on the YouTube VOD because one of my streams crashed and had to restart. But on my Streamlabs, it's 16 hours. Look at it. Look at this solid. You can even add the two things together, I guess, because they're both of the VODs are there. But I mean, look at it. Fucked up, man. Pretty fucked up. Oh. Ooh.
Variation in these results so far, but that does seem to be the main theme. Worth saying as well in terms of the Lib Dems, just hearing from a Lib Dem source that they're confident that they've taken Michael Gove's seat of Surrey Heath, former seat, I should say, because
really?
of course he's from down.
Did they take it? Wait,
wow. And Andrew, just to add to that, we're hearing as well that the Lib Dems are confident that they've taken another cabinet minister's seat, Alex Chalk, in Cheltenham, which once upon a time was a Liberal Democrat seat. So the Liberal Democrats saying they have taken that seat as well. Massive result, they're claiming.
Really big result. Ian, this seems to be...
his seat, but he wasn't running. Okay.
The overall picture is the country wants to kick out the Conservatives and will do whatever it takes, wherever it takes to do that.
Yes, and that was really clear during the campaign. It's
Abhishek Saxena, thanks for the £1.99. Really appreciate that.
a punitive exercise by the public, and all those Tory spokesmen saying we've got to go to the future, not the past. And the public's thinking, no, we're going to punish you for the past. We've had 14 years of it.
We still feel like we're sitting in it, is what they said.
And the boot is going in. It's slightly. There are a number of people saying that the exit poll isn't right now. I know you.
It could be worse for the Conservatives than the exit poll. Even worse. It could be not a disaster, but a catastrophe, if I can put it that way.
Yes. I mean,
as a political observer, what do you think about this notion that is coming from Lewis's numbers there, that the Labour Party might come out with a massive number of seats, but actually not a very deep level of support across the country, quite a low percentage support?
Yeah, well, again, with a low turnout, that seems to be what happens, doesn't it? Yeah. Which makes it more volatile.
Does that undermine Keir Starmer's credibility and authority in due course, or do the sheer numbers overwhelm that?
I think probably the Labour Party will find it's a huge supporter of the first-past-the-post system.
Yeah.
And that it seems to be going very well. And my other prediction is they'll look at what the 16-year-olds are voting, which isn't always Labour, and think, do you know, I think we'll let these young people wait a bit. So, again, I think it'll be a huge win, and the Labour Party will say this is a huge win. What the Conservatives will say, I have no idea, apart from sorry.
Well, we've already had one, it's disastrous, from a Conservative MP who was in with us.
Yes, well, understatement.
And for a satirical magazine, have there ever been 6 weeks more glorious than the past 6 weeks?
Not that I can remember.
Or indeed 14 years.
The campaign was fabulous. And again, not many commentators saying part of the reason the Tories are getting such a kicking is they did run the worst campaign ever. And I know support was the same at the end as it was at the beginning, but you'd have thought the governing party could have managed to change that, and it was fabulous.
Worst bit?
Worst bit. I thought the coming home early from D-Day was it partly because it just suggested that no one had ever met anyone in Britain. We're quite keen on the Second World War. I don't know if anyone's looked at the bestseller lists. That's what's in them. Documentaries, mostly about the Nazis. I mean, it doesn't take a huge amount of knowledge of this country to think, just stand there for the day.
I mean, people familiar with your work, whether it's on Have I Got News for You or relatively frequent appearances on Question Time, will know that you can be very pithy. Tough to be pithy about 14 years, but how would you sum up these 14 years of Tory government?
Bad.
Oh, come on, you can better than that. That's not satire.
No, that's stating the obvious, but that's where satire goes.
I like Ian Hislop, but he's a bit of a git, isn't he? He's got like very git energy.
I know.
No, I mean, it shouldn't be a surprise that they're being judged not just on the 6 weeks, but the 6 weeks, everything turned into a metaphor for everything else.
John?
I was just thinking of the John Major's Boris Yeltsin story, where really John Major asked Yeltsin, "What do you think? What's the state of the Russian economy?" He says, "Good." But Mr. President, if you were to give a longer answer, what would it be? Not good.
Okay,
Sorry.
I would add very bad.
Exactly.
But it got to the point where the Conservatives were doing these photo opportunities. And I said, you know, there were a group of journalists, and I said, it wouldn't matter what he stood in front of, the Titanic, the brewery, you'd find it funny. And the Spads were all furious and saying, well, if we put him in front of a desk, would that please you? And then someone said, clear your desk. Which made me laugh.
I mean, the rain with no umbrella, it was an indelible image. It stuck in your head, the sort of drowned rat. And then they did literally go and stand in front of the Titanic, or where the Titanic was built.
The following day.
The following day. And you looked at the long shot of what we called Drowning Street, which obviously made us laugh at the time. The journalists all had umbrellas. Even that discredited profession, which isn't great on foresight.
Do you think
they had a plan?
We had umbrellas.
They had a plan, but not an umbrella.
Do you think maybe the Steve McLaren moment was too indelibly in someone's mind anyway, if not Rishi Sunak, someone else's?
I suppose so, but they're always trying to avoid the last disaster, and then they walk straight into the next one. And again, Michael would know this, but usually Tory prime ministers are really desperate to get 5 minutes with an American president. If you remember, Sunak was going to airports and helping Biden with his bags, anything to say hello. He gets a chance on D-Day to stand there next to him, free photo op, and he says, no, I'll go home and do an interview.
With Paul Brand of ITV, which won't go well. That's a great idea.
In which someone will be rude to you again.
Well, listen, you were talking earlier on, both of you, about the exit poll and how it is not certain. A few other things aren't certain. Well, not least we have many, many, many seats to come still. Interestingly, Billericay and Basildon, as we've mentioned a couple of times, that seat, which could see the Conservative Party chairman Richard Holden lose his seat and fail big time there. That would be a big scalp of the night. But there is a full recount taking place at that seat. Lewis is here all night for us. There have been some more constituencies. You're not going anywhere. With Reform in second place. Tell us more.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's just worth looking at this because it's going to be a big feature of the politics of the new Parliament. Just these seats here, mainly in the North East, though not exclusively. See, just in numerical terms here, where the Reform Party, pretty much from nowhere in nearly all of these seats, leapfrogging the Conservatives into second place. So Blyth and Ashington, 20,000 Labour, 10,000 for Reform. Barnsley North, 18,000, 10,000 for Reform.
It's funny that this basically translates into no power, like no seats.
Go down Sunderland Central, 16,000, 10,000 for Reform. Now, Labour are saying that they think, by their calculations, that Reform aren't necessarily going to do quite as well in numerical terms in seats as the exit poll perhaps suggested.
True.
But that's going to be cold comfort for a lot of these Labour MPs who, of course, have done well tonight because the Labour Party is getting a majority of 170 tonight. It's probably their high watermark for the next generation. But what happens over the course of the Parliament? What does Keir Starmer do? How does he modify Labour politics to address this question, when you consider, of course, as well, that as the night goes on and we start to see Labour MPs being returned against, say, Greens in second place, or the Lib Dems in second place, just managing to balance that delicate calibration of the politics of the Parliament is going to be difficult for Starmer.
I tell you what, though, one of the interesting things about the exit poll, and again, Sheila, going back to what you were saying, it might not be accurate. When the exit poll came out, they were giving Barnsley North as 99% certain that it would go to Reform.
Barnsley.
And Dan Jarvis has been returned with an 8,000 majority. Now, if that was one of the strong, likely seats for Reform, and Labour have held it with an 8,000 majority, again, maybe we need to rethink what some of this exit poll is showing us. That, well, Reform is certainly doing really, really well. Actually, Labour are holding on.
And just as well, we've just had Swindon North, the other Swindon seat.
Yep.
Another gain for Labour, this time on an even bigger swing of 18.7%. Again, more than the exit poll would imply. So generally speaking, around the country, Lib Dem battlegrounds, Labour battlegrounds, the Tories are doing worse than the exit poll would suggest.
Continue with this failed experiment of trying to out-reform reform, which will continue to fail. Or do we take the long, hard steps to get back into the mainstream of British politics again and
Is that Justine Greening?
Stand up for a whole swathe, I think, of British public opinion that did not feel represented at this election?
Wait.
When you hear, Dame Margaret, when you hear...
What happened to the 120? What happened? Was that a miscount? Absolute state of the... They were 120. What happened? Why did it go down? It's 120. What happens?
A landslide barrel.
Are going to be crunching the election numbers.
All new, but these are the real numbers. And look at this. Votes at Boris Johnson Starmer overnight. Building that red wall, well, that has been completely undone by Keir Starmer overnight.
Wait, it's actually tier 1 sub.
From the north as a big from four. Those low numbers after the coalition. They've managed to come back from those low numbers after the coalition years. This has been a really, really good night for Ed Davey. And of course, the other part of the story is up here in Scotland. And you can see, I mean, this used to be yellow all over. SNP dominance for years under Nicola Sturgeon. No longer. Look at that. A real resurgent Labour Party, the red up here in Scotland.
But the Conservatives are expected to get those 2 seats at the Scottish borders. So they will still be over 120, unfortunately.
This was where we would...
That seat.
He was written off by everyone. But he basically ducked out of the campaign nationally to fight his seat and managed to hang on. And so I think he deserves this moment in the sun, or the rain, as it is, as he and his family get in the car.
Is SNP Conservative?
But
no.
we look to what next for this man.
No.
Could he be, perhaps, a temporary leader? Or does he want to do something a little less high profile? Does he think his direction?
Honestly, thanks a bunch for the coverage. Tuned out last night after first results and amazed to see you still going in the morning.
Thanks for the 20 euros, Daniel Katzenelson. I really appreciate that. You've been in my community for a really long time. I remember you were one of the first patrons to the YouTube channel, like 4 years ago. God damn it. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. Okay, fuck. So Conservatives are still just about going to get over 120 seats. They probably get 121, it's my guess, by the end of it. I don't fucking know. All right, listen, that's it. Okay, we're done. We're done. Okay, we've done. There's no more to see here. I'm fucking exhausted. Sunak did win his seat. Yes, he retained his seat. But Liz Truss became the first Prime Minister, former or current, to lose her seat in the last 100 years. She was the first one in 100 years. Big upset. Big Portillo moment, apparently. All right, fuck it. All right. Thanks for sticking around, guys. Really appreciate it. And hope you enjoyed the 16-hour stream. Woo! Jacob Rees-Mogg lost his. That was very funny. Fuck him. Anyway. Take care, guys. I'll see you. I'll see you in a Labour-run United Kingdom. We'll see how it goes, okay? Good luck next 5 years, all right? Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Bye.